All right, everybody. Good morning to you. This is the ICOC and ARS. Thank you. This is the ICOC and Application Review Subcommittee meeting for March 28th of 2023. Mary Ann, will you please call the roll?
Actually, JT, I'll do that.
Scott posing as Mary Ann, will you please call the roll? Thank
Sure.
you.
Haifa Abdulhaq,
Yes.
Mohammed Abu Salam,
Present.
Dan Bernal, Kim Barrett, George Blumenthal,
Present.
Maria Bonneville,
Present.
Michael Botchin, Linda Boxer, Judy Chow,
Present.
Leandra Clark Harvey,
Present.
Deborah Dees, Anne-Marie Deliege, Isabel Daron,
Present.
Mark Fisher Colbury.
Here.
Thank you. Fred Fisher,
Present.
Elena Flowers, Judy Gasson,
Here.
Larry Goldstein,
Here.
Steve Julesgaard,
Here.
David Higgins, Rich Lahara,
Here.
Pat Levitt,
Here.
David Lowe,
Here.
Linda Malkus,
Here.
Shlomo Melmed, Christine Miaskowski,
Here.
Lauren Miller Rogan,
Here.
Adriana Padilla,
Here.
Joe Panetta,
Here.
Al Rolette,
Present.
Marvin Southard, Michael Stamos,
Here.
Jonathan Thomas,
Here.
Carol Watson,
Present.
Keith Yamamoto, and Anne Marie. You're checking in for Anne Marie. Let's see. Last call for Keith Yamamoto and Dan Bernal. Okay, JT, we're ready to go.
Thank you very much, Scott. So this is a somewhat momentous occasion for some of us here. And I'm very pleased that we have such a great turnout, both here and online, from members of the board. So thank you, everybody, for attending. Really appreciate it. The chair's report is going to be fairly short. I'm going to save my particular comments till later in the agenda. I do want to notice that we have a new vice chair sitting to my right, which is itself a very momentous thing. So
Thank you.
congratulations again.
Okay.
One thing that we do want to do here is Christina Vory, who was a longtime board member, went off the board in the fall, and we want to, at this time, give a resolution to her to thank her for her many years of service. Christina was on the board when I joined, and so it had been on for a long time with very distinguished service to CIRM and all the people of California. So in honor of that, I'm going to read her resolution, which is as follows. Whereas Christina Vory earned her Doctor of Medicine and Doctor of Philosophy degrees from the University of Oulu in Finland. Whereas after completing her internship and residency, Dr. Vory received postdoctoral training at the Sanford Burnham Prebys Medical Discovery Institute from 1992 to 1995, with then President and CEO Dr. Erkki Ruslahti. The SBP, the acronym, has major research programs in cancer, neurodegeneration, diabetes, and infectious, inflammatory, and childhood diseases, and is especially known for its world-class capabilities in stem cell research and drug discovery technologies. Whereas Dr. Vory was appointed to the SBP faculty in 1996 as Deputy Director of SBP's National Cancer Institute Designated Cancer Center in 2003, served as the Director of the Cancer Center from 2005 to 2013, and became co-director of the Conrad Prebys Center for Chemical Genomics at SBP in 2005. Whereas Dr. Vory served as Executive Vice President for Scientific Affairs at SBP from 2008 to 2010, as President of SBP from 2010 to 2022, and as Interim CEO from 2013 to 2014. Whereas throughout her career, Dr. Vory has received numerous research grants and awards from NCI, the National Institute of Health, the United States Department of Defense, Stand Up to Cancer Dream Team, and the California Cancer Research Programs. Whereas Dr. Vory was selected as the Pew Scholar in the Biomedical Sciences in 1997, dubbed as, quote, 20 most promising scientists in America, close quote. Whereas Dr. Vory was elected to the National Academy of Inventors in 2014. Whereas Dr. Vory has served in a wide variety of advisory capacities to NCI and other cancer organizations, including advisory roles for the NCI's Developmental Therapeutics Program, Center for Strategic Scientific Initiatives, and the National Cancer Advisory Board. She has served on several NIH and Department of Defense study sections, and is the past chair of the Department of Defense Breast Cancer Research Program's prestigious Innovator Award Panel. Whereas Dr. Vory has served or currently serves on boards of directors for the American Association for Cancer Research, the California Breast Cancer Center Program, the Florida Inventors Hall of Fame, and WebMD. This is really impressive, Christina, I got to tell you. Whereas Dr. Vory is a co-founder of 3 biotechnology companies, whereas based on Dr. Vory's discoveries, orally bioavailable drugs to combat chemotherapy-induced anemia have been developed and are currently undergoing phase 2 clinical testing. Whereas Lieutenant Governor Abel Maldonado appointed Dr. Vory to serve as a member of CIRM's governing board in 2010. In addition to her service on the board, Dr. Vory served as a member of the Science Subcommittee of the board and co-chaired the Governance Subcommittee. Whereas Dr. Vory, through her experience, commitment, knowledge, and leadership, contributed greatly to the momentum of discovery and the future therapies, which will be the ultimate outcome of the dedicated work of the researchers serving or receiving CIRM funding. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the governing board of the California Institute for Regenerative Medicine, on behalf of the people of the state of California, wishes to express its deepest gratitude to Dr. Christina Vory for her service on CIRM's governing board and for her dedication to the advancement of stem cell research and to the mission of CIRM to accelerate world-class science to deliver transformative regenerative medicine treatments in an equitable manner to a diverse California and world. This resolution shall take effect immediately upon its approval. Do I hear a motion to approve? So moved by Kim, seconded by Marv. Is there any discussion or comments by members of the board? This is the time to say nice things about Christina. So I'm going to start. So Christina is, over the years, she and I worked together on a variety of things, brainstorming on a number of things related to, particularly to sustainability. We developed, most of you weren't on the board at this point, we developed a notion that was sort of a CIRM Inc. for-profit concept, which we called Accelerating Therapies Public-Private Partnership, or ATP3. Christina was a great source of counsel and comment for that concept. We had many conversations on that, many conversations on fundraising efforts, particularly down in the San Diego and La Jolla areas where she has worked all these many years. Her son and my son were the same age, and our oldest son, same age in school, and fellow baseball players. So we had, of course, lots of discussions about that. She's unfortunately a Padres fan, which we'll overlook, and is sitting there gloating, waiting for the upcoming season to start, and for the Padres to win the National League West. But that's for you guys to deal with going forward. Also, Christina, and I'll leave much more comment on this to Judy, has been a stalwart on the governance subcommittee, which, as we know, put in massive amounts of work, in particular over the last year under the tutelage of Chair Gasson and Co-Chair Vory, to get to where we are today with our new chair about to take office. So for all those reasons, Christine has been a wonderful colleague, a great friend, and we're sorry to see her leave the board, but she'd been on a long time. And so it was her tenure had been termed out. So Christina, thank you so much for everything you've done. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Gasson.
Thank you, JT. Good morning, Christina. How are you?
Excellent. How are you, Judy?
I'm good. Couple of comments about my co-chair, Christina. As you just heard from the resolution, she's obviously a brilliant scientist, an incredible leader. She's done her own discovery research in her laboratory, formed startup companies to translate and commercialize her work for the benefit of cancer patients. Working with her as the co-chair was really fantastic. It was a busy year, but I've noted some of the attributes that Christina brought to the governance subcommittee. She was highly focused and organized, which in the very beginning was really important to me because there were so many things going on at the same time. It was wonderful to have a co-chair that was always on point and moving the projects forward. She's a person of great integrity and was always fair when we were trying to resolve issues and to consider things that were coming before the governance subcommittee. She was able to, in spite of her incredibly busy schedule, she was able to keep track of the dozens of activities that were going on simultaneously in the governance subcommittee. She also, you may not know this, has a rather irreverent sense of humor, which came in, which was very valuable at multiple times during the past year. I would only have one small thing to mention about working with Christina, and that was that every meeting that we had started with Christina saying, "Am I still on this board?" I cannot thank you enough, Christina. I honestly could not have gotten through the past year or a couple of years without you. And so thank you again for the members of the governance committee and the board of ICOC.
Thank you, Judy. Do we have other comments, members of the board? Shlomo.
Thank you. I want to just, it's very difficult to add to the terrific accolades which you heard from two of your erudite colleagues over here. I just want to add my personal comments. It's very rare, the board should understand, it's very rare for a non-clinical program to be designated as a NCI Cancer Center. And Christina has led designation of her cancer center for many years in a non-clinical environment. And I think there are probably less than 5 in the nation. And so congratulations to her, and may she continue with that terrific work. Under her leadership, her programs have really become a remarkable resource for drug discovery worldwide. And the libraries that have been developed at Sanford Burnham under her leadership have really served drug discovery for cancer and will continue to do so for perhaps even for decades to come. Most importantly, I believe, in looking at her scientific achievements, has been the fact that for many years, her and her environmental mentors in San Diego were studying an area which was really peripheral to cancer in terms of the microenvironment and the extracellular matrix, which everybody thought was just a byproduct of cancer. And it turns out today, especially with the advance in immunotherapy, that these are such vital molecules And her fundamental developmental work so many years ago really is bearing fruit today. And we will go back and look at those original discoveries which she made as being transformational in allowing us to enter the era of bioinformatics and studying the therapeutic potential of the cancer microenvironment. So we really owe you a lot of thanks for that. And on CIRM, I was always struck by the fact that she was always so fair. Whenever there was an argument amongst us or a disagreement, her quiet, solid, and determined voice came out and sort of sought a compromise, and was able to always to fight for the less advantage, to advance the science, to advance our equity and diversity agenda, and do it all based on very, very solid science, but at the same time with a lot of compassion and a lot of judgment, and allowing us to come to a consensus. So thank you for that, and thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Shlomo. Other comments? Joe? Go.
Thank you, JT. Hi, Christina. I think you're probably 2 blocks away from me. We don't get the opportunity to see each other as much as we should, but we've known each other since I came to Biocom, California in 1999, and you had already developed quite a level of prestige at the Sanford Burnham Previs Institute. And I can't add much at all to the incredible work that you've done that JT cited and Shlomo as well. I'm not a scientist. I'm an association head, and my job is to lead a group that promotes the success of the life science community here in the state of California in developing cures and delivering them to patients. And when I joined the board of CIRM, one of my concerns was that I don't have a true high-level scientific background. So I've looked to you all along and admired, as Shlomo said, your even-handedness, your analytical ability to question the science and question the opportunity in a way that's really allowed me to make better decisions. And I've never really had the opportunity to thank you for that, but I've always admired and marveled at the way you've approached the proposals that have come into CIRM. And it's just an honor to have you here in San Diego and to work alongside of you. And I'm going to miss you in the probably short tenure that I have left on this board, but just want to thank you for all that you've done.
Thank you, Joe. Other comments? Larry?
Yes, thank you, JT. I just want to say a couple of words that highlight my experience with Christina's judgment, and in particular, her great sense for developing collaborations. I only overlapped with Christina here at the ICOC for a few years, but I worked with her a great deal when I served something like 10 years at UC San Diego developing new stem cell programs. And in that capacity, I always found Christina to be an incredibly thoughtful asset and partner, even though she led what is understandably a competing neighboring institution. Whenever I went to talk with her in her leadership role about collaborating as opposed to competing, she always found a way to bring her sense of how to expand the common good to our interactions. She was thoughtful, creative, and always found the road to making all of us better. I think we'll miss her good judgment and cooperative demeanor here at the ICOC, but I know she has new adventures planned. But I hope I speak for all of us in wishing you the best and thanking you for your service to our stem cell initiatives in California.
Thanks, Larry. Any other comments? Anne-Marie?
I can't add much to what has been said. I want to say that many of us, I particularly, completely second everything that has been said, in particular, your persistent but quiet voice when you expressed your opinion, as was so well said by Shlomo. It helped me at the beginning when I started on this board, and it has continued to inspire me. I would also add that still in the end, there are not so many female leaders in our field, and you're one of them, and that's another source of inspiration. So thank you.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. Isabel.
Thank you, JT. Christina, we've not had a great deal of time to cross, but I do second, third, and fourth, everything that has been said here. Very proud as a patient advocate to be sitting at a table with your brilliance, and in fact, the brilliance of many people at this table. It's a pleasure to be here. But do want to thank you very much, because that is one of the things I too remembered, was that whenever you had something to say, it was something I needed to listen to, and it was something that helped me understand much better this very complex science. So thank you very much. And I hope that someday our paths will cross again. Thank you, Christina.
Thank you, Isabel. Other comments? Okay, are there any, before we vote on this resolution and turn to Christina for her comments, are there any public comments?
I don't see any, JT.
Okay, hearing none. Scott, I believe voice vote and polling members on Zoom, correct?
Perfect. All those in favor?
All those in favor of the resolution, please say aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Opposed? And
And-
Scott, will you please poll those on Zoom, please?
Mark Fisher Colbury,
Enthusiastic, aye.
Fred Fisher,
Aye.
Larry Goldstein,
Of course, yes.
Steve Julesgaard,
Yes, yes, and yes.
Rich Lahara,
Yes.
David Lowe,
Yes.
Christine Miaskowski,
An enthusiastic, yes.
Lauren Miller Rogan,
Yes.
Adriana Padilla,
Of course, yes.
Joe Panetta,
Yes, certainly.
Michael Stamos,
Most definitely yes.
and Carol Watson.
A resounding yes.
Great. It's unanimous.
There's some pretty impressive yeses. It is so resolved. Christina, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, everybody, for your very kind words. I'm really embarrassed to take this much time of what I think, as JT outlined, is really important and impressive agenda of things happening today. So just a very, very few things to say. Probably goes without saying that it has been an absolute honor and privilege to serve on the ICOC, and especially to serve with all of you, the ICOC members, both past and present. You are really an amazing group of people, and I think state of California is very fortunate to have every single one of you to support and lead CIRM. As in the comments, I felt a little bit like listening to a funeral, but in any event, as was noted, I joined ICOC really, really long time ago. Bob Klein was chair at the time, and tremendous kudos, of course, to Bob for his leadership and all he has done for CIRM by spearheading the Prop 71 and Prop 14. And it was a delight to serve on the ICOC with Bob as the leader, and definitely equally rewarding to serve with you, JT. I know you and Art will be recognized later today, and hopefully I can dial in again then, but just want to express my thanks to you, JT, and really congratulations to what you have accomplished during your tenure as the chair of CIRM. It has been absolutely remarkable, and you should be really, really very proud what you have contributed to the effort. It has been a pleasure to serve on the various subcommittees. It has been a lot of work. I'd like to thank especially Judy for her partnership. It was a lot of work, but also I hope very good outcomes what we accomplished. So really appreciated your work and everybody else in the past as well who I worked with. So thank you for all the support and your work for ICOC. Special thanks to Maria Banville for your support in your previous life for ICOC, and congratulations again, and wishing you all the best in your new and very well-deserved role as vice chair. And really thanks to Maria Milan as well and the CIRM staff for everything you do every day, and those who are on call, either patient advocates or scientists, you are really the key for the success of CIRM, and without your efforts, and especially for patient advocates' efforts, CIRM wouldn't exist. So hope everybody keeps up the good work. And if Dr. Imbasian is in the audience, I'd like to express my congratulations on your appointment as well, and all the best for your tenure as chair. And a very final note, this is a very exciting week in San Diego, with San Diego State heading to the Final Four, and Padres, of course, starting their journey to the World Series on Thursday. So especially to JT, I guess it's go Padres. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Christina, although I'm not sure that last part was really necessary, but thank you so much again for everything that you have done, and very much look forward to keeping in touch as we proceed down the road to our next adventures. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to, what's Scott? Scott's taking his glasses off. It's an indication of seriousness and assumption that I'm about to do something wrong. So we have a small additional part of the chair's report. Our esteemed former board colleague, Francisco Prieto, is getting here a little bit later, and I asked him to give some comments on his role and the role of diabetes advocates in the recent very noted reduction of the cost of insulin by Eli Lilly. So when he gets here later today, we'll have that part of the chair's report as well. So that will be it until my comments at the end as well. And with that, turn it over to Dr. Milan for the president's report. Dr. Milan is suffering from a dreaded pickleball injury, for those wondering.
Injury exacerbated by my recent career in pickleball. Good morning, members of the board, members of the public, and dear colleagues. I'm here to give an update, an annual update, but also a year-to-date fiscal year update on the CIRM programs. May I please have my slides up? Oh, perfect. Thank you so much. So in service of our mission to accelerate world-class science to deliver transformative regenerative medicine treatments in an equitable manner to a diverse Californian world, it is my proud honor to report to you today on what we've done so far since we launched the strategic plan just a little over a year ago. As you will recall, this board had approved a 5-year strategic plan that really was organized across 3 major pillars and strategic themes: to advance world-class science in a collaborative manner and actually change the culture of science to an extent, and I'll expand on that in a little bit, by developing equity in science, but also developing kind of fundamental ways that we can be better at collaborating and promoting team science through development of shared resources and building knowledge networks. The second theme is to deliver real-world solutions to overcome the hurdles in advancing therapies to marketing approval, hurdles in making this a reality, to bringing it out into the ecosystem and delivery to patients. And this is through expansion of the infrastructure programs, which I will give you an update on in a bit. And then the third pillar is to provide opportunity for all with our very important task and mission of essentially making sure that diversity, equity, inclusion, as principals, this board led the charge with making sure that was a deliberate part of our program with Isabel Duran, our board member, bringing this up during our emergency COVID program. And that has now been embedded into our funding opportunities and the way we do work. So that's really it's a start. It's not done. by any stretch, but it's a great start. And then in terms of providing opportunity for all, as you all know, with Prop 14, access and affordability had been accounted for in Prop 14. So delivering a roadmap for access and affordability is one of our strategic goals in the next 5 years. Just by way of kind of a summary of what CIRM has done so far, CIRM is a funding agency at its core. And through Prop 71 and Prop 14, we have deployed $3.8 billion in funding across five major pillars in discovery, translational, clinical, infrastructure, and education programs. Even the special programs fit into most of these programs, but we will be probably developing others that will go into other pillars. So in the Prop 14 era, we deployed just a little bit over 470 million with a 450 in R&D, and 138 million of that is in neuro so far. And that is just a kind of an organic process. And you'll hear a little bit more about from the report from the Neuro Task Force regarding how we seek to address the strategy in the areas of neuro and neuropsych and other related fields. So far, year to date in this fiscal year, as shown in the second row, are the expenditures or the board approvals for awards in all of 5 pillars, and the remaining funds for the remaining of the year till the remainder of the year till June. This is based on what the board had approved last June for this fiscal year. This will be deployed for the programs coming up, and then in June, this team will be bringing to you a new budget for approval. So what have we done so far? Through this funding, CIRM has built a diverse portfolio that spans through different disease indications and areas as shown here, significantly in neuro, cardiac, musculoskeletal, blood disorders such as rare disease, genetic diseases, and various sorts of malignancies, and other programs as well. CIRM is a translational machinery, essentially, to bring these discoveries to the clinics. So where are we in terms of our clinical portfolio? Dr. Abla Creasy provided an extensive portfolio update at the January meeting. She'll be presenting today on how we build upon that through the hunting strategy. But just a snapshot of where the clinical portfolio is at CIRM today. We have 3 active phase 2 and 3 that's pretty advanced going toward approval, cell therapy programs in eye disease, kidney, and vascular disease following bone marrow transplant. And 1 completed phase 3 trial in a neurodegenerative disease, ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, that we funded Brainstorm Therapeutics for. The data is going to be brought to an FDA advisory committee to evaluate how that data looks in terms of supporting eventual approval. There are 4 active phase 2 ex vivo gene therapies. You've heard this presentation from Dr. Creasy. Some of you who had tuned into the AAWG have heard that rare disease is a pretty significant proportion of our portfolio, approximately 50%. That's significant in that these are the types of indications that otherwise have no treatment. And it's also the indication where impact can be very great for cell and gene therapy. Another aspect of rare disease, and especially in those with expedited FDA designations, such as RMAT or breakthrough, is that there's an opportunity for these to really accelerate toward approval with small numbers because after all, they're rare. However, it also brings with it challenges and how to bring that all the way through to adoption and application. There are also 3 rare disease pediatric designations, which carry with it some downstream benefits. This is in the context of a field that's just evolving. In the past 5 years, we really are at a watershed moment for cell and gene therapy. Before, it was only a hope, a potential. Although there have been some early approvals from the FDA for certain types of cell therapies like Carticel, which is a cartilage program, or some sort of wound healing products and cord blood, really in terms of the cell gene therapy programs that we think of, the types of programs we fund, the first approvals were in 2017, just a little bit over 5 years ago. The first ones were in CAR T therapies, which are gene-modified T cells to very specifically target certain antigens on cancers. And really blinding eye disease, which is a genetic form of blindness. That program is out in the clinics and being marketed today. Just a couple of years later, there was a gene therapy approved for spinal muscular atrophy, which is a degenerative disorder which leads to paralysis, progressive paralysis of babies after they're born. That also is out in the marketplace. We're learning a lot from this in terms of the cost of these therapies, the benefit, and how to bring it out into the community. Just this past year, there have been 5 FDA approvals, one for cerebral adrenoleukodystrophy, which is a neurodegenerative disorder, a cell gene therapy for that, gene therapies for beta thalassemia, which is a blood disorder, and for multiple myeloma cancer, also for hemophilia B, and a solid tumor with a direct viral approach. So this is promising, but it's very, very early in the field. So where does CIRM come in? Where do we fit now? Are we still relevant? Absolutely, because this is just the start. There are so many challenges in developing these novel programs, bringing them through the regulatory path toward commercialization and eventually out to patients. Especially this current market, as you're all aware, it's a very tough market. Even in this past year, it's been recognized there was market decrease in investment in the space, especially in the cell and gene therapy space, as shown in the graph reported by ARM. So CIRM has continued to be a de-risker, funding programs that otherwise wouldn't be able to get support, may die on the vine and not go forward, no matter how promising they could be in the early stages. So CIRM has always played this role of taking promising high risk, high reward programs where there's benefit in terms of significant potential benefit and transformative benefit for unmet need, but where there isn't really a source of reliable funding, supporting these and then gaining traction and support down the road. We measure this in terms of what types of support and partnership and downstream funding they get. And to date, CIRM portfolio programs have attracted over $24 billion in additional funding outside of CIRM to progress those programs. And that's by way of partnership, either with biopharma, further investment, or access to the public markets. Even in these tough times in 2022, 2023, there's been $1.6 billion in partnership events for CIRM programs, and those are listed here. You'll be getting a more extensive update from our business development team. They provided an update. Shyam Patel provided an update last June, July, and you'll receive one in the upcoming months. So the cost of capital is high. And as you know, there's been some recent events with the banks, including Silicon Valley Bank, which is pretty, kind of hits home, especially with the biopharma, biotech, and early stage programs, because that was the bank that really understood what it meant to take some risks in their own way, maybe not the same risks as CIRM takes, but as a bank, they took risks for the benefit of bringing promising programs forward. So those and the additional banks coming in after that, this is going to have a ripple effect in the market. So the benefit of having CIRM funding, support, high risk, high reward, and promising programs during these tough times is something that is very special and unique to what's out there. In addition to funding programs, in addition to being able to provide capital, CIRM supports programs through actual partnership, through setting up key infrastructure, through putting in place, through our operations and the way we do business, ways to overcome hurdles to commercialization. An example of this is a manufacturing network concept that this board approved to be able to bring up the capabilities of our academic GMP manufacturing facilities so that it's more readily partnerable with commercialization partners, as well as being able to support many of the development programs and the trials that really happen in academia. It's really the place that these types of therapies are developed. So that's underway. The RFA is out, applications are coming in, and the board will be seeing potential programs for funding shortly. In addition, CIRM, when we say partnership, we also partner with huge organizations that also bring in partners. So an example of this is the Cure Sickle Cell partnership we have with the Heart, Lung, Blood Institute to advance programs and cell and gene therapy for sickle cell. That's progressing nicely. We have programs in clinical trials, as well as the recent partnership with the Bespoke Gene Therapy Network through the Foundation for NIH. That's a partnership with the FDA, the foundation, and other stakeholders to tackle rare disease. How do we navigate the development path, the regulatory path, and manufacturing challenges and practical aspects of bringing these to those in need? This past year, we also built a new program within CIRM called the Medical Affairs and Policy Department that works hand in hand with the Access and Affordability Working Group, where Vice Chair Bonneville is now the new chair. And you'll hear from Vice Chair Bonneville and Dr. Turbeville, the Vice President of Med Affairs, later on to talk about the progress toward developing a roadmap for access and affordability, as well as you'll be seeing concept amendments to refine the patient support program that this board approved previously so that we can put it within our systems to get that going, as well as some feedback from the community where many of the board members in the room had participated to inform us of what types of infrastructure programs we could put forward in the community. The question about pricing, coverage, insurers, that is still something that is very, very far away from being solved. In the meanwhile, it is being informed by how these treatments are being brought out there, even at the stage of clinical trials. So it's really important that we support access and support the best execution and development of these programs so that it'll inform all of those coverage decisions down the road as well. But you'll be hearing a little bit more about how that's problem's not solved, but the approach to doing that in the upcoming months and years. As you know, CIRM is very proud of its education programs. We've trained thousands of students through our very unique programs at the high school, undergraduate, graduate, postdoctoral level, and huge successes in terms of on-ramps to various careers and paths that otherwise, especially those students coming from underserved, underrepresented communities would not have otherwise had. Many of the board members here and team members have been immersed in the experience when we go to the conferences and the annual meetings where these students tell us about their research. And as JT says, it's always astounding how much they accomplished and how much they gain even in their short time, and the spark and passion that really instills. We really are at the I would say we're at the leading edge of this for the nation. We take part in the National Academies discussions and the GAO discussions and all that, because there is a recognition for the need to build the workforce of tomorrow. And there is actually a lot of national recognition in terms of how this is important for our bioeconomy, in terms of building a secure workforce in this space. So you've heard about these education programs. Kelly Shepard from our science team has given amazing updates. You've heard from the past DEI update that we presented to you, I think in October, about how looking at the students who enter into these programs, how they reflect the diversity of California. We will continue to build on that, and we will report on that as we progress. So that brings us to the shifting the culture. How are we doing that? We mentioned at every meeting how important diversity, equity, and inclusion is in principle, but the thing is we're putting it in practice, which is really a remarkable thing to behold. The members of this board have been leaders, Isabel Durand, Al Roulette, and other ICOC members on the grants working group have led to the implementation of an approach to looking at these considerations in grant applications. It's really remarkable. Of course, that's still undergoing. Gil Sombrano and team have been just spectacular, being responsive to how this can be done better. It's now in the clinical programs as well as the translational, and it's continuing to be developed. We are looking at this holistically across the organization, and we'll continue to report on that. In addition, our data sharing efforts are continuing. There's implementation, especially for our discovery programs, of how we have more teeth to our data sharing and knowledge networks. And you'll be hearing about actual programs from the scientific strategy team, the scientific programs team in the upcoming year of ideas for how we can empower this further. So that brings me to the end. I wanted to give you a preview for what you should expect to be in front of you for the remainder of the 22-23 fiscal year. So that means up till June. There is a neuro strategy. You'll be hearing from the chair of the Neuro Task Force, Dr. Larry Goldstein later, working very closely with Dr. Goldstein and the rest of the Neuro Task Force members to bring a proposal to the board sometime soon in terms of potential priorities and opportunities to carry out what Prop 14 had accounted for, which is a deliberate investment in the neuro space. So as I mentioned earlier, about 30% of our programs are in neuro, but the idea is how can this be structured even more deliberately to provide tangible and measurable advancements in how CIRM can bring forward that field. The roadmap to access and affordability, you'll hear a little bit more about later. Again, that's accounted for as an area of focus on Proposition 14, so much so that there's actually a formal working group in that. And so you'll hear more and more from the output of that group. The community care centers of excellence is actually also specified in Proposition 14 of how we take all of these efforts and expand that beyond academia and tertiary care centers, and how in partnership we're responsive to the needs of the community to bring everybody along and not just be the recipient of something that's just kind of thrown at them in the end, to actually be part and have also leadership in shaping that. The Alpha Clinics Network Expansion Program is underway. We had a steering committee meeting where that steering committee from the Alpha Clinics Network invited members of the leadership team so we can remain aligned in terms of what they're doing and how it aligns with the CIRM programs and strategic plan. That was incredibly helpful, and very excited about what comes from that. The Manufacturing Network Phase 1 Awards, you will see brought before you recommendations for potential programs under that initiative, and you'll hear more about that. Sean Patel at a previous board meeting had done a spectacular job kind of presenting the rationale and the format for that network, and he'll be back again. And then, of course, the money. So we are now in a budget building process, and we'll take it through our finance subcommittee and bring to the board for your consideration a 23-24 budget in June of this year. And as mentioned, DEI is an ongoing priority. We have engaged with an external contractor to have a look at our systems to give us some ideas, and more on that in the upcoming year. So with that, how much time do I have left? I can. All right. I would love to be able to, and in the previous years, I've had the pleasure of introducing new team members. So today was an opportune time to present our class of 2022, 2023 entering class, I guess. So I'm just going to go with them in order. So Emily Reyes and Maribel De La Torre are both project managers in that new team, the medical affairs and policy team. And I just wanted to give you an idea of where they came from. So Emily was a clinical research coordinator at UCSF, and she had prior positions at the Latino Health Access and the CSUF Health Promotion Research Institute. Maribel comes to us from Sacramento, where she's had over 18 years of state service, managing numerous projects across different types of state organizations. Both of them have been instrumental and invaluable to a lot of the things that you'll hear about from Dr. Turbeville later. Ben Chow is our new director of IT. He Associate Director of IT. Before joining CIRM, he was the IT Director for the Asian Health Services. He also had a role in our local organ procurement agency for transplantation. Very mission driven. We're just between his skills and IT and his kind of go-to attitude. He was instrumental in helping Jen Lewis, Pune Simpson, and other team members move us into our headquarters into a functional office. So we're really very pleased that we were able to recruit Ben. James Campanelli, also Jim, was in industry for 17 years at Q Therapeutics, leading R&D efforts. He was previously a biochemistry faculty at the University of Illinois, received his PhD from Stanford in biological sciences. Elizabeth Noblin is now a new senior science officer in review. Prior to joining CIRM, Liz was a program and project manager at 23andMe. Her PhD is in genetics from Yale, and she completed her postdoc from Stanford. Charlie Shaw, who came in February, is a new addition to our business development team. So our business development team doubled from 1 to 2. Charlie comes to CIRM after over 12 years of experience in academic technology licensing offices. His most recent position is at the Moffitt Cancer Center, where he was associate director for licensing. His PhD is in molecular genetics and microbiology from Duke University, my alma mater. He's a postdoc is in genetic medicine from the University of Chicago. But I didn't know Charlie he's very much younger than me. Scott Tosher is well known, Scott over there, is well known to CIRM and his instrumental role in the legal team in the Prop 71 era, and an awesome colleague. So he was most recently at the Sanford Burnham Priebus, and before that at Be the Match. We're so pleased that Scott came back to us. He's now the senior director of board governance, which you all know, and the successor to Maria Bonneville. Spectacular, have him. Rafael Sacasa is sitting right next to Scott. Is our new general counsel, and I think many of you have met him. He has over 25 years in corporate law, joins us after 7 years at Standard BioTools, previously known as Fluidigm. There, he provided worldwide commercial, strategic, transactions, legal support for all functions in a NASDAQ listed life science company. So that expertise will be very valuable to us in our relationships with our industry grantees. Prior to this role, he held a variety of management positions and provided legal support for a wide range of commercial, intellectual property, and corporate matters for technology companies. Janie, this is really spectacular, right? All these people coming in. Whoops, sorry. Janie Burnham is coming into the scientific programs team as a science officer. She was most recently an research and development engineer at the Chan Zuckerberg BioHub. Janie has her PhD in biomedical sciences from the University of New Mexico, and her postdoc is from Columbia University. We have Chen Lectron, who was just recently a principal scientist at Genentech and Bridge Bio. Chen joins us with a PhD in molecular and cellular neuroscience from the Rockefeller University and a postdoc from UCSF. And then we have 2 new team members coming in April. Corinne Temple Perry is now going to be our senior director of marketing and communications, succeeding half of Maria, the other half of Maria. She'll be coming in on April 17th. Isabel Duran and Maria Bonneville will be working very closely with her on the communication subcommittee. Our team is excited to bring Corinne in. The communications team, very instrumental in helping to recruit her. She's a graduate of Santa Clara University. She received her master's from Syracuse in journalism, was a communications director for March for Science, in craft and marketing, PR and communication strategy and content for Mount Sinai, Montefiore, and the neurosurgical department which, as you know, that could be a tough department, but she had a really spectacular run there and was highly regarded. She supported also academic and life science advocacy organizations, small nonprofit organizations, and most recently, she did that from her own firm, Temple Communications. So we're really pleased that Corinne will be joining us in April. And most recently in Department of Finance, Gemma Domingo will be joining on the finance team. Gemma was born and raised in the Philippines. She received her degree from the University of the Eastern Manila, immigrated to the US in 1990, and has been in state service in California, and will bring valuable skills to the finance department. Thank you for allowing me to introduce those new team members, and I'm here to take any questions you may have about the presentation or anything related. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Any questions or comments? Thank you very much for that comprehensive report, Maria. And congratulations to all members of the CIRM team for the great work and all the many different things that you're attending to simultaneously to further advance our mission here. So we just really, really, as always, appreciate it and couldn't be where we are without you. So thank you. And again, congrats to all for new arrivals who are joining. I think you will find this to be a most rewarding undertaking, and we anxiously await how things play out over the years. So thank you.
JT, Larry has a question, his hand raised.
Yes, Larry.
Thank you, Maria. Great report. Just a question about personnel. The question is, have you now reached full steady state staffing?
Not yet. I think we're up to, somebody's going to help me with this, near 50. The max that I think that we are allowed, in terms of if we were to use the allowable amount per the proposition, I think it's 85, including the 15 that were allotted for access and affordability. And thank you, Jen, Jen Lewis. Yes, so we're definitely, we're not quite doubled, but we've grown by quite a bit. I think we were in the high 30s or mid 30s before the proposition passed. So we've added not just the quantity, but the quality of team members and the expertise and diverse backgrounds that we really need to execute on this strategic plan and mission. I wanted.
So
Go ahead,
I
I'm
was gonna
sorry.
say the staff is very impressive, and I think we'll all enjoy working with them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Goldstein. I mentioned in a really past board meeting that I'd love when we can highlight the people we have inside. We call them Intel inside. And so I know that Chairman Thomas is going to introduce Dr. Abla Creasy, and it's really a remarkable way. The board had asked, how do you do hunting? And so it's a really spectacular opportunity to share kind of, how that happens. So thank you all for your interest in being so engaged and getting to know the staff and the programs. It really makes a huge difference for us. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Isabel has a question.
This might be totally out of line, Mr. Chair, but I really wanted to put this on the table. I raised it the last time. I'm looking at this fabulous staff that we've onboarded along with the ones from last year, and that we have a new communications person aboard. I would like to put on the table Miss Milan. Can we look at increasing budget for our communications department that is so crucial in this day and age to impart science to public and public concerns back to the scientists? And so I think that with our new communications person aboard, we can really have an opportunity to marry these important issues through messaging. And I think they're going to need a little help. So I don't know what budget looks like. I don't know when to present it. I don't know when to talk about it, but I do want to put it on the table once more as a concern.
Luckily, once it's voted on, your co-chair for that the communication subcommittee, I think, is very familiar with the process. And I do believe that there's going to be a way to bring that in front of the board. correct? Okay. But, absolutely, communication is key in so many layers and aspects, and it's one word, but it means so much. Thank you.
Thank you for that suggestion. Excellent suggestion, Isabel. Anne Marie.
Actually, now it's the time. Great presentation and great leadership. Thank you, Maria. Maria, our joint goal is to get these stem cell therapies to patients, meaning across the FDA. While the primary responsibility of doing that will be that of the biotech companies going through the phase 3, do you see a potential role for CIRM to facilitate this process as it's still very new for the FDA?
Yes, we not only think that, I think we already are involved in partnerships because it's critical. There's a huge problem statement out there, and that these are new technologies. We're targeting the toughest indications, small populations. If we talk about half of our portfolios in rare disease, so to be able to organize the approach, the alignment of everything that goes along with it, resources, the approach, the policy, the science, the manufacturing, the coverage issues, that is no small undertaking. And I think CIRM has already been at the table to take a leadership in the discussions, and we can determine what CIRM can do about that through its various initiatives, through its various committees.
Other questions?
Yes, thank you very much for a really informative presentation. I noted that one of your new staff has come from the ranks of clinical research coordinators, and given the great emphasis on translating the wonderful science that CIRM has supported into therapies, we've observed at UC Davis, and I'm sure the same at many other institutions, that a huge bottleneck is access to a stable workforce of clinical research coordinators. So I wondered to what extent the educational programs are highlighting this as a viable career path, particularly for students in the high school and undergraduate part of their training.
Thank you so much for that question. I mentioned the Alpha Clinics Network had a steering committee meeting and kind of a kickoff with our leadership. And we spoke about a variety of different opportunities. And one of the opportunities that will be brought up in more detail is the idea of being able to coordinate infrastructure programs. I mentioned manufacturing, but also the clinical infrastructure for supporting clinical trials and treatment with our education programs in terms of the training requirements, opportunities, coursework, and potentially in the future, looking at potential certification pathways and how that can be brought into the fold, because there's so much out there at the various universities. I know there are training programs for skills training for the undergrads even. And so to just create a path that can just, go into to create an actual on-ramp is going to be really an amazing opportunity for these 9 centers that are in academic centers to create that infrastructure.
If I can just follow up, that's really great. And we've actually had some success in Davis in implementing a pilot program through our CTSC with some of the local community colleges, because we've found that a big problem with the workforce thus far is it tends to be people who are on their way to something else, applying to medical school, for example. And so they don't see it as a long-term career path. And we think if we can go to a sort of earlier educational stage, we might be able to train people to stay. I encourage you to think about that.
Thank you so much.
I want to just second that. I think I'm very, very glad you brought that up. I think it's a very important strategic concern for California right now. And I'm wondering, have we seen a negative impact on trial recruitment in our programs because of the lack of staff? Because this is a statewide problem, and many programs have actually deferred clinical trials because of this across the state. So has there had any any tangible impact on our recruitment goal?
I don't think we have an answer to that. It doesn't, we have to also recognize that our programs tend to be smaller in scale. They're often early stage programs, and the recruitment targets are not large, and it's very closely managed between what CIRM brings to the table and our teams, and we have milestones and everything else. So it's kind of geared so that it doesn't, we overcome hurdles to that, but that doesn't mean that as an entire field that is not an issue. In fact, we have heard that from a variety of academic programs, that there just isn't the boots on the ground, those who at the various levels who are instrumental in conducting the best program for clinical trials. So there is definitely a need for workforce in that area. And we do think there is an opportunity to create pathways for that within the CIRM programs.
JT, member Haifa Abdullah on the phone has her hand raised.
I think we have Al and then Haifa. Thank you. Al?
So I wanted to acknowledge for members of the board, the Community Care Centers of Excellence listening opportunities. It's been a tremendous place to learn and engage, and to, as a patient advocate, get a sense of the perspective of the community. And so, Maria, I would endorse you highlighting that for members of the board. It has been a great opportunity for me as a patient advocate to appreciate the perspective of the board, and even in some ways speak to the workforce issues that were talked about earlier. Second, it would be very helpful to highlight that in the next president's report, and to talk about the work that's being done there and the future work that you anticipate being done through those listening sessions. Because again, it is, as I'm repeating, a great opportunity to hear the perspective of people, the citizens, the community members regarding CIRM and its potential impact, or their lack of understanding of CIRM and their desire for a greater impact by CIRM.
Thank you so much, Board Member Roulette. Absolutely. Sean Tuberville will be giving a high-level summary, but a deeper dive into that is a real opportunity for the team to kind of share that. I'm going to leave it up to our AWG chair and Sean to determine how that gets brought into the conversation, because it's related to a lot of the conversations happening there. Of course, there are elements of that that are also, really valuable, that may not necessarily be a Community Care Center of Excellence specific, but related to that, the information we're getting from the community. And we do think through this integration of our education programs and through the various ways that CIRM develops programs, to bring that into our other program development. So you'll be hearing about how that impacts on that. But a specific report back on that is something we'll take into consideration now, and we will coordinate it between the committees and the team members. Thank you so much for that suggestion.
Mr. Chair. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Haifa and then Isabel. Haifa.
Thank you. Thank you, Maria, for this report. I have a question regarding the percentage of funding that was spent on cancer research. If I understood correctly, I think I saw 2 to 3%. And I was just wondering if we would give a consideration to increasing this, given the high impact of cancer on morbidity and mortality of the people of California.
Dr. Abdullah, I think it was higher than that, but I'm going to pull up the slide because it was divided up into solid and blood cancers. So we have a significant percentage of our portfolio and solid and liquid tumors. But in terms of how our portfolio gets built, we don't specify what numbers of programs we would get in a specific area. What instead happens is that programs come in They get evaluated by the science and all of the criteria that Dr. Zambrano presents when he presents the considerations for funding, significance and impact, the strength of the program, et cetera. And then through that, they get funded. And so it's really, it's driven by the quality of the science and that what meets that meets the recommendation by the GWG and then the programmatic review of the board. But so we hadn't specified anything for cancer. It just turns out that there is a significant proportion of our programs that are in cancer. We have a very robust next generation CAR T program, as well as other types of approaches to malignancy, both solid and liquid. Let me just see if I can find if anybody is there with an assist and a percentage. That would be great. We'll get that to you. Well, I'll send over the exact percentage, but it's definitely more than 2%.
All right, thank you
for that question.
I think it's 12%. It's complicated math, but.
Thank you, Pat. Isabel.
Back to
16%.
Al Rolette's
No,
comments.
21%. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Back to what Al Rolette started. Actually, I think the community hearings we had, to Al's point, actually point out the need to do more of these. Because what I heard in the 2 meetings I was able to attend was a community very engaged in its own concerns, who wants to understand this, but who is still very much outside of understanding process, access, and the ability to engage. And I think that we're going to be able, through this process, this listening process, to show them that we have an interest in them and in hearing from them. There were some great people at these meetings doing wonderful work in their own communities, because I always say they're there because systems fail them. That's why they grew out of necessity and concern. And now it's about bringing them towards what we're doing. So we have these fabulous, wonderful partnerships. But I do think that we need to have more of these meetings. These help build those communication tracks, but it also brings the community towards the science that we're trying to bring to them. And so, to Al's point, I really, really do think that this is a marvelous exercise in communications, and it's not just related to the care centers of excellence, but to the public in general, to understand better what we're hoping to do with this marvelous but very complex and advanced science. So that's something else we need to consider as a subcommittee. So we do need more money to do it.
Nice pitch, Isabel. Maria.
There is another listening session that'll be coming up, and it's public. So board members, the working groups, anyone is welcome to attend. It's May 25th. It's in Sacramento. The team is currently working on putting that together. So we'll make sure we get an invite out. And I completely agree, Isabel, and I've been talking to Jeff Lomax about this a lot, about the need to bring somebody in to the organization who can oversee community outreach as a whole. And whether that means having grants that go out to fund CBOs that can work with CIRM to get the message out, or does it work through the community care centers of excellence? Maybe it's both. So that's definitely something Jeff and I have been talking a lot about.
Very exciting possibilities. And I agree. I learned something not just one thing, a lot of things in these listening sessions.
And I'd like to echo that, having gone to all of them. The level of enthusiasm at these meetings is palpable, and it just demonstrates that this need has been sitting out there for many years, and each and every one of these stakeholders hopes that they have the opportunity to be part of a group that applies for a community care center of excellence. And so it was great. I mean, this will materially add effectively satellites to the Alpha Clinic network, and really go a long way towards meeting the agency's goals in achieving true accessibility throughout the state. So with that, Marv, you're next.
To double back on the workforce issue a little bit again. It seems to me that there may be a great opportunity now to be explored about partnerships. So for example, there's a lot of money and emphasis on finding funding for training and engaging people with lived experience of mental illness and addiction to be providers in the community mental health and addiction treatment world. And there may also be opportunities to engage them in this work, because a broader portfolio of opportunities might be very welcome. And so I think Leandra and Al are very well positioned to help explore that for us.
Leandra.
Thank you. I just want to add my echo and amen to all that. I think that if we are truly trying to advance our DEI goal, which we spent a lot of time this past year on, that making sure that mechanisms are in place to really operationalize that is essential. And so the idea of reaching out to CBOs and partnering, to me, mirrors a best practice model of working with cultural informants, right? So our goal doesn't mean anything if we can't actualize it. And so reaching out to people in a way that they understand is friendly to them, familiar to them, is essential. So I just wanted to add those comments.
Thank you.
Thank
Pat.
Two things. One is regarding workforce. I don't know when the caps were set on specific grant areas, but I think it's really important to look at that, because part of the challenges in workforce fulfillment is the market has changed dramatically in a very short period of time. And people around this table who are involved in research, whether it's clinical trials, know this. It's painful. I've talked to several NIH Institute directors, and you might predict it's fallen on deaf ears. Their cap was set, I think, in the 1980s, and it hasn't moved. And so it's important to consider, because the cost for doing the same studies has gone up dramatically in a very short period of time. And we won't fill those positions unless we have the resources to do that, because all of us are at institutions where these positions remain open. So that's one thing. The other is that the listening sessions offer an opportunity for the communications component to be integrated in those efforts. That is, providing questions or statements, and then garnering feedback from the community about how they interpret what you just said. Isabel and I have talked about this a lot in communications, particularly complicated things like science. We say A and they hear B. They meaning everybody else who's not a scientist. And it's not that they can't understand it, it's that we don't know how to say it. So it's on us to figure that out. And so I think the listening sessions are a great place to try to garner some of that, what we would call qualitative research, and collect data throughout the state and really get a sense for how the messages resonate. And I know there's a lot of excitement, but it'd be great to figure out how we can tweak the messaging through communications. And of course, it needs a larger budget in order to do it.
Seems to be a recurring theme. Thank you. Any other questions or comments for Maria? These have been a great set of comments and very helpful. So thank you very much. We'll now segue.
Thank you so much.
Beth, how are you doing at the moment?
Let's take a quick break.
Let's take it. That sounds like you'd like a quick break. Okay, so we'll take a 5-minute break right now. Thank you.
Some hypothetical cancer treatment that is sick, something is not So one of the first things we need to know for those people is how much of a barrier is having to do that now for the patients. Correct. I think there is interest, but they have to be trained. Yeah, yeah. Very high hurdle. Yes.
Okay, if everybody can circle back to their seats, please.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to resume now. Thank you. As Maria suggested, we're segueing into Dr. Creasy's report on the topic of hunting for new potential grantees, which is a very important function of the therapeutics group and the science officers, and one of the things that guarantees CIRM's pipeline to future awards. So Abla, if you could take it from there, please.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, Madam President, CIRM's colleagues, and the public. So I'm going to cover today a key function, activity that my team, Therapeutics Development, and I are engaged in doing, what we call hunting. You might want to ask, where did the word hunting come from? It's actually part of Proposition 71. So I'll describe more of that later. So we always start our presentations with saying our mission. And our mission is to accelerate world-class science, to deliver transformative regenerative medicine treatments in an equitable manner to diverse California and world. So what is hunting? There are two simple points here: identifying and recruiting innovative cell and gene therapy projects, and most importantly, also supporting the applicants until their grants are submission. And that involves multiple meetings, involves communication either via Zoom or email, and just essentially teaching them the path on how to apply to CIRM the right way, given our background and knowledge in regulatory science, the advantage of at least being concise, highlighting the data, et cetera. So the hunting process is depicted on this slide. So we start out with, as scientists, we review the literature, and that's done on a routine basis within CIRM and outside CIRM. We prescribe to journals. We share top articles in technologies, scientific literature in this field. We also have an outreach plan all the time. Like, who do we contact? Where are the best new ideas coming from? And how can we talk to these investigators and reach out to them? And example, like when COVID-19, during the pandemic, it was very easy to identify potential sites within the state of California and talk to them about would they like to be involved. and how can they be involved? And so that becomes it's occurring on a regular basis, especially as you know, California is rich with a lot of new science all the time, but we're not limited to outreach in California. It is national and international. We also actually go to conferences, and I'm not sure many of you know, but we also fund conferences. And we are responsible for those conferences in the areas where we'd like to engender more knowledge and excitement, and again, and educating everyone about what CIRM is all about. And so that ends up being like a really good avenue for us also to meet new scientists and patient advocates and lay people who know very little about CIRM. We also do brainstorming. We meet twice a week. One team is actually labeled hunting. One meeting is labeled portfolio management. And so we discuss this in these sessions. How good, where are we? Can we do more? Do we have the right strategies, et cetera? By the way, we in no way try to bias anyone to come to work with us. It's really a way to enlighten people about what the field has to offer and why CIRM complements the field, in fact, and leads it in bringing people to learn more about how to utilize these therapies to advance for patients with unmet medical need and to advance these therapies to actual approval. We also attend virtual meetings, but we also ourselves conduct virtual meetings, either with potential applicants or, as you know, multiple societies across the country and the world often have virtual meetings, which we attend. And so we're busy communicating with folks all the time, and virtual meetings have been very helpful to us in learning a lot about what our so-called interested parties wanting to know and how can we help them. And then we network a lot. Everyone is our friend and we're friends of everyone. We actually go out of our way. You'd be surprised there are many, many places within even the state of California that know very little about CIRM. And so we actually have slide sets for lay people about CIRM and the hunting, so they understand why are we talking to them. And it's not just because we have the money. We really are advocating for moving this technology forward for the sake of the patients with unmet medical need. And they are to be educated mainly about how then to pull their information together and work with us on it in order to advance the field. And that's how we end up with the current portfolio we have, which at least for clinical, we have 88 clinical trials. Now, Maria started in her conversation that we have essentially a process on building our clinical portfolio. Hunting is a very important part of building the portfolio. So let me start showing you that process and giving you important information regarding how it all works and how do we end up with the approved grants. So we start out with the progression events. These progression events, it's a word that doesn't mean much to you now, but it will in a minute. All the grants that come in, like in discovery or translation, and are approved, once they finish that grant, if they are still doing well, they reapply to CIRM. And we call that progression. So we have several grants that moved from discovery to translation and then translation to clinical. We also have hunted applications. And those hunted applications are the ones that we're working on. You know, like we work on them sometimes from the day you start to the time they submit and actually goes to the review process. Sometimes it takes over a year. sometimes takes 6 months. It's not a simple process because they have to be ready themselves, and they had to be also, in case of co-funding, they need to have that co-funding information or quantities of dollars available to them. And then we have the unsolicited applications. We get those. Occasionally people contact us too. And we have, by the way, a clinical folder in which an email in which people can submit their requests to that email. And my team members actually, we have one project manager that checks that mailbox, and we then study whoever applied, and then have someone contact him or her to again acknowledge receipt of the request and work with them on a potential grant application. Then in the pre-submission activities, as I mentioned to you before, we do all what I said, which is we network with them, help them prepare. We actually work with them in a manner to prepare them for the application, guide them through it. All this process occurs on a regular basis, every day, almost every hour during the daytime. Sometimes, I personally get calls on the weekends, sometimes, during the holidays, because we have a timeline to achieve, meaning the grants, the clinical grants, everyone can submit a clinical grant at the last business day of every month. And the grants working group reviews those grants also most of the time once a month. There is an element that maybe I haven't discussed with you before, the element of the wall. And what the wall means is actually there is a partition between, per Proposition 71, between the review team, which is ultimately responsible for moving the grants towards review by the grants working group. And the reason the wall was generated is to protect the integrity of the review process. Once we have the applicant is fulfilled in terms of having learned everything we have to tell them and they submit the grant, that grant now becomes the property of the review team, and we no longer interact with those groups. So when the review team receives the grant, they assemble another meeting, which includes the science officers like myself and my team, as well as business development, grants management, legal, and we discuss the submitted grants together. And that's when the review team, if there are any questions, are the only ones who go back to the applicant and ask them to supply the information that's requested before the grant is shared with the grants working group. The grants working group then review the grants, and they proceed to recommend that, let's say, the application to the board for approval. And that's for all of you as the ICOC members to approve the grant. Once you approve, that's when we actually start the portfolio. So that's why we ended up, through your kindness and generosity, we ended up with 88 clinical trials thus far through that process. This is really an important process. There is never a bias by any one of us regarding advancing mainly researchers we're interested in. It's extremely objective. It often leads to, people can reapply when they do not get the grant. And we can help the folks to reapply if they did not get the grant. So it's no longer that wall is not, part of the process any longer if they are not funded and they go away, let's say, for 6 months. So we also develop hunting tools. Those hunting tools are part of our armamentarium. We use them virtually online, as well as we actually, through, again, the help of the communication team, especially Esteban Cortez, we were able to generate these flyers that we take with us to now that there are in-person meetings across the country, and they have been helpful. For the TRAN is the translation, by the way. For the translation hunting process, the process is slightly different. The TRAN applicant engagement includes only California organizations are eligible for translation grants. Applications are offered twice a year. It used to be 3 times a year, but due to the workload, it became twice a year. All applicants are offered a pre-submission consultation. Again, that's hunting-like during a 1-month window in which the application is available. So let's say there is a deadline in June. I understood for the deadline for submitting grants in June from translation, there will be the month of May that is available for those applicants to talk to us about the potential, how we can help them, and then they submit. So in the last 2 rounds of the translation program, the CIRM staff connected with about 80 applicants. In total, 39 of them submitted the applications. That's a very good batting average, and the work of the GWG starts. So what does our hunting list look like for the CLIN 1 and CLIN 2? You can tell on the slide, we have approximately 500, for exact 487 grants as on our list. This list comes again from all the contacts we've made. About 2/3 are in CLIN 2 and 1/3 in CLIN 1. 68% are from for-profit organizations and 32% from nonprofit. What is exciting for us is 38% is currently in neuro. And again, this is per, remember, our mandate to bring in many more neuro grants for the Proposition 14, which allocated $1.5 billion for that effort. We have a mix of therapeutic approaches you can see on the slide, goes from cell therapy to gene therapy, et cetera. And the device sector, we get minimal numbers of interest, and we hunt less for the device. So this is the major slide that you've all been waiting for. So the success rate for CIRM clinical applicants. The slide is really telling. Applicants who work with CIRM per the process I described earlier, we have a success rate of 66%. The number is higher in terms of, again, who work with us. The number of applicants who don't work with us is relatively small. And again, success rate is 9%. What I really would like to use this slide is in this way. I'm really encouraging anyone who is listening to this or goes on YouTube is to think of the therapeutics development scientists as their advocates for getting the CIRM grant. We follow, again, DEI, we follow, we are not committed to any one group or team. We are very much committed to just bringing the best science to, and the likelihood of the grant to succeed by going through the rigor that the grant has to go through GWG as well as through the board is really important to amplify, and for them to really get a grasp of all of that upfront before they apply. This way they have a better chance of, again, being funded. So what are our achievements as hunters? So far, the translational and clinical portfolio looks relatively nice. We have a lot of the grants are in early stage clinical development because really that's the state of the field. It's not because we go after only the early stage. We again are non-selective. We'd like to bring as many grants with robust science and in areas of that there is a need for unmet medical need. And the idea here is that there are pre-IND meeting grants, IND enabling grants, and early clinical grants. Again, this is the pathway we have to follow since we actually follow the FDA in terms of how to move the programs forward. We have smaller number in mid-clinical, and we have 2% in the late stage development, which is the pivotal and hopefully registration type clinical trials. Again, the slide shows that we have 30% in neuro. We have, again, Dr. Abdul Haq asked, we have plenty in the area of cancer, in blood cancers, hematological malignancies, as well as in solid cancers. And we also work, we have a number of grants that are in hematological disorders. And this is relatively, it's updated data as of this month. This slide is probably hard to read, but bear with me. There's a total of 126 CLIN 1 and CLIN 2 that are currently, that have been awarded. 5 of them are have moved from discovery to TRAN to CLIN, and they are in areas of Huntington, spinal fusion, Artemis, severe combined immunodeficiency, osteoarthritis, and type 1 diabetes. That's really a tribute to the grantees who were diligent in going from, again, going through the process of applying to DISC and achieving their goals there, and going to TRAN and achieving their goals. Remember, we are milestone-based, and milestone-based means you have to achieve all your milestones before and conclude what you need to do before you can move to the next stage. We have 12 programs that moved from TRAN to CLIN, and 21 that moved from CLIN 1 to CLIN 2. We have also 31 out of the 126 have progressed to clinical stage. That's 25%. That's actually a very good score. And then we have, I think 12 out of the 31 moved to being partnered. So that's 21%. And so that's also a tribute to the work that has been done with the grantees and business development, as well as really the robustness of the results that these grants have had. And just so for those of you, the ones that were partnered are all in the red writing with a red asterisk on them. And so that essentially takes me to one more topic that we wanted you to, I wanted to share with you, which has to do with encouraging all of our clinical grants to work with the FDA and attain an accelerated designation. And you might ask, why do we do that? Because if you get an accelerated designation, the likelihood of you having more access to the FDA and working closely with them is very high. And that's, remember, although we guide them through and we have, like I mentioned in my last presentation, that we have clinical advisory panels, we actually now have a market approval advisory panel that we're starting. But actually those then grants that do attain the accelerated designations include 15 of them, and they have attained either regenerative medicine advanced therapies designation, breakthrough designation, or a fast track designation. And that has been, again, it's like getting an award. And it's a very important award to get, even for partnering, also for, again, facilitation to be having more access to the FDA. There are also 3 grants that got the pediatric rare disease voucher, and that's worth millions of dollars, more than hundreds of millions of dollars. And those grants that are able to, they apply and they actually are considered eligible, that's also another ticket that will help them move their programs forward. So in summary, 2 simple things. One thing to tell you that hunting continues to be a resourceful grants recruitment strategy. I hope you agree. And therapeutics development welcomes all of you on the table, as well as the one on virtual, to please provide us your input, how we can enhance, diversify, or potentially even focus the clinical portfolio in areas of higher interest to you and to the community. And with that, I will show you the photo of the hunters. This is the therapeutics development team. And I thank you really for all of us on behalf of the therapeutics development team. We thank you for your continued support. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Abla. That's, I think, the first time we've ever had that report. That was really, really interesting. And by the way, a most august group, if I've seen one. Comments, questions, members of the board. Start with Start with George first, and then go to Isabel, Kim, and all and others. So, George.
Thank you for that very illuminating presentation. Thank you for that very illuminating presentation. I was impressed with the statistics that you gave of the difference between the success rate of applicants who work with CIRM versus those that do not work with CIRM. It's quite a big difference, and I'm assuming that the offer is there for anyone who wishes to apply to work.
Absolutely, absolutely. We actually like to advertise that. We want to help everyone. The main reason I think the success rate is high, because we stay on top of what the regulators want. We stay on top of what the robust science, how they can present their science. What data do they have? How can they present it differently so that the grants working group can see the merit of their application? So we are essentially a highly experienced team that knows the whole field, and we use our again brainstorming session, connectivity with each other and with the field to help everyone.
So my real question is, you broke it down versus in terms of success versus who worked with you and who didn't, but it would be interesting to know what percentage of the applications are unsolicited applications versus the ones that were hunted. Were hunted most of the applications or not? And what were the success rates ultimately for those you hunted compared to those who were unsolicited?
I'd say I think if I were to quote Gail, the success rate for all of the clinical grants is about 50%. And so whether they got hunted or unhunted total. And so if for the ones on our hunting list is large, but not everyone applies. And so this is why the number was 151 versus 11. So the ones that apply are the one with our guidance are the ones that I was showing.
Right, but I was really also asking what percentage of the applications are solicited versus or hunted, I should say, versus the number that are unsolicited?
About 50%.
50-50, okay.
And JT, we have questions on,
Okay.
from members on the phone
I
as
think
well.
we had a couple in here first, and we'll get to, oh, if that's okay. Start with Isabel and then Kim, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Abla, great job. 2 attaboys and a question.
Of course.
First of all, I love the metrics on, successfully helping people manage and get through and succeed. And I love that idea because I think that perhaps young investigators and or young organizations or those attempting to swim with the big boys need help. Are you seeing more applications from, communities or investigators of color, agencies of color, institutions where they're supporting more young investigators of color? In other words, are we seeing diversity, or are these the same old players?
No, we see a lot of diversity. And in fact, we see a lot of diversity in terms of young investigators who are just starting, who wants to do some small companies that came to California because of CIRM through us and started working, and often have the diversity of approach, diversity of, projects, etc. We have one team member who reviews all the DEI plans for all the grants. And we made sure that we have collaborated with the review team to have that whatever we coach the applicants on DEI is consistent with what you see, what ends up being similar to the rubric for what you guys have been using, et cetera. And so I can't say that it's totally, 100% diverse. It is. We see a lot of diversity, would like more diversity, but it's really dependent on who's involved in the type of science we're looking for, because we are requesting, for example, folks who work on small molecules and large molecules, that there has to be an involvement of stem cells. Not too many, so there are a lot of good projects with small and large molecules that don't affect stem cells or not involved with stem cells. But also the whole area like gene therapy, who's pioneering working in gene therapy, and there is no requirement for stem cells. And we are starting to see more smaller, smaller in size companies, especially and nonprofit, I guess, teams applying. We'd like to engender more interest in applying from more diverse groups, but we're still, working on it.
And I have 2 more. So are you seeing a shift in the understanding of what a DEI plan looks like amongst these institutions when they apply? Are they already showing you this, or are you helping them get there in terms of a DEI plan?
The truth, it's a combination of everything you said. So we are helping them. We show them sort of like what a successful DEI plan looks like, what they need to do, because the truth is, most of the time they just want to say, oh yes, we recruit different genders, different ethnic groups, etc. But we clarify very clearly what's needed. And so it's almost like giving them a little bit of a recipe, but then we review it again and say, no, you did not, really come up to the where we want you to be. And so you need to do more. And sometimes, what I forgot to mention is that many applicants request our help, but some don't listen.
You should tell them that the FDA will pay attention to that. All of the federal government is invested in DEI. And while it might be word salad, once again, if we can show accountability through our plans, we help the feds be better.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to quote you, Isabel.
Feel free.
So, but it's a really, again, whoever is listening, please follow the guidelines we provide you, because at the end, you're better off, because they decide it's sort of, okay, it's Wednesday, Thursday is the deadline. I haven't been able to reach what you want me to do. I'm going to gamble and apply and submit my application. If that situation happens, then they get to see the outcome, which is most of the time they are then either not recommended, or they're recommended but with changes, etc. And so it's probably, in order to then get, at least for clinical, a score of 1, it's best to have everything put together the way that we had. We're not always also correct. We try our best to be. Yes. Yeah. No, I mean, what's important is, because we can't read the minds of the grants working group, they may decide to go differently, but based on our batting average, we actually know very well what's important, like what do you highlight, where are your data, what does your Gantt chart say, how robust is your science, are you really affecting a stem cell, show us the evidence. So there are, per the schema I showed you, there are 2 rounds of eligibility done by us as well as by review. And when it's done by us, it's also in association with the review team.
I have one last comment. And this is the thing that has disturbed me from the very beginning when you introduced the term hunting. I have a very visceral response to that word.
Yeah,
I think in this time in this country, that imply, and I even looked it up to see if I could find a softer, kinder word, and everything about that term hunting refers to shooting, stalking, bagging a victim. I'm wondering, and Dan was kind enough, and we looked up a couple of antonyms or other words that we could find that would, because the process of what you're doing, I think, is wonderful. But the term hunting is so negative to me, and how it will be received amongst different groups, I'm not sure. But I think, once again, messaging, verbiage, context, all of that is really necessary when we use a term like that. I'm really proposing that we change that. I know what you're trying to do, and I think you've outlined it, but there's something about that word that I think in this day and age is not appropriate.
I hear you, but let me read you something. So we have a document that says the wall and how that was generated by the attorneys. And in that document, it says, per a policy that was established since Proposition 71, the CIRM science officers are to hunt for projects. That's how it originated. Right. For assist potential applicants in fashioning the strongest proposals and partner with awardees to accelerate stem cell treatments to patients with unmet medical need, while simultaneously protecting the integrity and independence of our review process by prohibiting, and that, I think that's enough.
I think we got it, but that doesn't mean we can't
No,
change. That means that
I'm on your side, yes.
So can we consider something? And I absolutely, if anybody has any idea.
How about gather?
Recruit.
I mean, searching, looking, evaluating, and a lot.
Speaking.
Well, please submit your comments to Scott. And I will listen and we'll select the one that is more amenable to your choice.
Yeah, I appreciate, sorry, that the proposition uses the term hunt, but she just read it, I thought, anyway. But in any event, I do think we need to get something that's more acceptable. So I agree completely with Isabel. Okay. It's not in the proposition, as I was saying. So so let's do come up with something that's
okay, happy. I'm glad. Look, more input the better. And that, like I said, if there are any other things that you'd like us to do differently regarding the portfolio and who to introduce CIRM to and all of that, please, because your input is very valuable to us because we're in it together to advance this area of science to all who need it.
Maria, do you have a comment there?
I wanted to thank Isabel for bringing that up. And I think more and more, we're going to be developing kind of lexicons and things like that with our external consultant. And this will be on the list because there are a lot of, terminologies or ways of expressing things that we just need to evaluate. We're in a different time. So thank you very much.
Okay, Kim, if you can hold on 1 second, let me just pick up a couple folks on the online here. So Haifa and then Fred. Fred, then Haifa. Sorry, Fred, then Haifa.
Hi. I'm in full agreement with Isabel's last point. And I apologize for not being there with you all in person. I appreciate the report, but as usual, I'm a little confused. And it might be because I'm still new. Whether you use the term hunting, seeking, pursuing, it doesn't actually align with what I heard the strategy to be. And again, as a layperson, I bring sort of my own assumptions that might be incorrect. But based on sort of intuition, when you're looking, it implies you're looking for something specific, something that's targeted, something that's focused. And I didn't get that sense at all from your presentation. And we have, and I'm part of this new neuro work group. And I saw that on one slide, neuro is 38%, on another slide it's 30%, but regardless of which slide you looked at, it's the largest slice. And I've come to learn through other presentations that that neuro slice includes all kinds of things, some of which a person might intuit are in fact neuro, others that people might not necessarily understand. I'm certainly coming to understand a broader definition of neuro. And I don't know how we can pursue an initiative without being clear on priorities or being clear on having a particular result in mind. Isabel has me choosing my words now very carefully. I was going to say target, but now I'm censoring myself. So the length of this comment is in part Isabel's fault because I'm having to censor myself as I'm talking, which isn't always easy. So it seems odd to me that we're going out of our way, if I understood you correctly, not to set priorities around the kinds of projects we're looking for, while simultaneously launching initiatives that are in pursuit of specific priorities. And those priority areas are turning out to be so large. I'm wondering how we decide or develop a strategy that actually gets us where we think we need to be going. Every grant area that you described probably has a zillion subsets. If we, and my experience on grants review teams on a bunch of them, there are no shortage of proposals. I mean, we have processes that take 2 days just to get through the number of proposals we have. So maybe you can clarify for me whether the pursuit of applicants is informed by a set of priorities or whether we're just casting as wide a net as possible and seeing what comes in. And how does that fit with certain areas where clear priorities have been set, although the priorities within those areas might be so vast that we have to develop priorities within priorities. I hope some of this makes sense to you or others in the room, but to me, when you're looking for, to me, our process, I'll say it this way, and then others can happily disagree. It seems to me our process needs to be much more focused if we're going to achieve the outcomes that we're looking for, and not just casting a wide net and calling it hunting, seeking, pursuing, whatever you want to call it. Because when you're doing those things, you have a target in mind, and the strategy that I heard you describe seems to not have any kind of priority focus.
Thank you, Fred, for your input. We've asked for input so that we got one.
So does that mean my assumptions and what I heard are correct?
Well, before the Proposition 14 passed, we've always had a casted net that everyone can apply, any topic apply, but most important criteria was stem cell involvement. Then we got gene therapy was allowed. And then also the prioritization, because the $1.5 billion for neuro was prioritized. So that's essentially in a nutshell. So everyone can apply irrespective, as long as the stem cell is involved with the therapy. All the other areas that are allowed, anyone can apply as well. And so we only started doing having neuro as a priority since the Proposition 14 passed. But in fact, if you look at our portfolio before Proposition 14, neuro was high as well. And so that's where we are.
Yeah, and clearly I didn't get my point across, but perhaps others can state it better than I did. Because what you're describing is just a general awareness of the opportunity to apply for CIRM for funding. And and it seems like we've been relatively successful doing that, but we have specific priorities that we have to pursue. And we can't pursue priorities while taking a generic approach. So, but others may know better what I'm talking about.
No, I understand fully what you're saying. I think most importantly is this is why we're seeking your input.
Yeah, Fred, I think historically, we have not had rounds that were dedicated to specific scientific conditions. And we have obviously rounds that are that prioritize things like education on the one hand or whatever, but with respect, it has traditionally been all comers in the rounds. If the board feels that it should develop certain segments that you want to focus on in a given round going forward, that's another thing. But historically, that has not been the case up until when neuro was carved out specifically in Prop 14. Doesn't mean that needs to be the way it is going forward, but that has been the strategy that has led to the diversified portfolio that you see in the report. I think if the board chooses to address that issue and develop more priorities for future rounds, that's great. But heretofore, that has not been the case.
I actually don't think that's what Fred was referring to. I think Fred just wanted to understand if there are focus within the organization about specific goals that need to be met, if then the strategy for getting new projects in is then focused on those priorities. And if that occurs, great. If not, is there a manner by which that could be brought forward to the board as an understanding of where the focus and the priorities are. And I think that's all. I don't necessarily think Fred was asking for specific calls, although that's obviously something the board can do.
Well, can I also say that, Fred, when I stood up here, I wasn't presenting a strategy. I was presenting a process. That's how hunting looks like. That the strategy will come at some point, but this was only a snapshot of what hunting looks like and how we do it. It's the process slide, not a strategy slide.
Okay, can we go, we had Haifa on
One
online.
last thing, JT, because then the term hunting is terribly inappropriate for all the reasons Isabel was pointing out, but also in the context of hunting, because you don't go fishing for salmon with the same gear that you're looking to catch a marlin. If we're hunting, we ought to be clear what it is we're looking for. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Fred. Haifa.
Thank you. I echo Fred's comment regarding setting up priorities in the recruiting process for applicants. And again, I'll go to the example of cancer, being an oncologist and doing this every day. I know, for example, that cellular therapy is really lagging in the area of solid tumors compared with malignant hematology. And just to give one example, we have a patient in the practice with pancreatic cancer who's really eager to get into cellular therapy. And when approached about a clinical trial, we were told that the waiting list currently for that clinical trial is probably about a year, which probably the patient will be long gone before he gets a turn on the clinical trial. On the other hand, in malignant hematology, we have so many competing trials now for stem cell therapies and CAR-T and other cellular therapy approaches. So as we are thinking of our priorities, maybe, then we need to think of how many trials are available, are available in different areas of diseases, and maybe thinking of the impact of these different diseases on morbidity, on mortality in California, and helping us choosing in this process.
Thank you, Haifa. Kim? If I can go after you.
Yes, thank you very much. Before my comments, I just want to say a hard yes to Isabel's reaction to hunting. That term really had a visceral effect on me as well. So I definitely urge you to find something else. Having said that, I am very proud of being affiliated with an agency that is so proactive in working with prospective grantees. That is not a feature of all grant-making bodies, and I think it's really commendable. It does have an opportunity, as Isabel mentioned, to be much more targeted in the search for not the usual suspects. And you didn't go into a lot of details about the literature that you search, the conferences that you attend, but individuals from under-resourced groups might not be at those big conferences that cost an arm and a leg to go to, might not have the opportunity to publish in high-profile places, but nevertheless may have good ideas. So I would urge you to build into your strategy ways to find those gems that are out there of ideas that may not necessarily surface through the usual routes. And then the final thing I will say is, in my current position, I spend a lot of time talking to prospective faculty members. And I will say that even well-established faculty who are coming from outside the state of California don't know about CIRM. And part of that is on us as in the educational institutions to make sure that our new faculty realize what a golden opportunity this is, but also anything that you can do to help us communicate that. It is a wonderful recruiting tool for faculty working in these areas, and I've used it quite effectively, but having tools and collateral to use is very helpful. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Keith?
Thanks, Kim. We actually preceded several things I wanted to ask. But that was great. And just to be, to kind of drill down more specifically on what Kim was talking about, it seemed to me that when I heard about the recruitment process, that it was a great opportunity for CIRM to be really proactive in its DEI efforts, in seeking out investigators that aren't in the mainstream, aren't in the privileged set of investigators that are funded routinely, to provide them the kind of counsel and support that CIRM is offered. And it really is, to my knowledge, unique among funding agencies to have this sort of counseling process that helps people move towards success. I think that that's great, and it would be a great DEI leverage point that I think that CIRM could really be proud of and stand up as an example of the kinds of things that could really occur. So that's that side of my comment. The other side of my comment was really, if Fred was confused about how this process works, I'm with an order of magnitude below that, or above it, maybe in my confusion. And so maybe you can help me a little bit. When you first talked about the process, whatever it ends up being called, I thought it was very interesting because you said you're kind of scanning the literature and going to meetings and hunting out investigators who may not know about CIRM, but would where their work could actually contribute in important ways and tracking them down. And it seemed to me that I was projecting, apparently incorrectly, that really meant that you had an idea of the areas that you wanted to have CIRM cover, and you were ensuring that that could happen, that the portfolio will be filled in the appropriate ways that you wanted, by actually tracking down people in those areas and recruiting them to apply for CIRM funding. But now I guess I'm in response to Fred's questions. I thought that I'm now thinking that that's not true, and that you're just recruiting the best people who may not know about CIRM. I'm not sure what the targeting of the recruitment is when you're saying you're doing this very kind of interesting process of scanning the literature and going to meetings and so forth to be able to identify people that would benefit from CIRM funding, and in turn whose work would benefit the missions and goals of CIRM. So when you're doing this recruitment process, how do you identify, what is the endpoint by which you identify those that you recruit? I think that Kim and I would say that it's a golden opportunity to exercise DEI goals. That would be great. But in terms of the scientific goals, is there some sort of a prioritization mission focus that you attach to what this recruitment process looks like?
Thank you, Keith. So we're not biased towards any one scientific area. And so, for example, RNA therapy, when we read the literature and see that RNA therapy was useful for oncology, whatever, we look for like who is working on RNA therapy for oncology. Can we attract them to work with us? Those are the kinds of approaches. If we're going to bring in innovative new technologies, new therapies to CIRM, we go after, we welcome everyone, but when we are actually making an appointment or meeting with someone at a booth or whatever, regarding the program they're doing, if it is an RNA therapy, we say we don't have any of that at CIRM. Would you like to apply? So we are trying to increase the odds of bringing programs that are also, for example, what Dr. Al-Haq was mentioning, solid tumors. We'd like to attract people who work on solid tumors in cancer. So we're aware where the unmet medical needs, if you want to consider that as a bias, but otherwise, we do not stop anyone from applying. And this is why part of my mission today is to say to everyone who sees this, is please apply and we're here to help you.
Just one quick follow-up. So I don't think you showed us a slide where you were doing this recruitment process in the discovery realm. Maybe maybe I missed it, but is that true? Or what's the kind of fraction of recruitment that you do in the 3 domains of discovery?
We
Translation and clinical.
Sorry, Keith. So we are in translation and clinical. I represent that team. But as far as discovery, again, I think we get so many applicants in discovery, so there is no need for them to hunt, if you want to call it hunt or target. But I don't know the answer to that. Do you know, Maria? Does discovery team hunt?
So I wanted to just kind of take this conversation to a level where I think we can take the input, because I do think we're in a different phase in CIRM. ABLA is presenting on clinical stage programs, and in the Prop 71 days when the field was very young, we were looking for promising programs that needed that help to get from translation to clinical trials. There was a lot of emphasis on driving more toward, clinical trials. And now we're, with the re-up, we are building the base, right? Discovery research and all that. And now we also have an opportunity to reevaluate not just what we call hunting, but in terms of the board can, have this opportunity to look at priorities and, discuss proposed priorities and bring them forward. The first use case is this neuro task force, where within even the neurologic field, there might be a priority set. Once there are priorities set, what the CIRM team does is take priorities and take the scope of what our funding opportunities allow for, which are board approved. And those are the areas that we foster, right? So the scope is pretty broad right now. It's cell and gene therapy across all indications. The board always has the opportunity to evaluate within that broad scope, is there an opportunity to really shape an aspect of the field? And those are the things that we welcome, some input in terms of how to do that. And those are programmatic considerations. So when the board has grants brought to them for approval, there's always the opportunity at the board level to prioritize what you will support for funding versus not. So so you may have all these programs brought to you, but you may decide that solid tumor CAR Ts should be a priority because it's not well taken care of versus liquid tumor CAR Ts, or certain disease indications that are unmet and or something that has a feature in it that you think needs to be brought forward. So what I guess what we'd like to be able to do is, if the board has this desire to discuss this, is that to please let us know, because we could get a sub team of, a subgroup of the CIRM team to brainstorm with you so that it can be brought through the various committees and then to the board. The second thing about fostering underserved or underrepresented scientists and faculty, I think that's a very important point. And again, that's another opportunity that the board could ask us to look at. In the past, CIRM has had specific programs to build the field. So there were leadership awards. That was a very, very different purpose of bringing in talent to California. There were also new faculty awards. So those who didn't have as much of a publication record or a presence in the field may have the opportunity for funding, and then that may lead to the institutions being able to bring in new talent because this opportunity is available through CIRM. So I just wanted to invite the board to please let us know, and then the internal team can help brainstorm with you some of your ideas and then work it through so that it can come here for tangible items to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Judy.
Yeah, I want to echo Maria's point, and I do think when CIRM is formed first to be agnostic about all the scientific idea with a focus on unmet medical need is great, because we don't want to never really believe in any top-down science or running by committee to say what is a good science. And so the whole innovation need to come organically. So I think that's a good thing. And what you just mentioned about somewhat like a shake up and have the focus, definitely, I mean, as a drug developer, that's the key, right? Because we don't want to really promote so many different projects, none of them succeed. So that doesn't really help. So I think that's more or less maybe the board does need to make that decision. How do we want to have a little bit top down? That's totally different approach, though. I mean, there's nothing right or wrong. So I think it's something, personally, I think that's a big topic. If I were in my organization, that's a huge topic about so-called strategy. I think that's what I heard a lot of members saying that. I do have a second totally different topic, and I will bring us, if anybody want to continue that topic, it will be great. But I look at the 21% of the acceleration label from FDA. Frankly speaking, I think that's too low. We achieve, because given we put in the thought about the innovation science and everything, so I think we got to be able to go higher. I wonder how much maybe it's done before my time, because I'm somewhat new also to the board, the proactive engagement with the agency. So many organizations or many institute or nonprofit have been doing this, like really actively engage with the FDA and frankly speaking, promoting certain things also. So, and I have to say the agency definitely needs this also, because everybody's learning the cell gene therapy area, not just the industry, the science, but also the agency. I feel CIRM is a great position to do that. And I would definitely promote, we should put more resource on that. And that will help connecting all those projects we are funding towards the right direction, ultimately helping the patients. So I will suggest we should look into that to see how we can getting even more of the accelerated track.
Can I please reply? As you saw, our portfolio is in early development. You get accelerated designation when you have preliminary clinical data that's convincing to the agency to give you the accelerated designation. So there's only 5% of the portfolio is in the area that actually can get an accelerated designation. That's one. And two, I think that we had 31 out of 126 that have accelerated, 15 out of 126. So the most important is that when the teams are ready and have preliminary clinical evidence, we work with them, and some of them get denied and some of them are awarded. And that's, in fact, we're very proud. We've had multiple RMET designations within our teams before anyone else had. And so I like what you're saying, Judy. We are trying to achieve it, but the teams are not ready to go to the FDA for those breakthrough and RMET and fast track yet.
Oh, please don't get me wrong. I don't mean to criticize, but I think my understanding about 21% is out of all those clinical programs, right? That's on the table. So in the clinical program, definitely phase 1, you can still get the fast track. So anyhow, I don't mean to argue about like the low performance of by any means, but just promoting about we as the institute promoting this particular direction, we should really hand in hand working with the agency very closely. And that's ultimately really can help patients.
We are actually working very closely with the FDA through also the bespoke program for rare diseases. We're members of that, which includes the FDA. Actually, there's a person in the FDA part of that task force or consortium, as well as Pfizer and Novartis, et cetera. And so we are on that at that table as well, working closely, learning what new things the FDA wants to be incorporated into the grants. And that's part of what we teach our science officers, so that they also work with the grantees to learn, when do you apply for a fast track? When do you apply for an RMET? How do you get those designations? When do you file or orphan, et cetera. And so we appreciate it. We really do like working with the FD, and we think we can always do better. But I think based on our portfolio, I think it seems, by the way, also, I just want to emphasize one point. It's just like when the student is ready, the teacher will show up. If the applicant doesn't want to do it, I can't force them. And that's how it works.
Leandra, then Maria.
Dare I be the psychologist in the room? You know, first of all, good job on your report.
Thank
I
you.
think that's appreciated, and I want you to feel that from the board. I also noticed there's a lot of recommendations that might be coming across as maybe criticizing or maybe some defensiveness there, and that's just normal human stuff. Might I suggest that in keeping with the fact that our goal, I believe, as a group is to inform the work of the staff and team that's doing an amazing job leading CIRM and the board as well, that maybe there are opportunities that we can look at for board members to provide advisement on strategy, et cetera, because it sounds like there's a lot of ideas here, and maybe there's a way that we can formally do that so that staff and board can work together to ensure that we're seamless in our, in the execution of the mission. And so not to take away from the robust discussion that's happened here today, I think it's a good example of maybe when we haven't had enough consultation and work together, and we're so eager to do it here. So I want to respect the rest of the meeting time. Might I suggest that there be a time on a future agenda, either of the board meeting or behind the scenes, where folks can continue to have conversations?
Thank you very much.
Oh, you would like to stop talking? Yeah.
I don't
I'm trying to help you.
I don't want to be defensive, but I really appreciate it. And that's what was the line that I put at the last slide. We'd like all of your input. We'll work with whoever of you is interested in figuring this out, and welcome all your comments, and we can start that tomorrow.
And it's dangerous to put, we welcome all your input in a board meeting like this with all these experts around the table. So love the openness, and thanks for hearing my suggestion.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Leandra. Very good suggestion. Maria.
I think, thank you so much. I think that was right on point. And Judy, thank you for that suggestion. I think this is a great starting point because it's on a per project basis, but kind of a more broad portfolio approach is definitely, I think we might be at that stage. So we welcome you and other board members to have kind of a think tank about this, and we'll follow up with you on that. Thank you so much. Great opportunity.
Okay. Very vigorous discussion there. Are any other further comments? Hearing none, Abla. Thank you. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you all board members. Very important discussion. Okay, now we're going to go on. Finally made it out of the president's report, perhaps an all-time record. That wasn't to you. That was just large, royal president's report. Okay. So consent calendar. We have 3 items, which we will, unless anybody wants to take them out for individual discussion, consider en masse as a group. Consideration of minutes from January 26th, consideration of appointments to scientific members of the GWG, which you've seen, and consideration of new board member committee appointments. Maria as co-chair of the Communications Subcommittee, Pat Levitt as co-chair of the Governance Subcommittee, and Mohammed as co-chair of IP and Industry Subcommittee. Are there any of those items anybody wants to take out of the consent? Yes, Kim.
I don't want to take it out of consent, but I'd like to go on the record with a comment that it's disappointing that the proposed members of the GWG are all male, as far as I can tell.
I agree. The first thing that was noticed.
Okay, thank you, and duly noted.
Is there any way to rectify it?
Okay, I think we'll pull that one out and have Gil get a chance to respond to that. So with respect to the other 2, do we have a motion to approve items 5 and 7?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any? Marv and George. Any discussion, questions on those items? Any public comment? Okay, consent, we can have voice vote here and then polling individually by Mr. Tosher on the phone. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Mr. Tosher?
Sorry. Mark Fisher Colbury. Mark? I'll come back. Fred Fisher,
Aye.
Larry Goldstein,
Yes.
Steve Julesgard, and Steve, you muted? I'll come back. Rich Lahara,
Yes.
Christine Miaskowski,
Yes.
Lauren Miller Rogan,
Yes.
Adriana Padilla,
Yes.
Joe Panetta,
Yes.
Michael Stamos,
Yes.
Carol Watson. Carol, are you on mute? Sorry, let me come back one last time to Mark Fisher Colbury. Steve Julesgard. All right, the motion carries.
Thank you. Now back to item 6, consideration of appointment of the scientific members of the GWG. We need a motion first before we get into discussions. Our motion to approve.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Marv, seconded by Linda. Now we'll get into, I think we've had our opening questions comment. Dr. Sombrano, will you please come forward to respond?
Thank you for the question. And we don't talk a lot about this when we bring to you nominations for grants working group, often in the consent calendar. But I do want to give you some background on what we do before we bring these nominations to you. We are equally disappointed in not having a more diverse group that we can bring to you each time. But our goal is not to limit the people that we have just to what you're seeing today on that sheet. We maintain a broad group of individuals, about 250 to 300 is our target for membership on this panel. And we go about this process by seeking out experts in a variety of areas as we need them. And when we do that, one of our priorities is actually diversity in a variety of ways, including ensuring a greater gender balance, ensuring that we have people of color, ensuring that we have experienced and less experienced individuals coming into the fold and being part of that group as a whole. So what you're looking at is a small group of individuals that we're bringing back. Some of them are new. One of them is in particular because of their expertise in manufacturing for a review that we have coming up. A couple of them are reappointments of individuals who have served for a long time. All of the individuals, with the exception of the manufacturing expert, we selected and brought on to the working group because they have had, or we have had experience bringing them in. We usually bring them in initially as a specialist reviewer to a grants working group meeting to make sure they meet basic criteria in participating, showing that they have the expertise and knowledge, and basically show up, which is a critical, important element in participating with the grants working group. So I do recognize the fact that in this current cohort that we're bringing to you, it doesn't represent the diversity of the panel we want to have as a whole, but our efforts do continue to work towards that end.
Gil, sorry.
I'm sorry, who was Isabel?
Gil, would it be nice to, would it be nice? It would be nice to send us a chart that shows that diversity, that breakdown, that, so that we can see where we're at with that.
Yeah.
I know we started working on this. sometime
Yes,
ago.
absolutely. And that's also something that we're working on, how to segment the group, because it's a very international group. And part of what we mentioned, the DI consultants, one of the key questions I have for them to help us with is how to even identify the appropriate categories to demonstrate the diversity of a very international group that doesn't always necessarily fall into the categories that we utilize within the US for characterizing race, ethnicity, and so on. So it is, you know, part of the bigger picture of what we want to bring to you in terms of demonstrating the diversity and, you know, across different areas, as I mentioned. So absolutely.
Scott, anybody online have their hands up there?
I don't see anyone.
Okay. Any comments from the public? Hearing none, Mr. Tosher, will you please call the roll?
Haifa Abdullah.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Are we calling a vote on acceptance of?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Haifa, could you repeat your answer?
Yes.
Thank you. Mohammed Abu Salam,
Yes.
Dan Bernal,
Aye.
Kim Barrett,
Aye.
George Blumenthal,
Yes.
Maria Bonneville,
Yes.
Kim Barrett. Oh, sorry. Just, it's a very small type on this, so. Judy Chow,
Aye.
Leandra Clark Harvey,
Aye.
Anne Marie DeLiege,
Yes.
Isabel Duron,
Yes.
Mark Fisher Colbury, Fred Fisher,
Yes.
Elena Flowers,
Yes.
Judy Gasson,
Yes.
Larry Goldstein,
Yes.
David Higgins,
Yes.
Steve Julesgaard, Rich Lahara,
Yes.
Pat Levitt,
Yes.
David Lowe,
Yes.
Linda Malkus,
Yes.
Shlomo Melmed, Christine Miaskowski,
Yes.
Lauren Miller Rogan,
Yes.
Adriano Padilla,
Yes.
Joe Panetta,
Yes.
Al Roulette,
Yes.
Marvin Southard,
Yes.
Michael Stamos,
Yes.
Jonathan Thomas,
Yes.
Carol Watson, Carol, Keith Yamamoto. Are there any members whose names I did not call?
Just confirming, to Scott, Mark Fisher Colbury is a yes.
Great, thanks very much, Mark. Anyone else? Thank you. Okay, JT, motion carries.
Thank you. On to action items. The first involves convening the application review subcommittee. It is consideration of applications submitted in response to discovery stage projects program announcement DISC 0. Presentation by Dr. Sobrano. Gil.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to present to you the recommendations from the Grants Working Group for the latest round of the DISC 0 awards. As we all have been doing, starting with our mission statement, but important here because we not only do this internally, we do this with our Grants Working Group, making sure that they're on the same page with us in terms of what it is that we're trying to achieve as an organization, at that they are with us on the same page in terms of our accomplishing our mission. So let me tell you a little bit about the DISC 0 or Foundation Awards, the purpose of these this funding opportunity was to broadly reinitiate funding for the STEM progenitor cell and genetic research at a basic fundamental level, and to support studies that address basic knowledge gaps or bottlenecks in the regenerative medicine research field, including the advancement of stem cell-based tools for innovation. The objective of the Foundation Awards isn't necessarily, like many of our others, to result in a product type of some kind. It could, but mostly it is to fill knowledge gaps as indicated in the first slide. So projects can culminate in the discovery or technology that would advance one of or more of these things, and this is what we do require, that they address either the understanding of the biology of stem cells as it is relevant to human biology and disease, or genetic research relevant to human biology or disease that pertains to stem cells or regenerative medicine, development of human stem cells as a tool, or greater applicability of discoveries under regenerative medicine to communities representing the full spectrum of diversity. So some of the sample activities include basic research into stem cell or genetic research mechanisms, addressing bottlenecks such as tissue targeting, immunogenicity or toxicity in the development of a stem cell-based therapy, developing tissue atlases or other kind of profiling that allows to create resources for the scientific community, mechanistic studies that allow us to better understand and develop rational design for treatments, investigation of stem cells and or their derivatives as a tool, therapeutic or other kind of innovation to model disease, and generation of data that helps us extend the applicability of regenerative medicine to underserved racial ethnic groups. So all of these are examples of the types of activities that we see among the applications and that we encourage applicants to focus in on under this opportunity. So in summary, applications need to address a knowledge gap or a bottleneck. These awards are for 3 years and up to 1 million in direct project costs for this opportunity. Now, the next opportunity for DISC 0 is not yet scheduled, but at the moment is likely to be in a year. And that might become a little more relevant in just a second when I describe the overall process of how recurring opportunities matter here. I'll tell you about the review process itself, which we divide into 2 stages, particularly for opportunities such as this, where there's a lot of what I'll call demand, meaning we get a large number of applications that come to us. And so this often exceeds what the grants working group can have in a single session in terms of discussing each application and scoring and so on. So we do this initial phase that we call positive selection. And what happens here, grants working group members, which includes the patient advocate and nurse board members, conduct a pre-review of the application. So they look at all of the applications at a very high level to identify the ones that should advance to full review, looking and focusing in on the potential impact that these projects could have. And if they seem impactful, have significance, these are more likely than others to go forward. The CIRM president and CIRM will examine all the non-selected applications to determine if there are any that merit a full review, and anything that remains is not considered further. So in this particular cycle, we had a total of 93 eligible applications that were submitted and a total of 48 that advanced to full discussion stage by the grants working group. The composition of the grants working group includes our scientific members. So there's 15 that are appointed to each panel. And so they participate in the positive selection as well as the full evaluation of applications and enter a final score. So the score that I will show you for each application comes from the scientific members. Our grants working group board members also, as mentioned, participate in the positive selection process, and they provide the patient perspective on significance and potential impact of projects, but also provide oversight on the review process itself. We often have specialists who come in to help us fill in knowledge gaps where necessary. 15 scientific members is, particularly for these types of reviews, not often enough. So we usually have a full slate of specialists that come in for certain applications to give us their expertise and provide recommended scores. The scoring system that's used by the grants working group is based on a scale of 1 to 100. There's a cutoff at 85. So a score of 85 to 100 means that it is recommended for funding. A score below that means it's not recommended for funding. But if it receives between 80 and 84, it means that the grants working group has specifically deemed the application to have enough merit that it can bypass the positive selection process, that initial first phase of review, and if submitted in the next review cycle or a future review cycle. And the score represents the median from the 15 scientific members. Slide is not advancing. There we go. The review criteria for the that are used to come up with a score are based on these 5 questions. Does the project hold the necessary significance and potential for impact? Does it have an appropriate rationale? Is it well planned and designed? Is it feasible, including having the appropriate resources and team? And does the project uphold the principles of diversity, equity, and inclusion? This is a summary of the recommendations from the grants working group. So out of the 48 that were reviewed by the panel, there were 16 that received a score of 85 or greater, putting it in the recommended for funding category. The total applicant requests for those 16 applications is 24.6 million approximately. And the funds available for this cycle is 73 million. So certainly plenty of room to work with there. As I move forward, I'm going to talk a little bit about recommendations from the team. And I want to just give you a very quick overview of what it is that we do to bring CIRM team recommendations to you. And also that we are working at the moment to develop a more formal process for how we do that. And this has come up over the course of several meetings in terms of asking, does CIRM have a team recommendation? In some cases we have, in other cases we haven't. And over CIRM's time, the process has evolved. And so we're trying to bring it now to a place where we can all agree on what that is going to look like. And we've been speaking with some of you on the board to get your input and welcome additional input from other board members on how we can do that. So I will tell you that at the moment, what we are doing is generally the CIRM team supports the grants working group recommendation that you see from what I will show you, unless the team identifies clear and compelling grounds to make a specific recommendation otherwise. The CIRM team is going to examine and maybe use as a trigger for examining certain applications based on their status. So for example, in this cohort, we have 3 that qualify for a minority report. And so that for us is certainly a trigger to look at these applications more carefully and determine if a recommendation contrary to what the majority grants working group recommendation is would be warranted. And so that'll, at least for today's cohort, that'll be the basis for identifying recommendations that I will present to you. Now, beyond our recommendations, we certainly encourage the application review subcommittee to consider programmatic factors. So these can be portfolio, your assessment of unmet need, our strategic plan, in making a funding decision, whether or not they are in agreement with the grants working group or our own team recommendations. And as we go through these, if there is a need for additional background information to assist you in making these decisions, we'll be happy to help as best we can. And if there is generally information that you would like to see that you typically don't, let us know, because that is something we can also work on. So just so you know, I'm going to go through the process of presenting the minority reports and go through individual slides for each of those. And at the end, I will show you the conflicts list. And so we're going to hold for questions until we get to the end, but I can come back to any one of those after that so that we can discuss if you wish or have questions about any specific ones. All right, so minority report, just as you may all now be familiar, under Prop 14, any application that's not recommended for funding by the grants working group, but which received 35% or more of the members scoring to fund the application, meaning they gave it a score of 85 or above, must include a minority report. That minority report basically is a summary that we put together, and we consult with the grants working group members who were part of that minority and include it within the summary statement that we provide to you. And so for this cohort, as mentioned, there were 3. And so we are recommending as a team, the CIRM team, that DISC 014514, which is shown at the top, be recommended for, we're recommending that for funding. It received a score of 83. The other 2 are shown below that in rank order with respective scores of 82 and 80. So let me go over the first one. So this is 14514. This is the one that the CIRM team is recommending for funding. And so this is entitled An Interactive Data Resource for Hypothesis Testing in Stem Cell Single Cell Gene Expression and Validation of the Results with Brain Organoids. And so this is what is termed to be a user-friendly virtual microscope, if you will, which is a resource that would be on the web and available to scientists who are interested in understanding the role of a particular gene in the development of the human cerebral cortex. And it includes spatial data in terms of neighboring cells and expression data to give you more information about the relativity of these and context for these cells that you can study as a scientist. So let me read to you the minority report on this application. This application was scored by all 15 GWG panelists. 9 panelists scored it 79 to 84, 5 scored it 85 to 90, and 1 panelist was very enthusiastic, gave it a score of 100. The majority of the 15 panelists indicated that the proposal addresses a significant unmet need in the curation and visualization of single-cell spatial transcriptomics data. The majority of the panelists also agreed that the proposed work is likely feasible given the applicant's team's strong track record. The panel was divided on whether the project was well planned and designed. The majority of the reviewers felt that the application should better incorporate user feedback and input into the design of the software tool. Reviewers who recommended this application for funding noted the applicant's strong record and CIRM's prior investment in the platform that will be enhanced as part of this application. Reviewers who recommended this application for funding highlighted the potential for this project to address significant gaps in data aggregation and overall utility of having a searchable database with visualization capabilities. Now, in examining this, the CIRM team arrived at a conclusion that we support this project because it does provide a unique opportunity that is really highly aligned with our strategic plan and our overall needs, particularly in the area of neurobiology and CNS research. And it also builds and extends CIRM investments from our genomics analysis of human brain development. And we didn't have any significant concerns that would prevent the project from achieving the expected outcome. And so therefore, that's why we are recommending that one. This is the next minority report for the application, DISC 014499. This one received a score of 82. There were 7 members who scored 85 or above and 8 who did not. But it had a pretty broad range, so 45 to 89. The title of this one is Exploring Pregnancy-Associated Systemic Factors to Rejuvenate Age Stem Cells, Exploring a New Frontier in Regeneration. And their goal is to identify molecular features that are going to differentiate old versus young female pelvic floor muscle tissue, and to determine if from that there are any systemic factors that are associated with pregnancy that would promote the regeneration of that of the age niche. So the minority report states the following: this application was scored by all 15 panelists. 1 panelist scored 45, 7 scored 60 to 82, and 7 scored 85 to 89. The great majority of the panelists indicated the proposal met criterion 1, that has this necessary significance and impact, had a good rationale, is feasible, and upholds DEI. However, the panel was divided on whether the application met the 3rd criterion, having a strong project plan. Reviewers who supported funding thought the project was well designed and described, with the proposal including appropriate studies and adequate discussion of pitfalls and alternative approaches. They were impressed by the preliminary data, established animal model, established cell culture system, ability to isolate relevant cells from human cadavers for study resources in the applicant team. And so in examining this application, the CIRM team thought that a majority of that the grants working group in the majority identified gaps in the rationale and found the proposal to be a little bit confusing in its presentation and somewhat overly complex in the set of goals that were felt to not necessarily be likely to succeed. And so some of these deficiencies we thought were not necessarily ones that could be addressed, say with the milestones or with modifying, at least to the extent that we could, the award. But this is a first-time application. We often see resubmissions for a lot of these that ultimately do get recommended. And so our thought there is that a revised proposal could be submitted in a future cycle with a more focused plan and a clear delineation of how the outcome of experiments will inform the central hypothesis to be tested. All right, and then the last minority report is for DISC 014566. This is an application that received a score of 80. The range there was 75 to 90. It was a little tighter than the previous. The number of folks that recommended it was 6 versus 9 who did not. The title of this one is called Immune Cloaking of Human Stem Cell Derived Insulin Producing Cells for Curative Cell Therapy Without Immunosuppression. And so the goal of this one is to explore new gene engineering approach for shielding human stem cell derived insulin producing cells, so these beta cells, from immune system upon transplantation in diabetic patients. This is how the minority report reads. This application was scored by all 15 panelists. 1 panelist scored 75, 8 panelists scored 80 to 84, and 6 scored 85 to 90. The majority of the 15 panelists indicated that the proposal addressed a significant need, had the potential for impact, and was based on sound rationale. The panel was divided on whether the application contained sufficient preliminary data to indicate that beta cells lacking the DNA modifying factor, which they proposed to study under this, could reliably be generated. Reviewers in the minority who recommended the application for funding felt that the application provided adequate data to support this approach. Reviewers who recommended the application for funding also noted that the applicant strongly acknowledged the risks and potential pitfalls of their proposed approach and felt that completion of this project would advance the field despite the risks. And so in our assessment, I think it followed much along with the grants working group in terms of highlighting the concerns that the grants working group had about a lack of details on the gene editing approach that would be used or employed in this case, which is important in assessing the feasibility. The lack of primary expertise with gene editing among the personnel, which to some extent could have allayed some of the concerns from the working group. And the thought that the majority of the reviewers certainly felt that at this time, this might be too risky without having more details or expertise on the project included. And also many felt there was a lack of preliminary data. So again, as with the previous, we thought this would be an appropriate project to encourage to revise and resubmit to CIRM. All right, so we get to the reminder of conflict. So if your name is on this list, it means that you have a conflict potentially with one or more of these applications. So just be mindful of that. And I'll just show you you have a copy of this, I think, available to you, which I don't expect you to read on a slide, but if you have that on your laptop, that's great. That'll allow you to see it. It's perfect. Thank you, Scott. So hard copies available there if you'd like to see it. So everything that's shown in green are the 16 applications that are recommended for funding by the grants working group. And then below that, there are some of the ones that got a minority report. So the one just under the line got a minority report. And then we skip one, and then the following two also have minority reports, just so you get an appreciation of their rank relative to all the others. And then that's the last slide. So Mr. Chairman, I'll pass that back to you.
Thank you very much, Gil. To review, this is a little bit complicated. The sequence is first going to ask if there are any grants below the funding line that anybody wants to move up. Then I'm going to ask if there are any above the funding line that anybody wants to move down. Then I will ask for a vote not to approve those under the funding line. And finally, I will ask for approval of those above the funding line. Scott?
Excellent. And of course, those motions must be made only by members of the application review subcommittee and only with respect to those applications that you're not in conflict with. But I'll help you guide the group for its omnibus motion for those who do have a conflict, how to respond.
Thank you, Scott. Mohammed.
Just a process question. What if we have a comment about the process that Gail presented and we want to give comments on that because that was a follow-up?
This would be a good time to do that before we get into any motions.
Okay, so can I start?
Please.
So Gail, thank you for the process. And I was part of that small team that you consulted with on the process. So I appreciate that you came with the CIRM team's input or feedback, even on for the minority report cases, even for the ones that you're not recommending to be funded, and you explained why not. So this is clear, this is solid. On the one that you recommended for funding, my recommendation would be that you would include in your recommendation how you would address or how you think the concerns of the committee members would be addressed. For example, 514, you said it didn't have, or some of the reviewers had a concern about the project plan wasn't strong enough. I didn't hear, maybe I missed it. I didn't hear if the CIRM team had a specific approach to addressing this concern.
Yeah, so we do look at those elements. I summarized very briefly by saying we didn't have any significant concerns about the criticisms in terms of them impeding the project or having them be able to achieve their expected outcome. Certainly none of the projects that we're bringing to you are are devoid of any weaknesses. We certainly recognize that, and we work with them to try to make sure that they do succeed. So when we assess each of these, we look for things that for us, based on experience, are a trigger that this is going to be a difficult thing to achieve based on our experience, and or that it is something that's easily addressed in a resubmission, which has generally worked really well as a process, because the resubmission certainly allows the applicants to address the concerns in a more significant way that we might be able to by managing an already existing project. Means they can go back, redesign, readdress concerns more specifically, maybe come back with additional data, and it often brings back stronger applications.
So just to follow up,
Yes.
just to be specific about 514,
Yes.
if I were one of the members or one of the reviewers that said the project plan is not strong enough, and then I hear CIRM team say we recommend it for funding, I would like to hear how you would manage that risk that I identify. So I'm just trying to say, just if you can expand in the future on your
Sure.
recommendations,
Absolutely.
how you will address those specific concerns.
Yeah. Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. Very good comment. Thank you. Anne Marie.
One question and one comment. GT, when you have these 4 questions for us, does it include supporting Gil's recommendation to add the first one, but not the last 2?
No, somebody has to affirmatively move that or any other one up, and then it's subject to the vote of the board.
So in due time, I'll do that.
I'm sorry.
In due time, whenever it's appropriate, I will do that.
Okay,
I will
right.
suggest this. So here's my comment, and Gil, again, thank you. Thank you so much to you and all of your colleagues, Abla as well, to the extent you go really close to beyond the call of duty to explain to us the process. And this is extremely important. This is a phenomenal training for us, and that allows us to be better board members. And along those lines, I want to say that I completely agree with everything you explained and the judgment call to support the first one and not the last 2 ones. So, and just to add a touch of humor here, I want to say that I didn't understand at all. And in fact, I took the time to look at the briefing document and review the second one. So I'll go to you separately for the science of it. But any of us hearing about a grant about a old versus young female muscle, floor, pelvis is a little unsettling, and we'll go separately on that. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on process? Any on Zoom? Okay, thank you. Okay, so number 1, are there any projects currently not recommended for funding that any member of the board would move to elevate to the recommended range?
So I
Anne Marie.
assume this is the time where I would
Yes.
say, yes, I do recommend that we follow Gil's and the CIRM team recommendation to accept the first one and not the last 2 ones of the minority reports recommendations.
I would second that.
Okay, moved by Anne Marie, seconded by Marv. Are there questions, comments, or members of the board on that particular
Let me just confirm.
single? Yes.
Well, no, the motion is actually encompassing 3 applications.
Well, we're only looking for a motion to move one up. The other 2 she's leaving alone, so we're not.
Okay,
counting
just want to
that.
make that clear. It's
Yes.
just to move up that one application.
Correct.
Fine.
Are there any questions or comments from anybody on that? Any comments from members online? Okay, hearing none with respect to that one only. And by the way, if there are others anybody wants to move, we can come back to them after this. But with respect to this one, Mr. Tosher. I think I asked for public comment, didn't I? Public comment. Hearing none, Mr. Tosher.
Dan Bernal,
Aye.
Maria Bonneville,
Yes.
Judy Chow, Leandra Clark Harvey,
Aye.
Anne Marie Gillette,
Yes.
Isabel Duron,
Process question. Is this one of those conflict statements? I think,
It is not.
yes.
Mark Fisher Colbury,
Yes.
Fred Fisher,
yes,
Elena Flowers,
Yes.
David Higgins,
Yes.
Steve Julesgard. Steve, are you still on the call? I'll move on to Rich Lahara,
Yes.
Christine Miaskowski,
Yes.
Lauren Miller Rogan,
Yes.
Adriana Padilla,
Yes.
Joe Panetta,
Yes.
Al Roulette,
Aye.
Marvin Sutherland,
Aye.
and Jonathan Thomas.
Yes.
Great, the motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Tosher. Are there any other applications from the not for recommended funding that any board member wishes to elevate to the for funding range? Okay, that's step one. Step two, are there any recommended for funding that any board member wishes to remove from the recommended for funding range? Hearing none. Step three, need a motion to approve that those not recommended for funding not be approved. Do I hear a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Moved by Al, second by Leandra. Any comments, questions, members of the board? Any public comment? Hearing none. Mr. Tosher, please call the roll.
Great. So for this application, members Jerome, Flowers, Miaskowski, and Watson will respond either aye or nay, and then add except for those applications with which I'm in conflict. Dan Bernal,
Aye.
Maria Bonneville,
Yes.
Judy Chow,
Aye.
Leandra Clark Harvey,
Aye.
Anne Marie Deliege,
Yes.
Isabel Derone,
Yes, except for those with which I have a conflict.
thank you, Mark Fisher Colbury,
Yes.
Fred Fisher,
yes,
Elena Flowers,
Yes, except those with which I have a conflict.
David Higgins,
Yes.
Steve Julesgard, Rich Lahara,
Yes.
Christine Miaskowski,
Yes, except for those with which I have a conflict.
Lauren Miller Rogan,
Yes.
Adriana Padilla,
Yes.
Joe Panetta,
Yes.
Al Roulette,
Aye.
Marvin Southard,
Yes.
Jonathan Thomas,
Yes.
Carol Watson. Carol, are you on the call? I don't hear a response, but the motion carries.
Thank you. Last home stretch here. Need a motion to approve those projects in the recommended for funding category.
So moved.
Moved by Al,
Second.
seconded by Dan. Questions, comments, members of the board? Any public comment? Hearing none, Mr. Tosher.
And same rules apply to those individuals I just named. Dan Bernal,
Aye.
Maria Bonneville,
Yes.
Judy Chow,
Aye.
Leandra Clark Harvey,
Aye.
Anne Marie Deliege,
Yes.
Isabel Derone,
Yes, except for those with which I have a conflict.
Mark Fisher Colbury,
Yes.
Fred Fisher,
yes,
Elena Flowers,
Yes, except those with which I have a conflict.
David Higgins,
Yes.
Steve Julesgard, Rich Lahara,
Yes.
Christine Miaskowski,
Yes, except for those with which I have a conflict.
Lauren Miller Rogan,
Yes.
thank you, Adriana Padilla,
Yes.
Joe Panetta,
Yes.
Al Roulette,
Aye.
Marvin Southard,
Aye.
Jonathan Thomas,
Yes.
and one last check for Carol Watson. Yeah, I don't hear Carol. The motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Tosher. It's now 12:30. Mr. Tosher, should we have take a break for folks to get their lunch? I presume it's a working lunch?
It is. We booked about a half an hour for you to actually go get it, take a break for a few moments and come back. So you're welcome to bring it back to the table. We have about a half an hour for that. Is the lunch here?
Yes.
Okay.
So half an hour before you resume, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so we adjourn the application review subcommittee. We will resume back for action item number 9 in 1.5 hour.
Everyone's here. Judy, I'm not gonna be shy about it. Go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that.
This is like one of your slides, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I did get some bad news tomorrow. Does not make.
Okay.
But I may have some.
Okay, we have a call next week to sort of start a discussion about how to do this stuff. Okay.
But Joe's in.
Yes. Hey, Dylan.
So for those on the phone, we're trying to get everybody back to regroup to start here.
Yes.
Hands.
Yeah.
Put on the jacket
This
for
is Isabel's
appearances
fault.
purposes, but
I
also.
heard it's Isabel's fault because she was warm.
Surprisingly, it got colder with it. Board members, do you mind if we bring you back in? We're about to get started. Thank you. Absolutely, no, not a problem. We'll talk to you, Mr. Damaris, later. Just a couple more. JP.
Okay, JT, whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Hope you're enjoying your lunch. We have a couple more action items here. First, number 9, consideration of facility working group bylaws. Raphael presenting.
Thank you, JT. Doug, it's not on. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Ready, roll? Nope. Okay. All right, folks. I apologize. This is my first time, so I don't have my mission statement slide up here. I promise that I will have it moving forward, especially. So today we're considering some amendments of the facilities working group bylaws. The current FWG bylaws were approved by the ICOC in 2006. We're seeking to update the bylaws for the upcoming shared lab and community centers of excellence awards as follows. Update the bylaws with the relevant language from Prop 14, mostly minor edits to the ad hoc specialist membership and meeting criteria. All these changes are in red line form in the bylaws that should be in your board package, by the way. We also conformed the review and scoring process to the current grants working group process so that there's alignment between the two. And finally, we updated the ICOC compensation as a change in the bylaws of the ICOC as well themselves. And that's it.
Excellent succinct presentation. Okay, we need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Moved by Al, seconded by Linda. Questions or comments from members of the board? Any public comment? Hearing none, Mr. Tosher, please call the roll.
Could be a voice vote and then I'll roll call the members.
Okay. Knew I couldn't get through the whole meeting without one of those. Okay, in the room, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Mr. Tosher.
Thank you. Mark Fisher Colbury. Mark, are you on the line?
I'll move on. Fred Fisher.
Aye.
Thank you. Larry Goldstein,
Yes.
Steve Julesgard, Rich Lahara,
Yes.
David Lowe,
Yes.
Christine Miaskowski,
Yes.
Lauren Miller Rogan,
Yes.
Adriana Padilla,
Yes.
Joe Panetta,
Yes.
Michael Stamos,
Yes.
Carol Watson, and one last try for Steve Julesgard. Okay, great. Thanks. The motion carries. Thank you, JT.
Thank you, Scott. Item number 10, consideration of amendments to the Patient Support Program Concept Plan. Sean presenting.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Chairman, Vice Chairman, members of the ICOC, the public. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. As Dr. Milan mentioned a few minutes ago or earlier today, Medical Affairs will be presenting twice today. So I'm going to present a little bit on the patient support program. There will be an ask from the ICOC. And then later today, we'll talk about the Community Care Centers of Excellence, as well as the roadmap for the access and affordability from the AAWG Working Group. So for this presentation, I want to give a quick update on the patient support program. If you remember, the concept plan for the PSP was approved by the ICOC to support the Patient Assistance Fund and provide navigational services to patients and their families seeking information on CIRM-funded trials. It was originally drafted as an RFP, and through this process, we decided as a team there would be probably better advantages to actually convert this over to an RFA. And here's the rationale. One, feasibility and flexibility in awarding and financing provider agreements. So an RFA, for background, would basically be a contract, and we'd have to work through an MSA and a scope of work with the service provider. An RFA is basically a grant, and we'd be providing a grant to the awardee as opposed to constantly monitoring the contract as well as the service agreement. The other advantage to converting to an RFA is to establish and utilize a review process for AAWG recommended programs based on existing grants working group model. So for background, the AAWG doesn't have that process in play. And so what we want to do is actually implement the very similar process that takes place with the GWG and that grant working methodology, and apply that to the AAWG once the awards go out. So I want to make sure that so there's consistency in methodology between the AAWG review process as well as the GWG. And so again, my third bullet point here would be the AAWG review process would be in alignment with grants working group. So what we decided to do is revise the PSP concept plan. These are minor edits. It's been posted. The minor edits are mostly definitional. There's clarity on the award, amount, and duration of funding through the program. We have additional requirements such as California operating license, operating location, and demonstration of solvency. And again, if you recall, we're going, for-profit as well as non-for-profit organizations can apply to the RFA. We also removed quite a bit of unnecessary operational information, and I'll take the heat for this. This was my first concept plan, and it was probably a little too deep. So the rest of that information can be applied to the RFA. So there is an ask of the ICOC. I do want to thank Gil and Jennifer and Pune and the cross-functional team for helping us come to this agreement about moving the RFA to a RFP. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would ask if CIRM requests approval of the proposed revisions to the patient support concept plan from the RFP to an RFA.
Do we hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Kim, seconded by Keith. Are there questions or comments from members of the board? Isabel and then Dan.
Question number one, this is not a direct to patient payment plan. This is through organizations, be they for profit or nonprofit, who apply and get a chunk of change. And then they pay for the participation of these patients. They pay to the patient the participation fees. I'm trying to understand the plan first.
Yeah, certainly. So there are, from a compliance standpoint, when you support patients through a clinical trial using a third party, there's lots of rules and regulations. They have to meet certain requirements to be reimbursed, and that will be in our business rules for that program. So they will be reimbursed either through a trial card or another mechanism for expenses that are above and beyond what was originally in the clinical trial.
So when you say they, you mean patient,
Patients.
but reimbursed by being connected to one of these agencies who will make that, who will give them that money. So in your review process, as you develop this, are you going to be making sure that those people that get funded, those organizations that get funded are diverse, are in different communities, and in fact, are those trusted support? You talked about navigation. They are trusted in those communities where these trials might be taking place or through, because, you know, there really needs to be an assessment. Just because someone's got a chunk of change from this group to do this support and pay out these dollars doesn't mean they're helping the right people at the right time with the right need. And I want to make sure that we're oversighting that with a fine tooth comb when we're passing out these grants.
Yeah, and I know you and I spoke about this offline a lot, but yeah, so there's a lot of due diligence to make sure that we're helping the right people, particularly those patients that are in the CIRM, are looking for the CIRM funded trials. So yes, there's quite a bit of operational requirements that are still needed to be put in play.
So second question, when do you have a timeline? When will this all be launched?
Well, the RFP that we wrote is pretty robust, so it won't take long for us to reconvert to an RFA. I think now what we need to start thinking about is putting the methodologies with the grant working group within the AAWG, which Gil is taking charge on at this point. And I think that's what's going to take a little bit of time. My vision is this might even speed things up a little bit, to be honest with you. And so if there's a timeline, I'd say anywhere between 6 to 8 months at max.
I'm visioning, sorry, I'm thinking about. So you're saying that as you establish whatever the protocols, requirements, et cetera, of this grant go, that you will include in that a very strong DEI plan. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. So, and again, we, with members of the ICOC, we did write a very robust DEI that has not changed at all. So it's about as strong as you can get as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I hope that they'll move even faster, since we need this as soon as possible and needs to go out as soon as possible. Thanks.
Dan.
Thank you. And similar to the question that Isabel had raised, so moving from a contract to a grant structure would not delay implementation at all. You think it's about the same timeline or perhaps even faster than if it were to be an awarded contract rather than a grant?
Given the systems and infrastructure that's with the grants working group, I would say it could have been, and we're speculating here, right? Because medical affairs is new and we're thinking about new programs that are somewhat unique to CIRM. I would have to say it's about it as fast, if not faster.
Okay, you know, it's certainly a priority for the AAWG on which both of us serve. Just two other questions then. Are you soliciting applicants then for the grant right now, or are they being solicited? Are you taking just general proposals from folks for?
Not now. Nothing's posted right now. I mean, other than the concept plan. However, to be fair, when we first presented this, there were organizations that were listening to this concept, this new idea about patient support for cell and gene therapy. So we did receive quite a bit of inquiries, but it has kind of calmed down now.
And just last question, in moving from an RFP to an RFA, will the same performance measures be in place and accountability measures within a grant versus a contract?
Yes. Yeah, and I'd have to defer to some of my colleagues with respect to the language that's going to be in there. And that's kind of what we're going to be fine tuning with respect to the RFA.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Sean, we approved the RFP in October, correct? And just to inform the board, why did 5 months later we decide to make this shift?
Yeah.
As opposed to sooner or originally?
Yeah, certainly. And as I mentioned, these are new concepts that I think medical affairs are going to be bringing to the ICOC, and there will be others as well. This one sort of fell in the middle between an RFP and an RFA. And so the guidance was to move forward with an RFP, and we did that. I think when we started connecting all the dots in terms of operationalizing this with a methodology that's similar to the grants working group, that just wasn't established in the AAWG. So we have to do a little bit of a backtrack and set that up so that we can do the same methodology with respect to awardees that the grant working groups is doing. And I defer to Gil if he has any comments on that, or if I mischaracterized that.
I mean, we knew back in October that the AAWG wasn't equipped to do GWG type analysis. So again, I guess the question is why this wasn't the original suggestion back in October, knowing that at the time.
Mr. Chairman, if I may pipe in, is that okay?
Certainly.
We did know that, and I think that is why initially it was crafted as an RFP, because at that time it seemed that it was going to be the most expeditious way to get something going. As we worked through it internally, incorporating aspects such as the DEI and board input in terms of what it's important to ensure that who we fund is able to execute in a very specialized way to what our needs are. It really did require a more robust review process, as well as what's also involved in terms of processes for conflicts of interest and things like that, that just was ready to deploy based on the system we already had in place. So it was actually my recommendation that the team reevaluate this across the organization. And it took a while for the analysis, financial, analysis, contracting considerations, all that. And the leadership team came up with a proposal to the medical affairs team that it was best done as an RFA. And then after that, the conversion to the concept amendments took place. And this was the first board meeting that, with everything, all the conversations and all of the revisions and analysis that we could take it to. The good side, the good thing about moving into an RFA is that we can draw from a lot of established systems within CIRM that we have confidence in, and also pathways that the board will have, the opportunity to evaluate it in ways that we evaluate other grant proposals. But it's true, it did change us from our original plan, but in the analysis and opinion of our leadership team, we thought it was really the best thing to do to create the best program for the intent.
Yeah, thank you for that explanation. I don't disagree with any of what you just said, other than perhaps that could have been the analysis back in October. But Sean, I'm sorry, I think you said this, when are you going to post this if we approve today?
The RFA?
Yes.
Well, I think certainly probably within the next, and I'm speculating here, I have to talk with the cross-functional teams, but I would say in the next 2 months, we could potentially post the RFA.
Sean, you can just come back to the board and give us all the timing of when it's going to be posted, when we think the review will be held, when we think that an award would actually go out the door. I think that would help a lot.
Yeah.
So
Certainly.
just come back and let us know.
Yeah,
Great.
That's reasonable. Yeah, thank you.
Gil, this is a question for you. It's just a matter of timing. When we post an RFA, what's the most expeditious schedule we could get on to get through the GWG process? Because this is something that's a huge priority, and we're having the significant delay here. So how fast, once it gets posted, could you work it through?
It's difficult for me to say. And the reason is there's unknowns, at least on my part, in terms of the content. So for example, for any RFA that we put together, especially for a new program, we have to assemble the application. So what is the application going to look like? What is it going to ask applicants for and everything else? And so that itself can be a lengthy process depending on what we need. We time the RFA so that it allows us to go from concept to RFA in about a month. And then we issue the application as soon as we can after that. Sometimes we can do it concurrently. For this, I doubt that that would be the case. This would be at least 2 months out, as Sean was indicating, before an application is likely out. And then how much time we give applicants to complete. In the interest of urgency, I think it would be important for us to make sure that applicants are aware that this has been posted and exists, so that then that element of it can also be accelerated to the extent possible before we take those in. So that's my best estimate.
Okay, thank you, Dan.
So, Madam Vice Chair, I did have a similar concern, and I'm just wondering, so if again, if it were to be an RFA and a grant, just so we understand the process a little better, would it then go through the GWG, a recommendation from the GWG to the full ICOC, or would it, as opposed to a contract, if that would just be an administrative function?
I would defer to Gil on that, to give guidance.
Stay standing, Gil.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. So the AWG is going to
Yes,
function
AWG.
like the GWG.
Yeah.
So it'll be that body. And so we have to and so it'll follow the same general protocol in terms of we have a review, they assess it, they score it, and then we bring those recommendations to the board.
Okay.
So that the intervening time would ideally be about a month.
So twice agendized then on 2 different.
Correct.
And then if we're a contract?
For a contract, there is no AWG or grants working group. It's all done internally.
Oh.
So when we identify the service provider, as it would be in this case, as soon as we decide, we begin the contracting process.
All right, thank you.
Brad.
So I'm certainly sensitive to not wanting to delay the implementation of this program any longer. But I'm wondering, I have a few questions about the program design. And again, I don't know if I'm opening a can of worms or not, because I'm frankly not recalling sort of what the vision for the execution of this is. The first question I have, you use the word reimburse patients. I think a lot of the population that we're concerned about is a group of people who don't have the ability to pay out of pocket costs of participating in a clinical trial. And creating a reimbursement process only increases the burden on these families to participate because they may have to actually take money from some other key need that they have, or just not be able to participate because they can't lay out the cash in front. So I'm wondering where it happened that the decision was to reimburse patient costs rather than give them the money so that they can.
Yeah, that's a good question. And let me get a little bit deeper into the methodologies. It can be a combination of both, where you can front load a card, what's called a trial card, for example, and that patient has to qualify, and there are business rules for that. And then there's another alternative where there's out of patient pocket expenses, where the patient can submit the invoices or the receipts for those and get reimbursed. So we will have both of those methodologies. I apologize.
Okay, so the other thing is, this is only for CIRM funded trials, right?
That's correct.
So again, apologies in advance for this question, but why are we creating a whole new infrastructure around supporting access to CIRM-funded clinical trials when every one of those trials have patient care coordinators who are working directly with patients about screening them for participation and could simultaneously, once they've been accepted into a trial, assess their need for financial assistance and through funding we provide, get it to them? Why is that just not part of what every clinical trial would do rather than creating this whole giant bureaucracy to accomplish something that in my mind is pretty simple?
That's a good question. So, cell and gene therapies are unique, and we're learning real time a lot about cell and gene therapies. And I'll talk about that in the access and affordability discussion in a few minutes. What we've observed in our literature, and even having a consultant come in and talk to the alpha sites, were that the expenses were far above beyond what they expected for patients with respect to out-of-pocket expenses. And that's what we're seeing across the country with respect to cell and gene therapy trials. It's not necessarily just our trials, all trials. And if you recall, there's been many, many assets that have been shelved simply because they didn't predict the projection from a clinical operations standpoint, that burn rate for patients as well as the manufacturer. So there's a lot of moving parts here now.
Okay, I don't understand that answer. Because in the end, and again, JT, I'm sorry, I don't want to belabor the point. I think I've made it. We are going to spend money to create another set of organizations funded, or one organization. Are we talking about a call center? Or are we talking how do people connect to this resource?
Yeah, there's multiple methodologies out there. A call center would be appropriate, but there's others that we could look at as well.
So you haven't decided?
No, we haven't decided. There's going to be, we're opening up the floodgates with respect to non-for-profit organizations that have this skill set that can provide these services.
So it's going to be up to the applicant to determine their methodology for getting these funds, getting in contact with a patient, with a prospective trial participant, and providing them with this resource. The applicants are going to tell us how they intend to do it. We haven't decided how we think they should do it.
No, that's not correct. So we develop the business rules in terms of what we will support and what we won't support. So we have using best practices, of course, and what we want for our patients or the patients that are in the CIRM funded trials. So we have a lot of leeway in terms of how we set this program up and what our expectations are of the service provider that's providing these services.
Okay, I'm just going to go on record and be done. How much money? Two more questions. How much money are we talking about allocating for this total?
So the patient assistance fund is 15.6 that will go to all the patients. And the ICOC approved administration cost was 2.5 over 5 years.
2.5 million to deliver the 16 million.
That's correct.
Right?
So
yeah.
Yes, so $500,000 per year for the operational costs.
Okay, I'm just going to end here by saying I do not understand why we aren't just funding our clinical trial partners to deliver this and creating an entity that actually operates outside of the clinical trials to work with both the patients and the trial sites. It seems very cumbersome and overly bureaucratic and inefficient, but maybe the horse is out of the barn already on that.
Thank you, Fred. Anne Marie?
I'm not going to talk about your second point, but rather your first one, which is what is this money for in terms of supporting patients getting into clinical trials? Just want to remind the board that this is an area that is extremely well regulated, among others by the FDA and by ethics committees at each institutions, where there's a fine line between reimbursing costs, alleviating the cost of participating in a clinical trial, but not crossing this fine line to being a financial incentives for patients to be part of the trials. And I know that Sean, with your background expertise, together with that of your team and many other members of the team, the CIRM team, you're very familiar with that.
Yes, it is highly regulated area. Yeah, thank you.
JT.
Isabel.
But to that point, Anne-Marie, that is one of the reasons why we don't have a lot of communities of color represented in clinical trials, because of the financial toxicity of first the disease itself, and then second, being able to participate fully and over a long time in these trials. So, and I know all about ethics sitting on the IRB, and I'm constantly talking about whose ethics. At what point in time are we supposedly for the greater good adopting these long established ethical guidelines when maybe it's time to revisit and do it on a sort of a project by project level? Because I always worry that we talk about ethics, but the ethics of not having communities of color represented in these trials because they can't afford to do it is also unethical. And so to Fred's point, I absolutely agree. But I'm also concerned that if large institutions like academic institutions have this money, and being a community agency who partners with in a lot of research with, it takes months to get reimbursement, which is why I said direct to patient as opposed to, this is unconscionable that we're going to repeat something that still puts the patient at the disadvantage, at the economic disadvantage, and yet we're asking them to give us their value add to this clinical trial, but we're not giving back in equal and timely measure. So we have got to figure out how to do this differently.
Best practices out there that I've seen with respect to response time to patients are actually really quick. And they know the sensitivity that you just brought up. And it is within 24 to 48 hours. And so, when we wrote this RFP, it is very robust and it is targeting the organizations that really have done this in the past and are sensitive to that and really know this space very well. And so, speed wins when it comes to helping patients in every facet, particularly with clinical trials. And this is one of those operational characteristics that does help patients quickly.
Dan.
Well, and again, just following up on Isabel's point, particularly when it comes to having to draw on personal resources that might be needed elsewhere, is there a structure that exists or a model where it could be on a per diem basis rather than reimbursement?
That's a good question. They're finding new creative ways as we speak, right, with the cell and gene therapy because the demand's so high. But let me get back to you. Let me take a look at that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Other comments, members of the board? So I think, Sean, there are a number of takeaways here that as you're working to craft this RFA, that these very important points need to be considered more fully and factored in. So I hope this is helpful in forming that process. But whatever the process is, we want to get it in place ASAP because this is badly needed as soon as we can get it.
Yes, thank you, Chairman.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there public comment? Hearing none. Mr. Tosher, and again, the motion is to approve. Would you like to restate the motion?
Sure, the motion is to approve.
So
the
I see this happening, which means you
That's
anticipate.
just because I'm
Yeah.
telling myself I don't need transition lenses. This is just a motion to approve the amendments to the PSP program.
Correct.
And this is a voice vote with a roll call. for
Thank you,
those
Mr.
online.
Tosher.
Yes.
In the room, all those in favor, please say aye.
A question,
Aye. Sorry, Isabel.
question, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Given all of this discussion, are we actually ready to approve this, or is this a simple little thing? Help me understand whether I really want to give approval to something I'm not yet sure we've got full measure.
So my answer to that would incorporate the comments I made a couple minutes ago, which is there are a number of very valid points that need to be factored into the crafting of this RFA. So yes. So my view is that by approving this, what the board will be doing is saying to Sean, we approve these amendments, but there's more work that needs to be done, and people that on the board he should be talking to who have significant input on these issues that can help in the crafting. So.
And maybe that should be part of the motion.
Okay.
Do the maker and second of the motion accept that? That would be Kim Barrett and Keith Yamamoto.
Yeah, that's fine by me.
Okay.
Okay, so Mr. Tosher, would you like to restate the motion now?
As amended, the motion is to approve the PSP amendments as proposed, with the caveat that the team come back to make the improvements that were discussed in the discussion of the item, and to work specifically with members to fine tune those particular elements of the RFA, including but not limited to those relating to the expedited review of and posting of the RFA.
Am I unmuted?
You are unmuted.
Oh, thank you. May I ask a question?
Certainly. Who's
For less
speaking?
than half. Hi, I'm Elizabeth Green. For less than $500,000 a year, can't you find a machine that can just simply write a check?
Yeah, who is this? This is public comment. Okay.
We're in the middle of just clarifying.
Yeah,
I'm
it's not
unmuted.
appropriate to have, I'm sorry, if you can hold that public comment for a second. We're still trying to clarify the motion. My question to Isabel is, did that adequate, are you comfortable with that language, or would you like it further refined?
I'm looking at the will of the board. I believe I'm comfortable with it. Bottom line, we'll see in the results whether or not we turn it back again or something. But I mean, what a horrible idea. But yeah, I'll go with it.
Okay. All right. Other comments from members of the board? Now it's time for public comment. If you could re-identify yourself, please.
Okay, I'm Elizabeth Green. So basically, in order to treat everybody fairly, you would have a machine issue a check for $1,000 to each and every participant out there, and that would cover all of their expenses. Or if you think that the check should be higher, to cover the expenses of each and every in vivo host partner to the clinical trial, which you call a patient, which I used to call human subjects. So simply just being, equal, giving everybody equal, instead of treating people who can prove that they have a poverty status over people who can't because of some, maybe they have more integrity. I don't know. Wouldn't it be fairer just to have a machine and cheaper? Just have a machine issue a check so that everybody who participates in a clinical trial gets an equal amount of payment for being the in vivo host partner. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. The public comment, by the way, is not a sort of Q&A exchange. So we factor in your comments. So thank you very much. Other public comment. Hearing none. Oh, yes. Shlomo.
It's just a point of clarification, and I thank you for going through everything so carefully with us. Do the IRBs allow this?
Oh, yes. Yes, sir.
They would allow $1,000 payment to a participant?
Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't mention a number. I thought you meant the methodology.
No,
for
not
which-
the method, I'm talking about the actual payment. So somebody's throwing around $1,000. I'm a little bit nervous that an IRB may say no, and they'll be in conflict with our policy.
Yeah. No, there's best practices that are out there, either on the industry side as well as the IRB side. And so, again, heavily regulated.
All right.
So
My understanding is it's a couple $100 maximum.
that's correct. We're talking about a couple $100 extra per patient. Yeah.
Thank you.
Marv.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Isabel.
Only two things to Shlomo's point. First of all, I think that $200 means nothing to a clinical trials patient. They're lucky if it gets them the gas to go round trip to wherever they'd have to go. Second of all, I think that the IRBs can be very wrong and that they need to revisit the concept and context for this. I recognize that we don't want to incentivize poor people to just join a trial for the money. But a lot of them do it with goodwill and because they want to survive and they want to help other members of the community, which is why they get into a trial anyway. But I just think that we must consider the value they bring and we must not see it as a bribe.
Absolutely. That's not my point. My point is simply regulatory. I just don't want us to be in conflict with IRBs and IRBs in conflict with that. That's all.
I'm just saying-
totally agree with your.
Absolutely.
your
I'm just saying,
statement.
let's push the regulatory.
But I'm not
It's
sure.
not
we have-
time to take on the regulatory.
I'm not sure we have any say on an IRB. That's the problem.
Gigi.
Keith, I'm just rethinking this issue that Isabel raised, and I really agree with her that there's a substantial problem here. And I guess my question is whether if we approve this motion as amended, that when the caveats are addressed, will this come back to the board for reconsideration and re-vote? It will not. So it seems that Isabel has raised an issue that would argue that perhaps the motion should be declined. And then when it comes back to the board again for reconsideration.
Just the next full board meeting is in, Keith, the next full board meeting is in June. So we could do that, but if you do, it delays things another 3 months.
I want to point one thing out. A concept plan came to the board in October that laid out how this program was going to be administered. The only difference that is being discussed now is that it is going from an RFP to an RFA. But if fundamentally there are questions about what that initial concept was, that's different. And so voting on this today does not allow for any change in the concept plan that was already presented because that was presented and approved. So that's procedural. If there are desires to change that, that's a different story. I don't know how to go about that. I would defer to legal counsel. And then also it does delay the time. So that's sort of where that is.
Anne Marie.
Frankly, I think everything being considered, we have a CIRM team that has listened to us religiously. And why don't we continue what we've been doing to trust them, to participate into the discussion, to get a report of what is being done, but still move things ahead rather than going backward.
Well, I think I just we're making it clear to the team that this going forward needs to be done in consultation with those members of the board that have constructive suggestions. And we are going to believe that the team responds accordingly, which certainly what we would anticipate and want them to do. Other comments, Maria?
So I'd like to have clear instruction from the board. Should the board approve the amendments to this concept?
Was that the end of the question?
No, I'm just going, it seems like there's something urgent.
If I'm understanding correctly, we're not voting to amend the concept. We're voting to approve it to change the methodology. To an-
I think the motion
That's
on the
correct.
table is to approve the changes to the concept
No.
that have already been approved to make it an RFA versus an
Right,
RFP.
right. Yes.
So it's the process by which this is executed is to convert it to an RFA process versus an RFP contracting process. If the board goes forward with this motion with the amendment to have the feedback from the board, just wanted to understand that in practical terms. Does that mean that the board would like to see the RFA before it's posted? I'm just trying to figure out like what the, you
We
know.
don't, we don't for important matters related to conflicts of interest and contracting provisions in the state law. We don't bring RFAs back to the board. We just keep it to the concept plan and those elements.
So the question then I have is if the board approves this concept change that converts it from an RFP to an RFA, what does it mean in consultation with the board? Consultation about what? What what is the board consulting on at that point? Just for sake of clarification, so we
there
are
have been
responsive.
a number of issues raised by board members here that have valid concerns and that would like to have a discussion with Sean and members of the medical affairs team with respect to the contents of this RFA with respect to those various questions. This isn't voting on the RFA. This is just sort of, if you will, sort of a task forcey sort of discussion and exchanges to make sure that these questions are addressed.
So the request from the board would be that the medical affairs team confer with board members that are not in conflict, that are cleared by legal for the RFA prior to it being posted. And that would meet the requirements of the amendment to this motion. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Unless the board decides it wants to see something at the next board meeting, but that's going to put things 3 further months down the road. Shlomo.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned because I'm very nervous about IRBs. I've had very challenging experiences. What may happen is that the IRBs will have to revisit every single project. The investigators may have to resubmit to their IRB if we change any of the terms of subject participation. That's why I asked, are we sure that we're absolutely consistent with IRBs? If we're not, then I think that Keith's recommendation is a good one. We should table the whole discussion and we should really, and without the constraints of whatever regulatory is telling us, and we should have a rational discussion on what is the most appropriate way of benefiting the subjects and allowing them all to participate. But I'm very nervous that we're going to tell our investigators, you're going to have to go back to your IRBs and sit 3 more months in committees and rewrite your protocols because we're now changing the rules as we go along. And the rules are great, and I agree with you, but I'm just concerned about adding an extra burden, which will be more than 3 months onto all our investigators.
So if I could respond, that's okay. We did do some due diligence out with the Alpha Clinics and with the IRBs. And my colleague Jeff was on those calls as well. And they looked for a service like this. It's a third-party service outside of their IRB. That's fine. They actually
still
gave
got
us.
to go, but they still have to reapply.
That's different with the actual clinical trial itself.
Yeah, but the investigator still has to go back to the RB, fill in all the forms and go through the whole process again.
Let us get back to you on that. That's not the information we received, but that's okay. Let's investigate that. But I do want to emphasize that it was supported with the Alpha Clinics. There was a need for this for the patients. They were burning through everything that they had on file for the most part. And they're seeing the need in the cell gene therapy space.
So Shlomo, what is it you're recommending here?
I'm just confused. That's all. There may be there are smarter people in the room than I am, but I'm listening to the discussion to and fro, and I think we're going to lose sight of the goal over here, and I don't want to do that. The goal is so important. I don't want it to get bogged down in IRBs and more committees and more bureaucracy and printing checks in 24 hours. I'm confused as to what we're actually voting on.
So maybe it seems to me that we're trying to vote on something that's very simple, just the change of how it will be issued. And all of the discussion was about the best way we could do this in the future, but it really isn't what we're voting on right now, if I'm understanding it correctly.
Well, it all is part of what we're voting on right now. So,
How is that?
okay, so I'm sorry.
So to me, the core issue is are we going to change it to an RFA? That's really the matter at hand. There are other discussions about how to do this, but it seems to me sometimes we're in this room, we make the best the goal and it destroys the action steps we need to accomplish the good. And so, so I believe personally believe we should take action to move with an RFA. And if there are future issues about making this process more customer friendly in the future, we should take those actions in the future. But now, today, we have a simple matter before us, I believe.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure I completely agree it's that simple, unfortunately, because it's got a lot of sort of side issues that need further ironing out that we don't have answers to at the moment. Jeff Lomax, can I ask what your interpretation, because I'm trying to get a handle to inform Shlomo's questions on the IRB issue from what you heard as well?
Thomas, Jeff Lomax. So we did interview a chair of an IRB at an academic medical center, and we met with a team that is running clinical programs where they were already reimbursing patients. And their indication, so the program that was already reimbursing patients did see an advantage to a program that was administered from a single source and was predictable, because their current program for reimbursing patients was actually working off of multiple support mechanisms, which was actually more of a problem for the IRB. So there was an advantage in the case of having a predictable, defined program with a clear protocol that was tied to the funding. In the case of the IRB chair, the message was that patients are routinely reimbursed. And so the act of reimbursement, they actually felt was important, particularly in those cases where, or front payment. So either or, but avoiding an undue burden on the patient for participating in the trial. So those were, from a ethics standpoint, I think we heard that this was an advantageous approach, both because it avoided the harm of out of pocket, and it created predictability that allowed all patients to be treated equally and fairly with a very defined protocol, as opposed to currently where it can be multiple sources and inconsistent reimbursement or payment.
Was there any issue that came up that Shlomo just raised about having to reapply and it taking 3 months, et cetera? Did that get raised?
It didn't, but in part because I think the way we were envisioning the discussion was it was prospective. So it was about a prospective protocol within a CIRM award, not retroactively coming in. So that contingency really wasn't contemplated in the discussion, to the best of my recollection. So perhaps we missed it.
So the current ones would not be applied. So current projects wouldn't benefit.
Well, I'm not saying either or, but I think in the context of the discussion, it was very much the valence was very much prospectively moving forward. There would be this award, there would be this funds available, and it would be, there'd be a defined protocol. But I don't recall discussing the contingency, say, of an existing CIRM award, and now we're going to go back and incorporate this payment mechanism into the protocol. I don't think we discussed it at that level. which I think is the point you're making, that it would then might require a re-review by the IRB.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Leandra and then Dan.
So I hear several board members that have said confusion. There've been lots of other suggestions. There's a lot going on, right? Great report. And I just want to know what is the detriment to waiting? And I know I heard, oh, it's going to be another 3 months before we meet again, but is there any risk to waiting? Like, is there something that's time sensitive? And I'm sorry if I'm not aware of this. Is there something where we have to have this done by a certain amount of time? Or is this just we'd like to move forward right now? Just really want to better understand the risk to waiting, because I'd rather my fellow board members feel, including myself, feeling a little bit more confident in the decision, even if it's super simple. Maybe it's just after lunch and simplicity is hard for me right now. Go ahead.
So currently our clinical awards, the cost associated with the trials for patients is covered as an allowable cost that we would reimburse. It's part of the clinical award. So in theory, there may not, if it's CIRM funded clinical trials, there's already money that's associated with that within a clinical trial, whether or not the grantee chooses to use it or that I can't comment on, but it is an allowable cost that already exists within our clinical award. So moving forward, I don't know what the answer is, because I struggle with, there's not a lot of clarity around this.
Sure.
But I also struggle with, do we want to delay it anymore? Considering if we delay it for 3 months, then it's another maybe 6 months after that before an RFA gets posted. There's a review and we make an award. So I don't have enough insight into that either. So I
So it sounds like no grave harm, but it would push back the timeline. And of course, we want to get money through as quickly as possible.
Right.
So it sounds like we would miss a few months. If there's an ability, I don't know, to have a meeting offline, not offline, but have another meeting around a quick meeting around this specific vote with a little bit more context that might clarify things for folks. If people are truly invested, I would guess that folks would dial in and vote for that. Just a suggestion.
The answer is you could schedule a special meeting, yes. Dan.
So just to clarify, these would be CIRM funds that would be administered and dispersed by the grantee, or without the involvement of the investigators of the trials, or would it be administered and dispersed by the investigators?
So the investigator would be involved in dispersing, or at least given the green light for the patient. Yeah.
That's the IRB.
Yeah.
That's the IRB.
Yeah, that's the due diligence and the compliance that's required.
Pat, I'm not sure we got clarity on that answer. Pat.
So by definition, an RFP or an RFA is a prospective effort. It's prospective.
Correct.
The existing, it doesn't matter if you decide you want to, provide MTA support that wasn't in your original protocol, you have to do an amendment. So for those that were concerned about those studies that already exist, even if it's $1.25, you have to do an amendment, and the turnaround time varies from a few days if it's simple to more complicated. So for this amendment, it's only prospective as we just heard.
Yeah.
Reimbursable expenses are not a challenge for the IRB. Prepaid. Studies do this all the time. We pay transportation without needing the participants to pay a single penny. So these already exist. I think there may be some misunderstandings about this. And so if you have the option, as I understand it, the RFA can emphasize that there are options, but that the CIRM prefers a particular method in terms of reimbursement. There's nothing to stop you from putting that into the RFA, right?
That's correct.
Okay,
We
so
design the rules.
all of these concerns can be managed. Any prospective application is going to need IRB approval no matter what. And if we delay more, it's going to be another, 3 months is looking pretty good actually for IRB turnaround. So I think we can vote on this prospective action now. And for those that want to, if it's possible, to take advantage of this, that for studies that already exist, they may or may not be able to apply. I haven't seen the RFA, but they will have to do an amendment for sure. It doesn't matter what the numbers are. And as far as I understand, I haven't had a single IRB come to me where the IRB was preventing the study from reimbursing real expenses. The problem they have is when there is, from their perspective, inducements beyond the expenses. Expenses all can be paid and they can collect receipts or whatever, but it's the inducement beyond that. $1,000 for a 2-hour visit or, you know, those are the kinds of things that they're concerned about. So I think we're on pretty solid ground. And I think the RFA can incorporate many of these things without having to meet again.
Judy
Fred and then Kim.
Good. Well done.
and Anne Marie.
So I just heard two things that raised questions. The first thing I heard was that current applicants can request or build into their budget reimbursement of patient out-of-pocket costs, which of course raises in my mind, why do we need this if applicants can do that? The second thing I heard is that these funds would be distributed by the investigator, not by this, the successful awardee of these funds through this new process. Did I misunderstand what you just said?
No, let me clarify. So it's the actual service provider that initiates the funds, but they do have to get clarity from the investigator that the patient was seen, this is the expense, et cetera. So there is some interaction with the investigator, yes, but it's not the sole.
You said the investigator distributes the funds to the patient.
No, that's incorrect. The service provider that gets this award is the one that's going to service the funds to the patients.
That's why I was confused why you would say the provider is one.
Yeah. And there is a lot of compliance around this, and that's the point of having a service provider, is that you're compliant, you can defend it, it's not inducement, it's best practices, and yeah, that's what we presented to the AEWG.
But our clinics do this all the time. So again, it seems like we're reinventing a way more complicated wheel.
Well, as Jeff mentioned, what they were requesting was a centralization of systems. So every university uses multiple systems to reimburse patients. And for us who are going, you know, this program is really designed for the underserved patient population and to get those metrics to show the impact that we're having for patients. We need that centralized system to get those metrics back, as opposed to spreading all of the resources to 20, 30 different vendors, and we can't get anything back and show the value of this program.
We can't require the people who run clinical trials to report back to us how much they're spending on patient access. That doesn't, seems to me we hold the purse strings. You tell them what to report, they'll report it.
They can certainly report. My point was being that having a centralized system allows for aggregate data to get to us in one stream, if that makes sense, as opposed to having multiple sources.
Does that mean individual sites will no longer be allowed to process that kind of patient support? They will have to go through this new mechanism?
No, not necessarily. No, this is a 5-year program.
Then you don't have what you're looking for. Then if both parties are involved in this, and you're saying you can't get consistent, reliable data from one of the parties, yet one of the parties is still going to be doing the activity, you're still not going to have a comprehensive view of what's going on.
So as Jeff mentioned, this is going to be a prospective process. So we will, given the ICOC approval on the concept plan, which we presented to the AEWG many times, we will have a systematic process for getting aggregate data from 1, possibly 2 service providers for this particular program to initiate.
But does that mean you're going to stop other applicants? All applicants will no longer be able to include these costs in their budget because we're going to funnel everybody through this new system. And
So
I
that's
heard you-
open for discussion, but there's certainly sensitivities around duplicity of costs, which is in our business rules. But that's really, this is a fairly small program, to be quite honest with you. 15.6 million certainly can help quite a few patients. It's a 5-year program, but it wouldn't exclude them from having at least some immediate access with our clinical trial support as well.
Sean, I'm only pointing out that your motivation that you're describing for this program is to be able to aggregate all of the patient support assistance data through 1 or 2 vendors of this, while simultaneously allowing clinical trial applicants, successful applicants, to actually build those costs into their trial, so that your goal of having a single source for this data will be undermined by allowing other sites to do their own thing, which I'm not arguing against. I'm just trying to be clear what you're saying. And then I don't see how what you're looking for is going to be possible if everyone isn't forced into this new methodology.
So if I may, this is a supplemental program. It is a $15.6 million patient access fund that needs to be compliantly provided to patients for access and affordability in participating in clinical trials. It is by no means going to cover all the patients in the CIRM trials. What I'd like to see from this program moving forward is the impact factor that I mentioned earlier of the 15.6. And then we could potentially come back and say, look at the impact we're having for patients. Here's the amount of money that we're spending and providing for patients for reimbursement. Is this something we want to scale? And we mentioned this to the AAWG, something larger that would impact more of our clinical funding, for example. That's yet to be determined.
Well, just a heads up, when you do make that report, I'm going to be asking for the same analysis that, of those clinical trial sites that provided patient access support, so that you have an apples to apples comparison of the impact of this program versus what happens when we allow clinical trial sites to do it themselves, so that we have so we actually understand the impact that we're having relative to the current experience.
Okay, thank you, Fred. We have Kim, then Anne Marie, and then Haifa.
Well, the first thing is I'd just like to clarify that nothing I read spoke to any kind of inducement payments whatsoever. So I think we should take that off the table. This was not a part of the plan. The second thing is that this intended RFA is not just about the money. It's about providing support for patients to enter trials. So that is also a very important function. And the third thing is that those of you who are not working in a university setting clearly have no idea how hard it is to reimburse anybody for anything. It takes months, and we are talking about an amount of money that has to be spent on this purpose that cannot meaningfully be spent by universities or other trial sites, because they're not in the business of doing needs assessments or poverty level assessments. That it is compliant, that it is consistent, that it gets the money into the pockets of people who need it when they need it, not 3 months down the road, if they happen to have the right type of account to have the money paid into in the first place. I can't even buy a $25 Amazon card to give to a staff member as a reward. I mean, it just beggars belief. Yeah, and on top of everything else, the University of California is having this massive overhaul of its financial systems, and the university that I just left had no meaningful financial information for anyone doing any kind of research project or trial for a long time. So I absolutely support this, and I applaud what you're trying to do here, and I hope that we can vote in favor of it.
Thank you, Anne Marie.
First of all, thank you. Totally agree with you. I would like to bring it back at a board level. we have had a very clear motion proposed with nuances, with caveats. I really do value the comments from the board members, and very often that has influenced how I think and how I vote. On the other hand, we're not here to get into the nitty-gritty details or what I call getting into the weeds. Number one, it's not a good use of our time collectively. Second, more importantly, it seems that we're not trusting the CIRM team to do their job. If we had had a pattern that in the past they have not listened to us, I would at least understand this. This is actually not the case. This is quite the opposite. If the CIRM team wants to call on any one of us for additional work that would be more detail-oriented, of course they do it. They have done it. They will do it. So in this case, I would recommend, and in my case, I will happily vote for the motion as amended, as a high-level support from the board to the work that is being proposed, with the understanding that we will hear feedback about how it has been implemented.
Haifa. Thank you, Anne-Marie.
Thank you. So I am one of the people who are very enthusiastic about this program, being a clinician and dealing with enrollments in clinical trial and knowing how much disparity is there in the enrollment of clinical trial between patients based on their income, based on their ethnicities, knowing that in CAR-T trials, there are only 1% African-American patients enrolled on those trials for myeloma, and only 5% of Hispanic patients enrolled on those trials for the CAR-T trials also in myeloma. So there's a lot of disparity out there. And I do think those academic centers that get those grants from CIRM, I don't think they have adequate mechanism in place to overcome the disparity and to provide the support to all the patients who need to be enrolled in these trials. At the end of the day, they take what comes to them as far as patients. They do not have the ability to actually extend the access of those trials to those people who live far away from the center. So the way how I see this program, I see it helping in actually by those, the organizations that end up having those grants, those part of the responsibility is really expanding the access, making sure we give the support to patients who have the low income and the patients who actually otherwise would not be able to make it to those academic centers who have those trials. So I do see a lot of potential. I do, acknowledge all the points that were made by the members of the modality. Just giving the grants just to the awardees who do the trials is not going to cover the gap or bridge the gap in between patients in terms of access. So that's my point in terms of how I see this program is very valuable.
Thanks, Haifa. Mark?
Yeah, I think the concept is terrific, and obviously there's urgent need for the generalized topics that we're discussing here. What I'm just concerned about is elements around, well, some of this actually solve the problems in the context of we're still reliant on the respective sites for information to be able to affect a payment or to get the money transferred to the patients, if I'm not mistaken. And if that's the case, some of the same holdups that are causing issues on reimbursements, the question might be is, are we going to run into those same issues or not related to this, particular program? So that's one question. The other one just has to do with, I just want to make sure that we know exactly what we're voting on when the vote comes, because there's been a lot of topics brought up here, and just want to make sure there's clarity on what the final amendment looks like. But I also want to make sure that in the quest for an outstanding goal and one we should drive towards, that we have been able to really come up with a reasonable approach for a solution to achieve those goals.
Comment, JT.
Al, thank you, Mark.
First, as patient advocate, I always appreciate opportunities to hear discussions that result in patients who are overrepresented in diseases who don't, due to economic barriers, have the opportunity to participate. This discussion has been very helpful. And in fact, the comments from my colleagues has helped me clarify some of the questions that have come up as a result of the proposal. So I appreciate that. I appreciate the clarity around the institutions or universities' inability to move resources quickly and efficiently, as succinctly stated. I appreciate that. The goal that I have is to always, as you have said, Isabel, get resources to patients so they can participate in trials, because that's what we're here to do. There are some points of clarity that need to be addressed in terms of the overall presentation. That is not to minimize what staff are trying to do. It's a very important area, but there are clearly some points that need to be addressed. That said, I'm going to second what Mark just said. Please clarify the motion. I intend to vote in support, in fact, because of what my colleagues over here have said to me. And that's helped me clarify that I do want to support this, because we want to get this to patients.
Thank you, Al. So clarifying, so we have the motion, which is to shift to the RFA, and the amendment was there are points raised by members of the board who want to have input, interchange with Sean and the medical affairs team as the process develops to create the RFA. And the motion is that that is a caveat to a straight approval, so that we make sure that board members' issues are addressed. Is that okay?
Thank you.
Okay. We have other questions or comments? Any public comment? Okay, well, this has certainly been the fifth robust discussion of the day. This is just an outstanding board meeting. So, Mr. Tosher, could you please take the roll?
Well, JT, guess what? This can be a voice vote with a roll call on the phone.
As I said, all in the room in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Mr. Tosher.
Okay, Mark Fisher Colbury,
Aye.
Fred Fisher,
Aye.
Larry Goldstein,
Yes.
Steve Jules, Rich Lahara,
Yes.
David Lowe,
Yes.
Christine Miaskowski,
Yes.
Lauren Miller Rogan,
Yes.
Adriana Padilla,
Yes.
Joe Panetta,
Yes.
Michael Stamos,
Yes.
and one last try for Carol Watson. Not sure if she's come back on. Well, the motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Tosher. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Sean. And members of the medical affairs team, Mr. Lomax, thank you very much. All right, that concludes the action items. We're now on to discussion items. First up, yeah, right. Yeah, we haven't had any discussion on anything. That's first topic, updates for communications from the communications subcommittee. Isabel, you're up.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'm happy to report that the Communications Subcommittee has indeed accepted its charge to be better, do better, and we have a wonderful team that is doing that. Thanks to Pat Levitt, who I think is moving to another, my co-chair, who's moving to another. All right, strike that. And a welcome to our new communications co-chair, Maria Bonville. So I welcome her aboard to help with.
Also at the restaurant.
Kudos to them. But I think it's, to me, it's very exciting. We have a wonderful committee, a group of committee members with a very robust engagement, and we're trying to improve that because since I've been the gospel singer here about messaging, I think it's really critical that that communications subcommittee do its work and do it well and do it often. So I'm pleased to introduce a member of that comms team, the excellent Esteban Cortez, and let's not identify Katie Sharifi as well. Two great people who are helping keep this keep the communication subcommittee going. Thanks. Go ahead.
Thank you, Isabel. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Esteban Cortez, and I'm the Director of Marketing and Communications here at the California Institute for Regenerative Medicine, CIRM, and very excited to be presenting some of the progress that we've made here over the past year. Lots of exciting things happening. But before that, I acknowledge that Isabel made a really great introduction to our team, but once again, Esteban here. And I've also got my colleague Katie, who is sitting in the back. And I just really want to recognize the support from the communications subcommittee as well, have been really great in guiding us in meeting some of these goals that we're going to talk about today. But I also really want to acknowledge Katie for all of the support that she's giving the team, because Katie has a really great story here at the agency. She participated in an early stem cell clinical trial for spinal cord injury. So she really brings a really great story, but a lot of great skills in helping us move forward and make progress in all of these goals that we're going to talk about today. So just a really quick recap. Last year in 2022, we introduced a comprehensive marketing plan and a strategy where we did a SWOT analysis, social media audit, just really looking at a lot of our communications channels to see how we're doing. And with that, setting some new goals. And these are two of the goals that we set through that, which of course, we always want to position CIRM as a trusted source in the regenerative medicine space. But one of the goals that we're going to be highlighting today is to really do outreach with community-based organizations. But in particular, we really wanted to start listening and having conversations, because before going out there, we want to figure out what are those needs, learn more about what is it that they would like for us as a state agency to do, because we of course take that responsibility seriously. So we're going to get into some of that work that we've done. And with that, so we did set that goal to really start having more of those conversations. And I won't go into all of these, but this is just a snapshot of some of the conversations and the types of organizations that we've communicated with. One of them being an organization called Society for the Advancement of Chicanos, Hispanics, and Native Americans in Science. You know, really asking them questions. What is it that we can offer you as an agency? And we learned that, you know, from us, they seek mentorship opportunities, what are educational opportunities, internships, those kinds of things. And these are things that we've already offered, but really hearing from them directly that this is what they seek really allows for us to partner with them to also work with the teams here at the organization at CIRM to really implement more of those programs to go out there and do that outreach. Also to another organization in Sacramento called the Sacramento Chinese Community Service Center, which serves youth, actually about 15,000 children in the Sacramento school area. And again, just asking them what it is that we can offer. And we learned that there are actually lots of opportunities for us to take services to them, but also vice versa, for them to bring students to us, for us to be able to share, you know, more opportunities about our educational programs in STEM, Rotary clubs and other organizations throughout the state. There are more, but these are some that I wanted to highlight today. But really, in addition to having those one-on-one conversations, we have also been using social media as a listening tool and as a tool to make those connections. You know, really, in particular, the last couple of years, it's been really difficult to have those face-to-face in-person conversations with limitations. So really using and leveraging social media to learn more and introduce ourselves as an agency has been really successful. At the suggestion of Isabel, actually, we were able to start a conversation with the community college club, the Berkeley City College Stem Cell Club, where again, they identified what are those opportunities for us to partner together. They're really enthusiastic about sharing their stories, student stories, and again, are seeking those mentorship opportunities. So social media has been a really great tool for listening, but also just for storytelling and sharing the impact of the organization, our programs, the opportunities that we offer. It's been really great for that. And I wanted to just provide this quick snapshot here of some of the types of stories that we've been sharing, because we really have shifted how we tell stories. Really, one of the big changes is taking that perspective from the researcher or perhaps the student, especially if they come from a background that is traditionally underrepresented. We found just a lot of success and engagement across social media. You know, some of the stories that we've highlighted here, for example, was Aaliyah West Staples, a student who started as a chemistry student, and she then transitioned to regenerative medicine through the Bridges program. And sharing those kinds of stories are just really great because, one, it gets across what it is that we do, our investments in education and growing the workforce here in California, and also just helps get that story across to their communities as well, because as I mentioned, a lot of students we're finding are really enthusiastic about sharing as well. Also just taking the perspective from the researcher, aside from just talking about the science, you know, we'll talk about the science, but also talk about the researcher and their story and why it's important to them. And we've found that you know, sharing Dr. Lily Yang in UCLA, that story was actually one really engaging piece that we shared across LinkedIn that actually got, at this point, over 30,000 impressions, which, you know, that just means it's showing up on people's screens, which, you know, that's just really great because that's more potential for people to see our stories. So also just really experimenting with the way that we tell our stories, you know, just really thinking about how people consume media now. So, you know, doing swipe through posts, Twitter threads, those kinds of things. So I just wanted to highlight that that's one of the other ways that we've been doing community outreach, not just in person, but also online. Oops. And I'm not going to go too deep into all of these, but I just wanted to highlight that we have seen some growth across our social media, you know, with increase in our followers, engagement rate across some channels. And again, this is because we're experimenting and also doing things that we know are successful. Again, shifting the way that we tell our stories, and doing things that are tested that we know will be successful, and also looking at audits that we've done. And I, again, want to recognize Katie Sharifi for setting up that system for us to conduct the audit, metric tracking. Those are some of the things that we've been doing here and changes we've seen. But with that, you know, talking about listening, having conversations, I do also want to give this snapshot of some of the events that we've done over just the last year. These are more events that aren't necessarily, you know, science conferences, because I do also want to recognize that in addition to these, our science teams do go out to conferences. You know, just recently, Maria Milan was at a Women in Life Sciences event where, you know, she highlighted CIRM's work, and those types of events aren't listed here, but there are still lots of outreach that we're doing at those types of spaces too. And this is a more visual representation that I'll show next once my slide advances. Here, so this is just a snapshot of the types of events that we've done over the past year. You know, looking at the upper left, that's the Bay Area Leads Science Academy, which is a summer camp that basically provides STEM opportunities over the summer to students, and really in particular students that are traditionally underrepresented in STEM. Had great success there. We've got the listening session up there at the top, Rotary clubs, and in the center, we've actually got the San Francisco Pride Parade, which I was very excited to participate in this past year. And that was actually really great, not just because we were in front of our community in a really large event in California, you know, hundreds of thousands of people who attended there. It was really great because we were able to establish a presence, you know, get our name out there, what we're investing in. But even just on the way to there, you know, going from my home in Oakland to the parade wearing a CIRM shirt, I had 3 conversations with people who were asking like, hey, what is CIRM? What does that stand for? What does that mean? And just having those conversations are really great because, you know, you get to let them know, here's what we do. So it's just was really great, really exciting to do that. We've also got, Stem Cell Awareness Day, Sunday Assembly, which I know JT recently participated in, and that was actually a follow-up from an event that we did in San Francisco. They enjoyed that presentation so much that we got the invite in LA. So just wanted to recognize and show visually here some of the events that we're doing. And other types of outreach, again, I do just want to address that. Katie and I were a team of two. We were very fortunate to, of course, have Maria Bonneville, and we unfortunately lost one of our team members, Kevin, back in December. And I also, since I mentioned that, I do want to recognize that he was a great mentor to Katie and I, and we really want to recognize that he provided us with the support to get to where we are today. So I did want to highlight that very quickly. But I did want to point out that, we're a small team and California is a large state, 40 million people. So how is it that we reach this large population? I did want to also point out that all of our education programs do have an outreach component. It's actually required through each education program. So I wanted to highlight some of the types of events that they also support us with doing. They actually go out there with lots of enthusiasm, go out there and participate in community fairs, science fairs, classroom presentations, marathon walks. They also do outreach to lawmakers, those kinds of things. Those are things that are happening, all the time. So throughout the duration of the program, a lot of the trainees throughout these programs are also active on social media. So they're also doing that type of outreach on our behalf, spreading the word about, regenerative medicine, stem cell research, the agency, and the work that they're doing as well. So this was just a brief snapshot of some of the work that we've been doing. There's a lot more that we're doing and that we're working on, but just some of the key takeaways that we got through this is that I've been mentioning over and over throughout this presentation that there's so much enthusiasm from students and from communities to really go out there and engage with the agency and with other communities in California. I know we're going to get a recap of some of the listening sessions soon, but we found that there's so much enthusiasm to partner with us and, figure out what are the best ways to reach communities and provide the services that we offer. We've also found that finding organizations that have similar initiatives, maybe STEM-based, science-based, education-based, we found a lot of success in connecting with those. So one of the calls to action that I would put here is that if you all are familiar or maybe even a part of any of those organizations, feel free to send them our way because we're always looking to make those connections. Building trust with communities is also key. That's one of the things that we identified. And again, if you ever see an opportunity to make that connection, please feel free to forward that over to us. And really one of the things that we've also found too is that, while we're going to have others doing that outreach on our behalf for us, in addition to the work that we're doing, is that there's really a need to develop more templates, more messaging that we can provide to others. I think it was actually Dr. Barrett earlier who said that having that messaging to go out there and spread the word is something that you would find really helpful. So for the sake of time, we didn't present the messaging that we developed. We did present that at the last communications subcommittee, but we did develop a messaging template in how staff, how trainees, how they can talk about the agency. So that's something that we're currently refining, and we will of course work with Marianne to make sure that you all get access to that. And we're always happy to support with that as well. If you have any questions, happy to discuss that with you. We just did that for Isabel, also did that for Vito, who will be presenting soon. So we're always happy to support you with that as well. And really with that, I just wanted to end this by, again, just saying thank you for this opportunity to present some of the work that we've been doing here. Happy to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you.
First of all, Esteban and Katie, you guys are doing phenomenal work and it's really impressive. So we just want to make sure you understand how much we appreciate all you're doing, the quality of the work, particularly given the very difficult circumstances that we've all had to deal with here with Kevin's passing. So I hope the board understood that that's two people doing that, what you just saw with Maria's guidance, and that you're doing great work. And we're looking forward to Corin coming in as part of the team. She starts on the 17th, Maria?
17th and Corinne.
Corinne. Thank you. Sorry. Anyway, but just again, to reiterate how much great work you're doing, and thank you very much, both of you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
yes,
Uh,
Madam Chair.
I really just wanted in support of Esteban and Katie and to reemphasize the message that they sent to all of you. Please remember, in your own communities, you have student groups out there or CBOs out there, other groups that you can forward to Esteban so that he can continue to build out. Certainly we need more capacity, and of course that will take a budget, increased budget, but and I'm sure with our new communications team we'll get even better. But anytime you have someone you think would be a fabulous story, anybody who you think would be, we need to go out and meet with them and talk to them, please send it to us, because I'm sure that these are the kinds of things that that Esteban and Katie can use. In my presentation to San Jose State week ago Monday, they were particularly very interested in not only how they become better scientists and better students and better interns, but they were really interested in how to become better messengers to the community and how to engage, to step outside their comfort zones, to engage with community and with places they would not normally go in order to bring the message of science and to share their love of science with students, to increase that workforce down the road, and those new students in STEM, but also to diminish fear or lack of understanding about this science within those community groups. And so it's really critical for you to help Esteban and Katie to connect those dots, because this messaging is critical. And that's why I really want you to hear more often from this team, because you need to support them in as best way you can think possible. And that is going to help their work, lift their load a little. And I don't know if that lift the load was the good thing I should support them doing their work, but also I think really get the message of CIRM out. So we're not hearing from folks that I haven't heard of CIRM. That's our goal, right? Oh yeah, I know CIRM. That's our new goal. I know CIRM. Hey, why don't we do a banner? I know CIRM. Okay, I'm done.
That's a good new logo. It's their motto. Yes. So by the way, just to play off what Isabel said, I would encourage all of us to, if you have opportunities to get speaking engagements about CIRM, to whatever the body is, to go out and do it. And I've done many of them over the years, and they are always well received, no matter if it's high school kids, it's college kids, it's whatever it is. We're all tremendous ambassadors for the mission, and that is a great way to get the message out in your spare time, which I know not many people have a lot of, but I would strongly encourage that. So, okay. All right.
JT, Adriana has her hand raised.
Oh, Adriana.
Hi. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much. It was a great presentation. Really happy to hear about communication efforts, especially the social media aspect. Just wanted to remind you and the team that at least in many different areas of California, broadband is challenging. And so if you can add to the connection aspect, maybe the TV section and the radio section and different multi-language aspects, I think that would reach a lot of underserved communities.
Thank you so much for that suggestion. Thank you. And that's definitely something that we have considered. And we do actually have a translator as well, and have started to share things in various languages as well, which I think is something that we had not done to some extent, but we're really starting to put things in multiple languages out there as well, and hope to do more of that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Esteban. Thank you, Katie. Oh, yes. Absolutely. 5 minutes is, Okay, if we could get everybody back to their seats, please.
Well, you've had a workout. Everybody on the screen.
All part of the program. Good stuff. Okay. All right. We are going to be going a little out of order here. So the first thing we are going to do is we have Art. Can you come up here, please? Larry, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. What? Thank you. What time are you good to go till?
Till 4, and then I've got
Okay.
to
All right,
bolt
you're
out
in
of
good
here.
shape.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so Art, that door chair here. There's a chair. Okay. So we are going to now talk about Art, who needs no introduction, who was a phenomenal vice chair since 2009 and somebody that I greatly enjoyed working with for all that time. It was a wonderful working relationship, a good partnership as chair and vice, and we were very, very, very lucky to have him in this position. So towards that, Art, we have, not surprisingly, a resolution for you and then comments. So I'm going to read the resolution. Well, I want to read the resolution, so everybody can fully appreciate the magnitude, not just of what you did here, but your career, which has been exemplary. So, whereas Senator Torres holds a bachelor degree from University of California, Santa Cruz and a Juris Doctorate from University of California, Davis School of Law. Whereas Senator Torres served as a John F. Kennedy Teaching Fellow at Harvard University's Kennedy School of Government Institute of Politics in 1973. Whereas 1973. Whereas Senator Torres was elected to become the University of California Regent Designate on July 1st, 2020, and then Alumni Regent and President of the Alumni Associations of the University of California on July 1, 2021. Whereas Senator Torres serves as one of 5 members of the board of Covered California, which oversees Obamacare in California and was appointed to a second 4-year term in 2020 by the California State Senate. Whereas Senator Torres served as a member and president of the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, appointed by then Mayor Gavin Newsom in 2010. Whereas Senator Torres served as a member of the board of the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency, appointed by the late Ed Lee, mayor of San Francisco, to a 4-year term in 2017. Whereas Senator Torres was the longest serving state Democratic Party chair in U.S. history between 1996 and 2009. Whereas Senator Torres served 20 years in the California legislature, where he chaired the Assembly Health Committee and the Senate Insurance Committee, created the Senate Toxics Committee and served as its first chair, and chaired the UC Admissions Committee. He served in the California State Assembly from 1974 to 1982, and in the California State Senate from 1982 to 1994. Whereas Senator Torres authored the California Safe Drinking Water and Toxic Enforcement Act of 1986, known as Proposition 65, which protects our drinking water from carcinogens. This proposition helped create the sole toxic reporting repository that helps scientists determine environmental and health impacts, which Dr. Eric Roberts called a quote, data source that really no one else has on the planet, close quote. Whereas Senator Torres helped appropriate university research funding at the height of the AIDS crisis in 1982 with Dr. Marcus Conant before the severity of the epidemic was recognized, and advocated for insurance reimbursement for breast cancer treatments. Whereas Senator Torres currently serves as the vice chair of the One Legacy Foundation, the largest organ transplant foundation in the U.S., headquartered in Los Angeles, and has been on the board since 1996. Whereas Senator Torres was appointed by the University of San Francisco as its diversity scholar visiting professor teaching in the nursing graduate program in 2016. Whereas for over 40 years, Senator Torres has confronted complex issues and stood up for those without a voice. He has authored crucial initiatives in healthcare, education, the environment, and human rights, and has served in the private and public sectors. Whereas in 2009, then Lieutenant Governor Gavin Newsom and Treasurer Bill Lockyer nominated Senator Torres to serve as the vice chair of CIRM's governing board, a position to which he was elected by the governing board. Whereas as vice chair of CIRM's governing board, Senator Torres has served on the grants and standards working groups and served as the inaugural chair of the Accessibility and Affordability Working Group. Senator Torres has also served on numerous subcommittees and has led CIRM's government relations efforts. Whereas, due to Senator Torres' vast experience, he was unanimously reelected to a final term as vice chair of CIRM in 2016. Whereas Senator Torres, through his experience, commitment, knowledge, and leadership, contributed greatly to the momentum of discovery and future therapies, which will be the ultimate outcome of the dedicated work of the researchers receiving CIRM funding. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the governing board of the California Institute for Regenerative Medicine, on behalf of the people of the state of California, wishes to express its deepest gratitude to Senator Torres for his service on CIRM's governing board and for his dedication to the advancement of stem cell research and to the mission of CIRM to accelerate world-class science to deliver transformative regenerative medicine treatments in an equitable manner to a diverse California and world. This resolution shall take immediately upon its approval. Do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by the entire board.
Second.
Seconded by the entire. First. I'm sure Scott will tell me we can do a voice vote on both, Scott, or do you need to poll on Zoom again?
I need to pull on Zoom again.
Don't we want to talk first?
We do, but I just want to get the ground rules set. Okay,
Is
so.
it going to be different for this one?
No,
Okay.
so I'm just checking. So, Art, first of all, being a state agency and inherently a political organization, the necessity of having the best contacts we have in Sacramento and keeping Sacramento apprised, watching for issues that come up that could affect CIRM and what we do, dealing with federal legislators to keep them apprised, all towards having the political establishment have a completely positive attitude about CIRM has been critical to allow us to function as a state agency. And you unfailingly did all of that and more. And in so doing, positioned us for success. So I want to thank you for that. That was yeoman's duty that took advantage of your many years of experience, your political savvy, your contacts. I should tell the board, by the way, Art and I and Maria we'd go to Sacramento and you park in the parking lot, which is, as you guys may know, is across the street from the Capitol building. And you couldn't get 3 steps without somebody, Senator Torres, hi, and of course, he hasn't even been up there for like decades, right? Still knows everybody, still commands the utmost respect. It was very impressive. I mean, it took half an hour to walk 20 feet, but aside from that, we managed to get there early to factor that in. But seriously, we've had, there were several instances that came up, the Ortiz amendment, the effort to get CIRM canceled, and the constitutional amendment, which most of you guys don't know anything about. All of that was handled expertly by you. And that's just all the stuff you did on the political front. I mean, you were an integral figure in everything CIRM did since 2009. You've been a wonderful colleague for me personally. Special shout out for your support when I got nominated. I really appreciated it. We were, as I say, CIRM as an entity was just so fortunate to have you in all regards. So congratulations on a job extremely well done.
Thank
Other comments from members of the board? Who would like to go first?
I'll go.
Maria. This ought to be good. Maria.
Oh, no. Again, these are all kind, wonderful comments. Of course. I've known Art for 22 years. I remember the first time I met him, I thought, oh my God, that man has amazing hair. He still does. He also had this amazing ability to remember faces and names and that singular thing that made you special. He remembered that I had had a baby and that his name is Charlie. And every time I saw him, he'd ask me, how's sweet Charlie doing? And he still asks me about him whenever we talk. He has the gift of connection, and that has been an amazing quality for us here at CIRM. Art has been instrumental to keeping CIRM on track, whether by helping with the proposition or making sure Sacramento knew all the great things we were doing. He's been unwavering in his support of and love for CIRM. So thank you, Art, for everything you've done for CIRM and everything you did for me.
Maria, and then George, and then Dan.
Oh, thank you so much. I don't usually cut in front of board members, but I appreciate the opportunity to do so. And I actually had written some things down, Art, so I'm going to read. I don't usually don't. So when I first joined CIRM, Art let me in the front door, and he opened that door, and it led to an amazing experience at CIRM. But on behalf of the CIRM team, just wanted to share a few words with you, Art. So it would be very difficult to kind of add to all of the accomplishments that have already been shared with this board. But on behalf of the team, I'd like to express our gratitude to Art for keeping it real. And as you see, real world, real life is part of our motto. And you do keep it real. With all the huge reforms and initiatives you've been involved in, all the leadership roles, you really always kept it real and about the personal needs of the people you interact with and serve. That's led you to co-author legislation such as the Museum of Tolerance in Los Angeles, the California Clean Water Act, the Restroom Equity Act, which I hope our new chair lets us take more bathroom breaks, because I think it's very important. But most importantly, what really stands out in my mind is the Peking duck legislation in the 1980s in San Francisco.
Yeah, that was a big one.
Which it really, and that's just part of it. Like, that's just the start of some of the stories that Art tells us. Art doesn't only listen, he really hears. He hears people's concerns. I get text messages and calls from him on behalf of people who need medical care. All hours, weekends, holidays, and he treats every single one of those concerns as if it's, with the urgency that it deserves, but as if everybody is his son or his daughter. It's true. His compassion and his advocacy and connection with the community have led him to his passionate support for CIRM's education programs, access and affordability for patients, and diversity, equity, and inclusion. So thank you, Art, for the mission you've instilled in us, for setting up some very important programs and challenges that we can take on as an organization going forward in Prop 14. Thank you, Art. And so we have something for Art that Scott Tosher is going to help me bring up from the team to oh, I can here. To just to remember us by. And as you know, we give at our all hands meetings a domino award for our team members who exhibit and live the mission, but essentially go above and beyond. And so we wanted you to have this plaque. Oh, JT wants to show his, okay. Wow. Okay, that's fine. This is cool. All right, I'm going, I was just told that I'm supposed to go also. You should. Oh, yeah. No, no, no. The plaque. Right here. Oh, you guys. Okay. No, it's totally fine. We're all good.
Next, George.
Well, thank you. Art, like everyone else, I am in awe of all that you've accomplished. But that's what we expect of somebody who started out as a banana slug. You know, having heard you over all of these years and having listened to the accomplishments that you've achieved, the question that comes to my mind is, what did you ever do in your spare time? I will say this, you know, listening to you over the years at CIRM, listening to your comments, listening to the work that you've done, literally could fill a book and provide just your own comments would be the history of CIRM. And it just shows the level of your commitment and the level of your accomplishments for this organization. I'm personally very grateful to you. You recruited me to be a member of this board. And when I told you I knew, you know, really relatively little about stem cells, I still remember what you said. Said, don't worry about it. You'll figure it out. Why don't you start by reading Stem Cells for Dummies? And that actually proved to be some really good advice. So Art, I just really want to thank you for all you've done. It's been just a wonderful pleasure working with you.
Dan.
Mr. Senator, Mr. Vice Chair, earlier in the meeting, I had reached out to your successor as Vice Chair during a prolonged discussion to ask if I could call the question, and she said, "Okay, Art," which I took as high praise. So I first met Art many years ago, 2002, when I began working for our legislator who would become a Speaker of the House, your very dear friend Nancy Pelosi. And Art, you've been a great mentor and friend to me for all of these years. You're responsible for me coming on this board. And what I've observed during my time with you on CIRM is that you've really been, in some ways, the moral compass of this body. You've also always kept us focused through the establishment and your leadership on the AAWG on ensuring that the treatment and resources that we are supporting get to those most in need, and your focus on young people through the Spark and Bridges program and creating opportunities for them professionally and being a part of this work is so admirable. You know, I have to say that I've always observed you leading with passion and purpose and impact. And I admire you very greatly and will miss you very much on this body, but look forward to seeing you more. So thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Marv.
So Art, you and I got to know each other first in the political jungles of Los Angeles when we were on the same team, fighting very difficult fights. And so it was a great joy for me in joining CIRM to join you here again. So to learn from your wisdom now, as I did back then. So thank you.
Pat.
So Ara, I never met you before I came on the board, but I had heard about you. And so it wasn't scary, but it was interesting. So I have one very, very short story. I think it was the second or the first or second AWG meeting, you're chairing it. And, you know, I learned the hard way that every CIRM meeting has an agenda and the agendas can be extraordinarily long. You adjourned the meeting in the first half hour until somebody reminded you that we still have like 3/4 of the agenda to still go through. And I was thinking to myself, I like this chair, really like this chair. So I appreciate that, Art. And also we've had private conversations about my passion about children's health and your passion about children's health. And it came through in our conversations. So I appreciate that and expect that you will continue to work towards a solution for the state of California. So thanks for all that you've done.
Thank you, Pat. Isabel.
So Art, I've known you in so many ways, with so many hats through so many lenses since I was a young reporter and you were a senator. And so it's amazing to me how we've continued to intersect and cross paths at many evolutions in our own lives. And it's really been always great to see you. And then when you called me to serve, I said, okay, I guess somewhat like, I don't know much about stem cells, but I do believe that, as they said, you love to develop young talent, that you saw for me an opportunity to learn and to help make a difference. And I appreciate that you saw that in me. But more importantly, I just appreciate that we've been able to continue to collaborate on multiple levels in many important ways. I will miss you in one way, and that is that you may not be sending me any more mariachi serenades for my birthday. Please do. Do not leave my life. Thank you. Good luck to you. Best of luck. And hopefully we'll still see you in through another lens in another way.
Thank you. Other comments? Do we have some comments on Zoom? Oh, I'm sorry. Leandra, sorry.
Art, I'm fairly new to the board, but I will say that, you know, someone said, oh, you get on that board, you're going to get calls from certain people, and Art will be one of those people that calls you. And I remember the day that you called me and I thought, okay, what's he calling me for? And you were calling me because you were checking on me as a person, and you remembered that I had had my breast cancer surgery, and you were just checking in to talk to me, to talk about your family and members who had been impacted. And that was very, very special. So I thank you for that. Thank you for, despite all the politics and everything happening, the fact to zone in and hone in on the important element of us just being human and needing to support one another. We didn't talk about certain business at all. We just talked about what was happening with me. So I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Leandra. Others? Mark.
Mark, you've been incredibly impactful in so many different ways. And I just want to acknowledge how beneficial you've been and how deeply indebted I am to what you've done related to CIRM and to a variety of other causes. So it's very, very much appreciated. And I know that's been with a lot of sacrifices of your time, your energy, and even, you know, financial hits along the way, given your devotion. And I just want to just express how deeply appreciative I am of all of your sacrifices to achieve so much and to help guide us through this process. So thank you.
Hey. Anne-Marie.
Yeah, many, many years of working together in this environment here in this board, and I really second everything that others have said and how you've inspired all of us. As I had a chance together with all of us to review what else you've done, I knew some of it, but not all of it. And everyone can notice how much you have fought for equal access to healthcare, which we're clearly not yet there, but making some progress thanks to people like you. And I wish there would be many, many others, as there all of us are trying to get there, but you're one of the leaders. So thank you for that as well.
Thank you, Anne Marie. Shelley.
Hi, I'm Shelley Heimfeld. I work on the grants working group. And I just want to acknowledge again how strong a role art always played in reminding us that it wasn't just about the science, it was about the patients at the end of all of this, that was a critical role. We could get caught up in the details sometimes. And art was always good at bringing us back and reminding us really why we were there. So I just want to say thank you for that.
Thank you, Shelley. Other comments?
Yes.
Let's see.
Joy.
So, Joy.
Kevin Yarrow. Yes. So echoed it exactly, what Shelley had said. I will say that I will appreciate your unconditional art-filled serminess. For those of us on the GWG, that was a word that we coined. And I will tell you, Art, that you are the right dose.
I love that.
Love you, Joy.
That's taken years for you to ever make that statement.
It has.
Pat, did I see your hand up there? It's great to
Yeah.
see you.
Yes, you did.
Oh, wow.
Wow. So nice to see those of you I know. So nice to see all the new faces. And Art, so nice to see you. My 13 years at CIRM, when I look back on it, what I remember is the community of people, both at CIRM, at the Grants Working Group. And Art, you were really part of that community. You helped make it. You supported us. You taught me about patient advocacy. You were so important in helping to develop the education programs and supported them. Every time we had a meeting of of either the Bridges or the Spark, Art would show up and he would usually give a talk. And so that was really good. And I know all the people appreciated it. And I also know that the many trainees that we have done probably remember your contributions. Finally, just in jumping in and out of this board meeting today, one of the things that you may all miss is Art calling the question and moving the things along. So Art, thank you. And it's good to see you. And I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Pat, and great to see you. Other comments? Jared.
Yeah, I was first invited to the GWG a little bit over a decade ago. And at the time, I very much felt like an outsider. And Art, more than I think anyone else in CIRM, immediately made me feel welcome and comfortable, as he did with everyone. And not only just me, he made groups of us comfortable together. And by making us all comfortable, we were all talking to each other. And as a group, he was a catalyst for communication. Even if he wasn't directly involved in the information being transferred, he was catalyzing that communication, and he made it fun and enjoyable to be on the GWG. And by doing so, I think he improved the overall synergism and quality of our grant evaluations. If the GWG is a family, Art's our grandfather. So thank you, Art.
Thanks, Jared. Now we have to amend the resolution for another whereas. Mark.
Thank you. I've been a member of the GWG like a couple of the others have spoken from very early days with CIRM. I think I joined in year 2. And it's really been an honor and a privilege to work with the organization and so many outstanding individuals, Art certainly, and like my comments to extend to JT himself as well. With Art, I have to say something has changed for me over the years once upon a time when I heard the phrase "a man of the people," I thought of this tall guy with a long black beard who was a rail splitter at one time in his life. And now I've got the image of a gentleman from California with white hair and a fantastic smile. So you've at least changed that aspect of my worldview, Art. Thank you for that. You know, a lot of people think of grant reviewing if they're scientists as at most a necessary evil, sometimes just an evil. But CIRM's been different. And I was thinking about why that's true. And it's people like JT and Art who've made it true. And I think it's partly because they share a dual passion. There's this commitment to a great scientific mission. And I say that as somebody who was introduced to stem cell biology a ridiculously long time ago as a high school student, more than half a century back. And that's been contained or continued over those years. And Art and JT share that passion as much as any of the scientists, either within CIRM or on the GWG. And secondly, there is this absolutely paramount focus that they bring to the interests of people with unmet medical needs. And it really informs everything CIRM does on a daily basis. And it makes it different from other organizations, smaller or larger, that play in this space. And that passion obviously comes from the leaders, JT, Art, Maria, many others. But you know, it's been exemplified by the two folks who are being honored today. And I'd like to talk about very quickly 4 specific ways in which they've generated the impact. One is they've kept the CIRM mission vital and omnipresent. They never stray from upholding values of scientific excellence and objectivity. They encourage diverse points of view. And so the reviewing for CIRM has been very different from my experience in reviewing for other organizations because of that scientific objectivity. They really mean it when they say CIRM should support high-risk, high-reward research. And they respect and share and support a vision that stem cell science is going to transform medicine and the lives of individuals across the full spectrum of human diversity, whether it's in your state, our nation, or the globe. And finally, they've made this large organization feel, for me, as others have mentioned already, like a family for those who touch it in almost any way. So I want to thank them, Art in particular, JT in particular, and other colleagues for making service to GWG a fountain of lifetime learning, to the two of them for becoming trusted personal friends and role models. I work for a very tiny foundation. Our budget is about 0.1% that of CIRM. We deal with a rare cancer that affects maybe 300 or 400 people a year. But I bring to bear on my work literally every day lessons that I've learned from these two folks and on almost every aspect of what I do in my daily life. And not the least of those lessons is that every patient in need deserves the very best that scientific and medical innovation can offer. And they've exemplified that value in a way that we just have to thank them for.
Thank you very much, Mark. Okay. Do we have public comment from those in the room? Bob.
Art, members of the board, members of the staff. Senator Torres is a very special person for me, as he is for you. He is dedicated, as are all the members of the board and the staff, to reducing human suffering, to improving the human condition. The focus is crystal clear. And when you look at a leader like that, you ask, is he always there? Or when things are tough, what happens? And I will tell you, just as a quick insight, that while Art was in his personal time, that sliver of time that he magnifies by taking his vacation time, his weekends, his evenings, he consolidated all of that time and used it for Proposition 14, right? To renew the funding for this great California experiment that we are indebted to the voters of California for believing in all of us. I will say that He was an honorary chairman, but he was a real leader of this campaign. He was indispensable. My son, Robert, ran the campaign, but Art was his mentor as an exquisite tactician and strategist, but a person of great dedication and a person who really never questioned the vision because he was so focused on achieving this goal to continue the efforts of the board and the staff to reduce human suffering. In that special group that I include the board in, I think of the group as Steve Jobs once described, as the people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world, for they are the ones who do. And Art is one of our great leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Other comments from members of the public in attendance? Ken. Welcome back, Ken. For those of you who don't know Ken, former CIRM board member from the great UC Davis, Ken Burtis.
And I can't let Chancellor Blumenthal's comments about banana slug pass without noting that after that, Art was an Aggie and fulfilled all the highest aspirations that we have for the graduates of our university. When I think of Art, I think that the first word that comes to mind is politician, but in the highest and best and most complimentary sense of that word, a sense that is not always used, but in the highest sense of that word, which if you go back to the ancient Greek, it refers to citizen and community. And Art has been a citizen very interested in his community, the community of California, and indeed the rest of the world, and has brought, as we've heard, great goodness in his life to that community. His political skills I saw as a member of the board, even saw it again, the same happenstance in today's meeting. In my earliest meetings, I would always see the board begin to grapple with some contentious issue and voices would get raised. And it was in my earliest days, I thought, oh my gosh, this is turning into a battle. It's going to be terrible. Everybody's angry with each other. And then somehow it would all peak and then resolve and go away. And when I looked back afterwards, I would always see Art's guiding hand somewhere in the background, finding that compromise, finding the right words and the right thoughts, the right feelings to bring everyone back together again on the board to get behind, usually in unanimity, whatever it was that was trying to make its way forward on behalf of the ultimate beneficiaries of CIRM, the patient of CIRM. So Art, I just on my own behalf, on behalf of the state, of the universities, just want to thank you for everything that you've done for CIRM over the years. To note that you're one of those people that somehow you think, how can things go on without you? And then realize the fact that they will go on without you and they will go on very well indeed is a testament to the great foundation that you've laid through all your work over the years. So thank you very much.
I think Francisco's.
Are there other comments from members of the public?
Or Jeff.
Sorry, I just have to, because, well, I have to follow a fellow Aggie and Art, you know this, but I'm going to remind you, you're an enabler of public service. And some of us do actually really take that strongly. You enabled me 4 times as a reminder. So my first paycheck after UC Davis was implementing Proposition 65, which meant I spent hours in the library photocopying toxicology articles on different chemicals. And then I thought I was done with you. But the next trip around, if you remember, you also passed the most important pesticide. We worked on the most important pesticide law in the world. Spent the next few years doing epidemiology studies using the most important pesticide use data in the world and protected a lot of kids. God bless you. And then we had this CIRM cycle. So I don't know what it is. I mean, it's something about what you do and what I do, but thanks for doing what you've done, and I'm going to stick with it as long as I'm around. So thank you, sir.
Other comments? Francisco, former board member Francisco Prieto.
Thank you. So when the original Prop 71 passed and I was approached to ask if my fellow advocates, they could put my name forward as a potential board member, I really didn't know what I was getting into. I didn't realize that in this culture, it's customary for the losing side of an initiative to sue the winning side of an initiative and tie that initiative up for as long as humanly possible in legal wrangling. So there was quite a bit of drama and maybe some trauma and depositions, lots of depositions. Fortunately, thanks to Bob and James Harrison and Scott, we had very good lawyers. I had no idea that we would need very good lawyers, but there we went. And for the first few years, there's also the temptation, and I think it still exists, as Anne Marie said, for board members to very much get into the weeds in a lot of detail. And my friend Bob was perhaps a little more indulgent of us than we deserved in allowing us to do that. But I appreciated very much that when Art joined us as vice chair, that some of that drama and tumult, and particularly the issues with the legislature, seemed to almost miraculously disappear, and it made me greatly appreciate your skills. You also tried to keep our focus on some issues I really cared about, access and affordability and equity, and I hope that focus remains. I used to tell people that being a CIRM board member was my fabulous unpaid job for the state of California, and it really was. And I think you and JT and Maria and all the rest of the CIRM staff deserve a lot of the thanks for that. So thank you.
Other comments? Okay, so I think we now are calling the question. And given the unanimity of motion and second, this is not a very suspenseful vote. So Scott, don't tell me you got to poll everybody on the individual. You do, okay.
Why am I the bad guy?
All those in attendance approving of this resolution, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? It's good. Scott.
Thank you. Mark Fisher Colbury.
Aye.
Mark, thank you. Fred Fisher.
A resounding aye.
Thank you. Larry Goldstein.
Yes, and thank you.
Rich Lahar.
That's a yes.
Christine Miaskowski.
Yes, and best of luck.
Adriana Padilla.
Yes, and with grateful appreciation.
Joe Panetta. Al Roulette. Correction, sorry, you're here. Michael Stamos.
Aye, aye.
Carol Watson. Is here. Thank you.
Art, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One issue that was not included in the proclamation was that I became a grandfather for the first time. March 1st, a baby boy. Now, who would think two Latino parents would name their baby boy a Gaelic Aiden, A-Y-D-I-N, but they did. And it means great strength and fire. So I'm very, very proud of that, and have not met him yet because of COVID rules and regulations, but we will soon. To JT, it's been an honor to serve with you for 12 years, and to be part of your family, and also your incredible wife, Anne, and your incredible children. because you and I share that common factor of always looking out for our children. To Maria, it's been 22 years. It seems like longer than that. But for me, I'm so honored that a Latina is replacing a Latino. And it's important to have that kind of input and that perspective. And I appreciate you. And I will be there for you whenever you need me, even though I'm now pro bono. To Maria Milan, thank you so much for agreeing to join us as well as to be part of this agenda. And I'm so proud that I served on that committee along with many board members here to make sure that we made you the offer to come on board as our new president. We share organ transplantation issues, you with a pediatric vet and others. So I would just want to thank you for your leadership. To our new chair, Vito, Mr. Secretary, I am so excited about what you have in store for this board because you're never going to bore them. And I think the fact that the leadership you've shown with the Department of Veteran Affairs as secretary and the work you did with our soldiers in the field, dodging bullets and still maintaining care for them, I will never forget. So I just want to say thank you for agreeing to take on the post, and we expect great things from you as our new chair. In 2009, I was at a difficult time. I just didn't want to be chairman of the Democratic Party anymore. 13 years was enough of raising 22 million every 2 years to help sometimes candidates that I didn't always like. But that was the role of being a chair, as our speaker well knows. But part of that was I met with Robert Klein and his gorgeous, beautiful, very talented and very bright wife, Danielle Gutman, and we met for dinner. And he said, you really ought to do this. And so he began to explain what he was talking about, and it really set me into motion. Because at the end of the day, there's been no more inspiring work that I have been a part of than what Bob Klein recruited me to do back in 2009. So I will always be grateful for that opportunity, Bob. And then to serve with you in our small working group of rewriting Proposition 14, making sure we had a working group, which Maria will now chair, to access affordability and accessibility. And I know you, Isabel, will do that at the federal level and the national level and in very significant ways with your new appointment. But at the end of the day, if it wasn't for mentors that we all have, we wouldn't be where we are today. And that's why I'm proud that my former chief of staff is now the Secretary of Health and Human Services under President Biden. Javier Becerra was a young Deputy Attorney General I recruited early on. The fact that we've had so many other young people that have now gone on to public service and elected office. And much to my surprise, my son, a Shakespearean actor on Broadway for 13 years, decides to run for political office and was just elected as the assessor for San Francisco County, sworn in. And thank you, Dan Burnell, and thank you, Nancy. And he had no opposition, which I hate him for, because I never had a race where I didn't have opposition. And here Joaquin Torres has no opposition and got elected. So I'm very proud of him, as I am my daughter who gave us a baby boy, but also the tremendous impact she had at Hastings Law School and now working with Lucasfilms. Danielle is just an inspiration for me. And as you well know, a very special love. You know, you think you do such incredible things in the legislature and no one ever hears about it. You put in one bill affecting ducks and everybody hears about it. I represented Chinatown at the time in the 80s, and the Chinese businessmen and restaurateurs were coming to me saying that the local LA County bureaucrats were fining them $5,000 a day for preparing Peking duck according to Western cooking standards. And that was not legal. And so they said, well, what should we do about it? You have to help us. I said, it's very simple. You put the Peking duck recipe into the health code and let's see what happens. Well, when we had our first hearing, no one could say how many people died from Peking duck poisoning in 5,000 years. So the bill passed out of the first committee, made it to Jerry Brown's desk, and of course, Jerry signed it in front of 250 hanging ducks in Chinatown. And that's the story that Maria was referring to as to why you can order Peking duck today in California. At the end of the day, and I'll be very, very, very short, I've learned from so many people who have given me their trust. Cesar Chavez taught me about pesticides when I was just a 25-year-old out of law school, working for the Farm Workers Union at $5 a week. And what he said to me, he says, someday they will find the relationship between pesticides and cancer. Mark my words, Arturo. Boy, was he right. Boy, was he right. So you never learn where your lessons are going to come from. And I thank Professor Goldstein from UC San Diego, because he's the author of that book that I recommended to George. And when I first came on the board, it was he who recommended that I read that book. And yeah, it's the black and yellow book, Stem Cells for Dummies. And it was perfect because it gave me a layperson's perspective on stem cell research. But I'd like to leave you with a quote from one of my favorite poets, Robert Frost. And he once said, "The woods are lovely, dark, and deep, but I have promises to keep. Miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep. I will not sleep." God bless you all.
Okay, I think since we're sort of getting late in the day here, we're going to push off the AAWG report and the Neuro Task Force report. They'll come at the next meeting. We do have this mandatory item 15, general comments on the application review subcommittee process. Not seeing a lot of comments. Okay, move on from that. So now I guess I'm going to turn the meeting over to Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. The next item is a resolution honoring JT for his service to CIRM as chair of the governing board. And I will start by reading his resolution. And I know you'll be shocked to hear he went to Yale, but it's coming. Whereas Jonathan Thomas received his bachelor degrees in biology and history at Yale University, where he graduated summa cum laude. Whereas a George C. Marshall Scholar at the University of Oxford, Dr. Thomas earned a doctorate with a medical focus in Commonwealth history. Whereas Dr. Thomas received his Juris Doctor at Yale Law School, where he retained an involvement with biology by teaching courses on the legal implications of genetic engineering and the impact of disease on history. Whereas Dr. Thomas's legal experience includes clerking for White House counsel Lloyd Cutler in the last year of the Carter administration, and for the Honorable George McKinnon of the United States Circuit Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit, and practice at Munger, Tolles, and Olson in Los Angeles, California. Whereas Dr. Thomas worked as an investment banker for Ehrlich, Bober and Company, where among other things, he led a team that underwrote over $1 billion in bonds for the Los Angeles Community College District. Whereas Dr. Thomas co-funded Saybrook Capital in 1990, an investment banking and private equity firm based in Santa Monica, California. At Saybrook Capital, he led an early round of financing for advanced cell technology, which now has 2 embryonic stem cell-based clinical trials in progress. Whereas Dr. Thomas has served as a member and vice president of the City of Los Angeles Board of Harbor Commissioners and as a member of the governing board for the Alameda Corridor Transportation Authority. On the governing board for the Alameda Corridor Transportation Authority, he developed a plan to finance the $2.4 billion expansion of the corridor rail lines for the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach to downtown Los Angeles. Whereas Dr. Thomas has a long-standing commitment to patient advocacy, he spent more than 15 years on the board of Ability First and served as chair for 4 years. Ability First assists children with spinal cord injuries and mental disabilities that could be targets of stem cell therapies. He's an honorary member of the Ability First board. Whereas in June 2011, Dr. Thomas was elected as chair of the governing board after he was nominated by then Governor Jerry Brown, Treasurer Bill Lockyer, and Lieutenant Governor Gavin Newsom. Whereas Dr. Thomas has served as chair of the governing board for over 12 years. In that time, JT has led CIRM in granting $2,544,510,796 in grants to support groundbreaking research and discovery to the advance of stem cell research and accelerate stem cell treatments to patients with unmet medical needs. Whereas Dr. Thomas has led the agency as it expanded its work with industry, revamped its award processes, prepared for the expiration of bond funding, supported the drafting of Proposition 14, and planned for the next phase of CIRM's programs after the voters approved $5.5 billion in additional funding. Whereas through his experience, commitment, knowledge, and leadership, Dr. Thomas contributed greatly to the momentum of discovery and the future therapies, which will be the ultimate outcome of the dedicated work of the researchers receiving CIRM funding. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the governing board of the California Institute for Regenerative Medicine, on behalf of the people of the state of California, wishes to express its deepest gratitude to JT for his service on CIRM's governing board and for his dedication to the advancement of stem cell research and to the mission of CIRM to accelerate world-class science to deliver transformative regenerative medicine treatments in an equitable manner to a diverse California and world. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution commending JT for his service to CIRM. Do I have?
Second.
And a second?
Yes.
So everyone, like before, and we will have a voice vote, and Scott will call members of the team that are on Zoom. But first, we're going to start with lots of comments. So I'm going to start with those. And I'm sure JT is expecting that I will use this opportunity to tell funny stories about him, or perhaps to poke fun at him. But I do that all the time. So I thought I'd take a different tactic and that there wasn't a need for that in this particular circumstance. So instead, I don't often take the time to thank him for all he's done for CIRM and for me personally. Over the years, he's made sure that the relationship with the board and the internal team was strong. He's made sure voices were heard and that when a decision was made, it was after thorough debate and discussion, like today. On a personal level, he has listened to my ideas, taken my advice mostly, and really made sure that I was empowered to make a difference at CIRM. So I want to thank you for all your support these last almost 12 years, and I am deeply grateful for all you have done. So I'll open it up now. Maria, did you want to say something?
If I cut in front of the board again, okay. Thank you. And I wrote this down because I'm not used to speaking without PowerPoint slides. So JT, there have been so many words of gratitude and praise for all of you, what you've done in your career and at CIRM. So I'll make this brief. The CIRM team would like to express our deep gratitude to you for supporting us through so much. You always light up when we present progress on CIRM programs, and that empowers us and encourages us. So thank you for that. You've managed us and led us through major transitions and milestones in CIRM's evolution, through operational overhauls, through times of uncertainty, the COVID crisis, alongside CIRM's Prop 71 sunset period, the transition plan, through the design and launch of not just one, but 2 strategic plans, and through 3 CIRM presidents. Pretty remarkable. You have fostered a culture of collaboration and engagement between the board, our internal team, our patient advocates, and our external stakeholders. You believed in us. You cheered us on with as much gusto and loyalty and I dare say that you have for the LA Dodgers. Thank you for all your contributions. We will miss you and we'll always have fun stories to tell about you. You can be guaranteed of that. So thank you. And we also have a similar presentation. Okay. Of again, an award of gratitude. Well, there's a picture with some signatures, but the gratitude is again a Domino Award for exemplary accomplishments and for devoting it. Okay, I'm going over there.
JT, I am a relatively new member of the board, and I'm so grateful that I got to actually meet you in person today, because from the moment that I joined UC Davis and found out that I was going to be representing the institution on this board, you have been nothing but a wonderful mentor. I remember the meetings that we had to orient me to the board. You were just so helpful, so kind. And the thing I will take away from this experience is the joy that you evince every time you talk about CIRM and the activities. And it's just inspirational for me. And I'm sure it's inspirational for all the scientists that have been funded by the institution to really have somebody at the helm who cares so much about everything that the CIRM has done. So thank you personally for helping me orient to this wonderful experience of serving on this board. And I wish you all the very best with the grandchildren and everything else going forward.
Isabel.
JT, Mr. Chair, I remembered the first time I met you when I came to be onboarded, and I thought, this guy's very stern. And it didn't actually take too very long to come to really appreciate your very British wit. We should have a chin wag sometime, which I love. But also to appreciate how you made it possible for someone like myself, a patient advocate in a very complex disease discussion, to have a voice, to respect that voice, and to make sure that it was translated into policy. I remember the very first time, and someone said, "Is that a policy you're proposing?" I said, "Thank you. Yeah, that's what that is." So I appreciate the help with protocol and policy, but appreciate how you do, I think, as Kim said, respect all of us, all of our opinions, and you make it very possible for us to be a good board, an engaged board, and someone who doesn't feel left out of the process. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to spend time with you and to know you, that there's something behind the stern visage. Except for I wonder what your children say. Oh, okay. We'll give them a chance to say something.
Anne Marie.
So JD, over now, what, about 12 years, maybe a bit more than that. What a wonderful voyage it has been, really, together with you. And of course, we're all going to add how much we admire you in many ways. And I would say certainly your extreme availability, recurring calls at any time of the days, your extreme kindness. But I would think about two things. One, and above all for me, it's your top-notch judgment. You know, we all have to be here to have the best judgment possible. And in difficult circumstances, I remember the Institute of Medicine feedback, etc. You've had to make the tough decision that leaders have to do based on an excellent judgment. And the other thing that has inspired me and that I've learned a lot from you directly is an incredible sense of diplomacy. You know, being able to talk to advocates in front of a public like that, you know, public advocates, public members who are not always kind to us, and responding to them with the utmost respect and sense of diplomacy. So I remember this too, above everything else. Thank you.
Dan.
So JT, I remember the first meeting that I was in with you, and I thought, boy, this guy likes sports a lot. And after about a year, I remember getting a call from your office to set up a meeting. And of course, it never feels good when you're being called by the boss to come in for a meeting. And I wasn't sure what that was going to hold, but your interest was in ensuring that and I know all of the members of this board felt like we were making meaningful contributions to this work and how our experience was, and that we were able to utilize whatever it is we might bring here, whether we knew it or not, to really advance the mission of CIRM. So I'm so grateful for you for helping create a space for all of us to feel like we have an ability to contribute and really make a difference. That's been really a defining characteristic of you for me and working with you. So thank you so much.
Pat.
You probably know what I want to say, JT, right? You know, so I won't start with when we first met and you talked to me about joining the board. I'll just talk about the first meeting. I said, this guy's got like an amazing, I study cognition, and what a memory. You really do have an amazing memory for facts, factoids, and also, and so I thought back to our first meeting where you seemed to forget to mention the words subcommittees and working groups and all the other joyous presents that you get when you join the CIRM governing board. You just completely forgot about that. But in some ways, I'm glad you did, because it would have scared me away from saying yes to joining the board. And I think that I wasn't convinced at the beginning of the conversation, but I was very convinced at the end of the conversation that it was something that it was important for me to do. And it was because of how you spoke about the charge that the governing board has and the importance of this to all citizens of California, as well as across the world. I'll say one other thing. You know, leadership is not necessarily about hearing your own voice, but allowing other voices to be heard. And if they gave out a master's award for this ability, you as chair, you would receive it, because you are really quite amazing. So congratulations. Don't get frustrated this year with the Dodgers. They'll come back. Don't worry about it. And I'll see you around Los Angeles.
Other board members?
Yeah. So when I first met JT, I said, boy, this guy really likes the Dodgers a lot. It wasn't sports in particular, it was just the Dodgers. And so I didn't know anything about the Dodgers. I just knew that you liked them a lot and I didn't. And so I think that represented a lot of how we met. And over the course of my term as a patient advocate here, there were two goals that we both mutually had. That I would represent the people who were underserved and unserved in our community, in our state, and that I would be a voice to them and that you would listen. And I will tell you, JT, even when we didn't agree about the Dodgers being the best team that money could buy, you honest, you always listened. And you always listened to me. And that was an experience that coming on the board was most impressive. And I got to take that back to people who knew nothing about CIRM and say, well, you may not know anything about the agency. The people in the agency, you, Art, and Maria, always listened. And that is a quality of leadership that I hope you remember and take with you everywhere you go. Always listen. And then lastly, my late wife said to me, she said, the most important thing ever to remember is to not to be right, because you were right a lot, not about the Dodgers, but you were always kind, and you were always kind to me. And I appreciate your kindness, JT. It will not be forgotten. Thank you.
I think Fred Fisher has his hand raised, is what I'm told. So I was gonna, can we go to the Zoom?
I couldn't let JT's last meeting go without Fred Fisher having his hand raised. I'm glad you all chuckled at that because I know. If nothing else, I'm self-aware. And I think it's that I really admire about JT really throughout our dealings over a relatively short period of time. You created an environment where I could be frank with you, and you could be frank with me in ways that lent really extraordinary support. You helped me explore my doubts and find a path to the strength that I had to offer. And I know I'm not an easy person to have on the team, but you made space for that. And you found a way, like all really strong leaders do, to create the space for a person's strengths to be shown and put to good use. And so I just want to say thank you for all the ways that you've supported my activities as patient advocate. And thank you for your leadership example. As the CEO of an organization, I've never stopped being curious about how other organizations run and how other leaders create highly functional, highly successful organizations. And you've been a terrific example of that for me. And my only regret is that we haven't had more time together. But everyone's tenure at one time or another comes to an end. And I hope you feel really proud about what you've accomplished, proud about what you have curated and who you have curated, and that you're comforted in knowing that you're leaving the organization in really good hands, in large part because of the work that you've done to make that so. So congratulations, and go Dodgers, go Lakers, and hopefully I'll see you courtside one day.
So we're going to do something a little out of sequence. We're going to take the vote quickly because I think we may lose quorum and that would be crazy. So there's a motion on the table. I was going to call for public comment outside of the comments we're already giving. So let's just get through the vote unless there's public comment. No. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, outside, just yes, after the vote. Great. Yes, no, I know, but we want to vote on you quickly. Yeah, correct. So all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Scott, can you take the roll call vote?
Mark Fisher Colbury.
Hey, super duper aye.
Okay, Fred Fisher.
Ditto what Mark said.
Do we
Aye.
still have Larry Goldstein? Rich Lahara,
Absolutely, yes.
Christine Miaskowski.
A resounding yes.
Great. Michael Stamos. Are there any other board members that I've missed? We made it.
Thank goodness. Okay. So we're going to continue with some comments. I see Mark Fisher Colby has his hand raised.
Hey, JT, other than a potentially questionable character flaw related to your Dodger allegiance, I just want to echo a number of the comments here in the context that referenced today were elements around kindness, diplomacy, the ability to connect with people, the ability to give complete guidance to a lot of different constituencies and 35 people on the board, all wrapped up in incredible leadership skills. But along with those leadership skills are just a amazing demonstration of accomplishments. And you are to feel very proud of everything that you've done and what you've been able to affect with a combination of all those values that you have generated. So, so appreciative of your work and everything that you have accomplished along the way. So thank you.
Adrian Shapiro has her hand raised.
Thank you. First, I want to say he's been one of the most incredible people I've ever met. And I do have one kind of funny story. I came to CIRM as a desperate mother. And actually, I would be there, but my child is unwell and we're in the hospital. And stem cells were the only things that were going to fix her. And I was narrowly focused. And so when I got to CIRM, they welcomed me with open arms and they provided a space and they provided funding and hope for a cure. And I was just hooked and I kept going to all the meetings and learning more and learning more. And I kept running into this guy who was always kind of doing a lean with glasses and looking kind of stern, but I could tell that he was like watching everything like the great puppet master. So I was at a meeting and then Maria introduced who JT was. And I got freaked out and thankful that JT, you never reported me as a stalker. I would show up everywhere you were and you would greet me. I didn't know your name. I just knew I had to be there. And I want to thank you. And I want to say what you and CIRM have accomplished. Again, you always hear it. It's not just for me. It's not just for my child. It's for the past generations and it's for the future, which is right now I'm living my fantasy. There is a cure for sickle. And when I started, there were no treatments, there was nothing. And now all of that's happened. So I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to your family for sharing us. I know what the kind of work and dedication and accomplishments that you guys have accomplished cost. And I hope to give you back sometime with your family, but I will be finding you, so again, thank you again for not calling and reporting me as a stalker. And from the mothers that I know, our hearts are with you and thank you.
That was really sweet. I think Judy has some words to say.
Thank you, Maria. So I live in LA and I know people who knew JT when he was at Yale. And I know some stories about JT when he was at Yale, but I'm not going to relate those stories today. That probably wouldn't be appropriate. You're so welcome. In addition to what everyone has already said, I would like to just mention JT's dedication to his family. I know his wife, Ann, is here somewhere today, as is one of his 4 children. Can you guys kind of wave? There you go. JT's a really busy guy and he's got a lot going on, but because we've spent a lot of time together around governance issues, I've got to witness firsthand the pride that he feels in the accomplishments of his wife, Ann, and his 4 children, all of whom are incredibly talented athletes. We have to hear about this all the time. I really want to thank JT for his partnership on the governance committee. It hasn't been easy all the time. He worked, tirelessly with Christina and I, and then when Christina went away and then I didn't have a vice chair, JT didn't really have to step up. It wasn't his problem. He's got the whole organization to deal with, but he was there every step of the way. And I really, really appreciate it. And I really want to thank you for that. And my final comment is that JT has really enjoyed our partnership also because it's given him an opportunity to relentlessly torture me because I have no interest in LA sports. So he'll come up with a weird fact and he'll say, can you name the sport that came from? As though I don't really know the difference between basketball and baseball, which I actually do, JT. But it has lightened up some serious moments. And for that, I'm very grateful. Thank you.
I'm not going to repeat everything. Just add two points. It's very rare in public life that you have such a self-effacing leader and a successful leader. So we thank you for your self-effacement because you always put yourself second to any of us. So thank you very much. I just wanted to mention one thing for the board to remind the old people like myself. JT and Anne used to have wonderful Christmas parties. And for those of us who remember pre-COVID days, PC, there were those wonderful Christmas parties in Brentwood. We miss them, and it was the most remarkable home. It was warm. It was so fantastically decorated, and you could see your imprint on the flowers, on the decorations, on the food, on the drink, and on the camaraderie. So thank you for that on behalf of all of us who were there.
Thank you, Shlomo, but I'd like to point out that was 100% my wife. He'll say that before his son John speaks up on that topic. Yes, but thank you.
Mark Firth.
Thank you. JT, I've already made comments of a broad nature about the relationship with CIRM and its leadership. At a more personal level, I wanted to thank you for the qualities that you've exemplified for me and for which you serve as a role model. One is balance and how you approach people. And maybe that's exemplified by the fact that you welcomed me as a friend, as a lifelong New York Yankee fan, and as somebody whose education was at the 2 Cambridges, not with the Eli's or at Oxford, but even so, you were willing to bring me into your circle and share another quality, which is wisdom. It's not something people talk about very often these days about a leader, but certainly at a personal level, and you'll know what I'm talking about. You helped impact some important decisions I had to make, and help me in ways that just couldn't be measured, just how important it was. And then the third is that you have this unique ability to be fanatical, not only about the Dodgers, but about a mission, and yet a very quiet way of instilling that same sense of fanaticism in others. And I don't know how you do it, but it's spectacular. And I think one of the things that you bring to that is a sense of ethics that, again, it's an old-fashioned notion. Those of us getting up in years, I think, used to value it in a way that it's dropped out of the public discourse. But I recently learned that my most cited paper after many years as a scientist is actually one that I co-published in the law journal at Wake Forest on the subject of the ethics of regenerative medicine. And somehow the association with CIRM had a lot to do with my writing that paper, wanting to write it. And I think a lot of it came from the influence of you as both a legal scholar and an exemplar of bringing regenerative medicine to bear in the public domain. So many, many reasons to thank you.
Thank you. Jim Guest.
Yeah, JT, I just wanted to thank you. I've been a
observer of what's going on in California from another big state, Florida. And you've had a fantastic opportunity with CIRM, and I feel that you've been an incredible steward and leader of that opportunity. And I think that, you know, the period of time that you've been involved with CIRM will be recognized as one of the most extraordinary periods in the history of medicine, and particularly in regenerative medicine. So I've really appreciated the opportunity to be involved and to observe your leadership. Thank you.
I think Christina Vory is on the line. Christina? Yeah.
Yes.
There you
Hi.
are.
Hi, sorry, just walking. So try not to drive and Zoom at the same time. So JT, back here again. Don't think I can make any more comments of our joint passion of baseball that usually ends in sweat, blood, and tears, and not very productive. But maybe through that and many other things, I've had also the opportunity by proxy in learning to know you a little bit as a person and as a father and husband in your family, and really appreciate that opportunity, whether it has been your cats or dogs and others in late night Zooms. When we have discussed, I have learned your dedication and compassion for your family, really, and learned from there that that's probably how you also handle the ICOC, with just great integrity, with fairness, with empathy, regardless of the topic. And I think that has been something that has been the anchor for ICOC during your leadership and has enabled us to accomplish a lot. Now, I wanted to make a quick trip down on the memory lane. I think Francisco Prieto already referred to that while it seems that ICOC is very much of a smooth sailing, and that I think it is what it has become with your leadership, JT, and as well as with Art. This was not really true in the early days. And one of the big issues that you had to deal with very early on was this conflict of interest matters or perceptions thereof. And this was something that was very public debate and really a matter that was really dragging CIRM down, how all these institutional appointees are on ICOC, how even patient advocates may have a conflict of this and that. And we had the Institute of Medicine report. And I would really commend you on really handling that whole process extremely well. And it was something that while we may debate how ICOC should be constructed, etc., I think it really allowed CIRM to move on very productively at the juncture where several issues were to be dealt with. And it brought, I believe, a lot of credibility in the eyes of the voters, citizens of California, to the organization, that everything is handled with transparency, with great integrity, and in a very fair manner. So I'd like to thank you for doing that and everything what you did during your tenure at ICOC, and I look forward to keeping in touch.
Thank you.
I believe Dave Martin is next. He might have dropped off. I don't see him anymore. Okay, let's go to Pat.
JT, many have said, and I just want to reiterate that one of, I think, the things that I've always noticed most about you is your absolutely unwavering commitment to and belief in CIRM. Taking that down to a more personal level, it's his belief in the CIRM team and his commitment to the CIRM team. So you've always been the CIRM team's biggest cheerleader. And myself as a member of that team, and I suspect many others, have always noticed that and greatly appreciated that. And then another aspect that I always thought was really important, and a role of leaders and of leadership, and you've exemplified really well, is that you have a role in creating the culture. And you have always fostered a congenial and collegial culture. And I think that has been a wonderful thing. I know that when I look back on my time at CIRM, I consider it one of my best work experiences because of not just the importance of the work, the satisfaction of the work, but the wonderful people with whom I worked and the culture in which I work. So thank you for all of that.
Thank you, Pat.
How about public comment in the room? Let's switch. Oh, go ahead.
Dave's
Dave.
back.
Okay, Dave. Dave Martin.
Thank you, Maria. I asked Maria to give me a chance to just describe a little bit of my experiences at CIRM and the ICOC. My tenure, I relinquished when my family, most of my family and I moved to North Carolina back in May. And my experience was such an educational one. I learned a lot about the technology. I learned the stem cell technology, et cetera, about clinical trials, about, importantly, operation of CIRM, how it worked, and the granting process. And that was all very educational for me. But the most important lesson that I learned, and I did not expect it at all, is watching a collaborative management of two leaders who had very different training, very different, highly respected experiences that we've heard about, their educational process, their contributions, et cetera. But the most important thing was watching how they operated, because they were complementary in terms of technology, and they were complementary in terms of their expertise, and they respected each other. And it was always collaborative. And to me, it was essentially the unique strengths that made their example just par excellence of collaborative leadership. And the greatest experience for me was that monitoring or witnessing that type of leadership. And I think, to me, all I can say is thank you, Art, and thank you, JT, for that education. It was remarkable and a wonderful example. And congratulations to both of you.
Thank you, Dave.
So now public comment in the room. I believe Bob has some comments.
There we go. It's a privilege to honor your service, JT, as chairman of the board. I can remember when I first talked to you about the board, and you were not intimidated by a board of 30 or more. You looked at it, as I did, as really a partnership of great minds, where you treated everyone, and everyone clearly was a peer with their own experience and contributions that were unique, that the whole was vastly greater than any single part, that every member of the board is and the staff is engaged with the same values to reduce human suffering in a culture where the board is in partnership with the staff, the board members are in partnership with each other. It is truly, as has been said, a collaborative effort to bring the best and the brightest ideas through debate and discussion to the funding that we have available due to the faith of the people of California. But it is an extraordinarily difficult job that you have mastered extraordinarily. It is a job that involves dealing with personalities, opinions, educations that are very different, with everyone coming with a passionate point of view. Yet they need to work together to understand that the consensus of the board and the staff will lead us on the best option, and that we have, thanks to the voters of California, a number of shots on goal to proceed to advance medicine and to improve the human condition. You certainly had a doctorate degree at Oxford, but I think you showed us that you have a doctorate degree in leadership. And I'm very appreciative of your advancing this great mission and vision to the betterment of every patient in California, of every patient everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Francisco.
Hi, again. Something that Adrian said earlier made me appreciate something that I appreciated greatly about your leadership, which was that as a patient advocate, sometimes in a setting like this, an arena like this, you may not always feel respected or treated as an equal. And I think that JT, you more than did that. You sought out our input and took it to heart, and that was very, very important to all of us, I think. I am very glad to call you my friend. Earlier, you and Maria asked me to say a couple of words about my advocacy work. And so just very briefly, most of you know I'm a diabetes advocate. And a lot of my work for the last several years has focused on our campaign to make insulin affordable, or make it affordable again, because it once was. Along with our friends and colleagues at the JDRF and other diabetes advocates, we've just recently won a very major victory when all three major insulin companies that produce over 90% of America's insulin have agreed to lower their prices. Not out of the goodness of their hearts, but because I think they saw the writing on the wall and because advocates had pushed for this very hard. And remind you that it is advocates and people with a dream like Bob who made that happen and who made CIRM happen. So thank you.
Thank you, Francisco.
Ken.
So I know the hour is late, and I've always been a fan of Franklin Roosevelt's admonition to be brief, to be sincere, and to be seated. So I'll try and follow that advice. Bob, JT, when I think of one word for you, as I thought of politician for art, I think of leader. And you have always, in my mind, to echo Isabel, combined strength with humor, expertise with empathy and compassion. And that has been exactly what CIRM has needed over this past tumultuous decade. And you have been there to provide that to this organization. So as I said for art, it is hard for those of us who have worked with you for so many years to imagine CIRM without you. But I have every confidence that your successor will lead CIRM to ever greater successes, building on the strong foundation that you have left behind. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ken.
Hi, John.
Hello. Hey, everybody. I'm, as you know, JT's oldest son. I want to address the earlier comment first. While all of my siblings are great athletes, I was the best. So now that we got that out of the way, and I know they're watching on Zoom, so they're not going to be happy, but another comment we've all noticed a lot of is Dodger hate. which is probably because in the last 10 years, the Giants have made the playoffs twice and the Dodgers all 10 of those years. So I'm hoping though, you'll be a little bit more receptive to a basketball reference. Probably the greatest love that my dad and I share is Kobe. We both, we went to the games. I grew up on Kobe. And if you go back to his number retirement speech at Staples, he said that the true measure of greatness is impact. And sorry, I get emotional about Kobe and my dad and all of it. But as I listen to everybody talk about the impact that you've had on them at CIRM, but also on a personal level, I just hear greatness. I love you, Dad.
Thanks, Bud. Thank you, Bud.
JT, do you want to say something? I feel you do.
Be tough following that. Thank you, Bud. Love you too. Okay, well, if you guys will indulge me, I've got a written statement, which is like the first time in 12 years that I've had one.
That's true.
Yeah, so, but I wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything, so. Members of the CIRM board and team and members of the public. Well, the bittersweet day has finally arrived. 12 years gone by in a flash. How do you properly reflect on the professional privilege of a lifetime? As a biology guy from way back when, I first heard about CIRM in the lead up to the election of 2004. I remember thinking, wow, only in California. This is a really cool idea. I was, as were all of you, very happy with the passage of Proposition 71 and look forward to tracking the agency as it started along its paradigm shifting journey to fund medical research in the then new world of stem cell science. Over the course of the next 6 years, I frequently checked in on the website to see how things were going. So impressed by the agency's work. Then on a fateful visit to the website in December 2010, I noticed that CIRM's creator and first board chair, Bob, was leaving office. I thought, now that would be a really interesting job, and looked into the qualifications for the position. That in turn led to, as Bob referred, the 3-hour meeting that we had later that month to hear the fascinating story about the agency and all its groundbreaking work. I left that meeting determined to give it a shot. I was fortunate to get the support of Governor Brown, Lieutenant, now Governor Newsom, and Treasurer Lockyer, and came before the board in 2011 for the election process we just went through with veto. I said in conclusion in my opening statement, it is clear that the board and staff of the agency are doing critical cutting-edge work that promises to revolutionize medicine as the agency's funded research plays out over the coming years. CIRM is one of California's true success stories. I would be honored to lead that agency as its next chair. On July 23rd, 2011, I got that shot. One of my first acts at CIRM was to hire Maria, who by her own admission then and now remains quote unquote my first and best hire. As an aside, I could fill up this whole speech by quoting the countless pithy texts she sent me over the years during board meetings, all sent and timed while I was in the middle of talking for maximum effect. More on that subject later. In the early days, we sought to further build a team culture between the members of the CIRM team and between team and board. That led in turn to the unified CIRM family we have today and to the continued A+ work product developed in CIRM's first 7 years. Thanks to our remarkable team, our legacy programs were clicking on all cylinders. But we didn't stop there. In the spirit of CIRM, we sought to add new bold programs to the mix, including the Alpha Clinics, the IPS Cell Bank, the Genomics Centers of Excellence, and more. That spirit of daring to be bold carries on today in the form of new programs in manufacturing, data sharing, community care centers of excellence, the Neuro Initiative, and others designed to expand CIRM's reach on behalf of our reason for being and central focus, the patients. Over the years, we've had the privilege of meeting and doing our best to help patients with unmet medical needs and their families. Each of their compelling stories drive us every day to do all we can do to help. Of the many patients I've met over the years, one that sticks out most for me personally was our own Katie Sharifi, whom James Harrison and I visited in her hospital bed shortly after her accident and decision to enroll in the CIRM-funded Geron trial. Katie, seeing the way you have dealt with your life-changing injury and gone on to accomplish great things is an inspiration to us all. We are so proud to say we are your colleagues here at CIRM and appreciate your exceptional contribution. To my esteemed fellow board members, past and present, and to Maria Milan and our exceptional team, as well as past CEOs Alan Trounsend, Randy Mills, and team members from our earlier days, you are a remarkable group of highly talented people who have coalesced behind our singular mission. There's a saying in sports that you want to, quote, leave it all on the field. That is, to give your all at all times to advance your common purpose. I think we can all be proud to say that we've done just that. Speaking of sports, and no comments by me would be complete without doing so, as the lone rabid defender of LA sports in the office, I suffered multiple Giants parades right outside our King Street windows, as well as constant annual ribbing from Steve and Al, among many others. I was happy in one sense when we had to move to Oakland so I wouldn't have to endure any more parades. Then, of course, the Warriors started winning, with parades going by our offices on Harrison Street. Thankfully, the Dodgers and Lakers got the job done in 2020. Otherwise, this would have been a disastrous tenure on that front. But I digress. Over the years, in addition to funding billions of dollars worth of projects all along the research spectrum, as well as our unparalleled education programs serving high school students through young investigators, we have risen repeatedly to deal with challenges that came at us out of left field, another baseball reference. Internet issue there. Whether it was responding to the recommendations in the IOM report, to staving off an attempt to get a measure on the ballot to constitutionally overturn Proposition 71, special shout out here to Art for his leadership in All Matters Sacramento, to pivoting on a dime to put out funding in 2020 as part of the worldwide collaborative effort to find any treatments for COVID-19 in the early days of the pandemic. To be sure, there were several major initiatives that got a lot of thought that ultimately got left on the cutting room floor, including ATP3, the aforementioned for-profit adjunct to CIRM that sought to in-license promising therapies and take them through to commercialization as a means of sustaining the agency, as well as the insured voter anticipation notes that sought to raise funds for the agency as it was running out of monies in 2020. While not enacted for a variety of reasons, these programs served as a source of high-quality brainstorming and collaboration by members of the CIRM team and many outside stakeholders. I want to especially recognize the many members over the years of our grants working group. You guys are the bread and butter that makes CIRM CIRM, or as Mark Noble famously quipped, CIRMy. Having sat in on all GWG meetings for the past 12 years, several hundred by last count, I have marveled at and appreciated the dedication and professionalism you bring to the table each and every time. I particularly like the many comments that began with, well, I don't know anything about this condition, that were followed by 5 to 10 minute eloquent and detailed critiques of the points at issue. Thank you very much to everybody on the GWG for all you do. Special kudos to Gil and the review team and Jen and grants management. Your work in running the grant review process and managing grants at once added to our portfolio is central to our success and greatly appreciated. Special thanks as well to Abla, Rosa, and all our science officers who source projects for CIRM to fund, as Abla described earlier. To Jeff Lomax, Sean, and the medical affairs team for your work on the Alpha clinics and the AAWG. To Sham and Sohel for your work in advancing industry involvement. Raphael, Scott, and Ben in watching our legal flanks. To Kelly for running our exceptional education programs. Esteban and Katie for spearheading communications, Sheila and Pune for their financial expertise and work on the budget, Denise and Vanessa for their work in HR, and to all other members of our CIRM team that make things go so smoothly. I want to give a special shout out here to our new vice chair. Maria, throughout the past 12 years, you've been my right-hand colleague and closest counsel. We've made a formidable team. Thank you for all your help and all the good-natured commentary over the years. At least I think it was good-natured. It was certainly a lot. I know you will do an exemplary job as vice chair and look forward to watching you grow in that position. I also want to recognize James Harrison and Scott Tosher for their indispensable advice to CIRM over the many years. Having served on a number of government boards previously, I can say without qualification that I have never seen a better government counsel than James or Scott. Thank you for all you have done and will continue to do on CIRM's behalf. To Vito and Maria, I know that CIRM is poised to reach even greater heights under your leadership going forward. Congratulations to you both again. I look forward to rooting for you and the extended CIRM family in the years to come. In the midst of all these comments, I would be remiss if I didn't remember colleagues whom we lost too early, including Vice Chair Dwayne Roth in 2013, board member and colleague Bert Lubin in 2020, and our beloved Kevin McCormick just last December. Their contributions were too many to enumerate. They are and will remain fondly remembered and sorely missed. Last but not least, I want to recognize my extraordinary wife, Anne. Good idea. Who encouraged me to go after this job, and it was held down the fort with our 4 wonderful children, Lizzie, John, Matt, and Mike, through all my years of commuting from LA, all the while holding down and killing several board chair positions and our current position as president of Vision to Learn, a nonprofit that gives reading glasses to kids in Title I elementary schools throughout the country. Dear, thank you for everything. I could never have done this job or anything else without you. To our kids, present or watching, thank you for weathering through Dad working out of town for this extended period. You guys were young kids when I first started here, and now we have Lizzie, 27, an MD PhD student at UNC in Chapel Hill. John, 25, now a fashion designer for women's professional athletes of many different sports. Matt, 24, a teacher in training and who's now over teaching in England high school math at a British school, and will be coming back next year to teach at a Title I school in Cambridge, just outside of Boston. And Mike, now 21, junior at Colgate and a stalwart member of the Colgate tennis team. Mom and I are so proud of the wonderful young adults you have become and for the significant contributions that you are and will be making to society as part of the next generation. In closing, when asked to summarize what this experience has been like, I'll leave you with a text exchange I had with son Matt in England that pretty much says it all. Yesterday. By the way, is today your last day at CIRM? Me, tomorrow. Matt, wow, how are you feeling about it? Me, bittersweet. It's been a great 12-year run. Wow, it really has. I still remember quick drink. The night you got word that you got the job. John and I went to bed at the same time and we sat waiting. John had his phone near the bed and kept checking it for an update. And then his phone lit up. He checked and shouted excitedly, "Dad got it." I must have been 11, I think. Half my life. But anyway, this is all to say that I'm really proud of all the amazing work you and CIRM have done over the past 12 years. I'm not sure I'll be able to fully grasp the amount of people you helped, and I know your work will change lives for years to come. So congrats, Dad. You're an amazing role model for me, Lizzie, John, and Mike. I hope you're really proud of your work too. Love, Matt. So to everybody. Thank you all. You guys are all the best, and I know that you will do wonderful things going forward, and I can't wait to see what comes of it. So thank you very much.
So far.
So the culminating event of the day is a big one, which is the swearing in of Vito as our new chair. So Vito, if you could come up and join me, please.
Great.
I mean, there are other
Okay,
things, other things I didn't have, but that's okay.
No, exactly.
So you can have a flag.
Yeah, and I'm gonna move the podium, I think.
Okay.
Okay, so. Am I straight? Am I straight?
Yeah, let me see. You are?
So Vito, before we swear you in, I hope you got a sense of the institution, what this board is all about, the passion that the board and the group brings to bear that you will now be leading. We've had, for those of you who don't know, Maria, Scott, and I had nine onboarding sessions. 9 onboarding sessions with Vito over the last several weeks, in which he was inundated with information about CIRM and everything there is to he needs to know. I said he was a very lucky guy because when I started, James gave me a binder and said, "Good luck." That was so. I know you realize what a special organization you're about to become chair for, and a mission that is at least equal to what you were just leaving, which was a tremendous mission with Veterans Affairs. But this is something that gives you a chance to guide an organization and work with a board and with fantastic members of the CIRM team who will, as a group, do tremendous things that will be looked back on years from now as a key moment in the history of medical research. And you will have had the opportunity to be a leading part in that, which is a really cool thing to be able to say, having done it for 12 years. So with that, let's swear you in here. So if you, as you've done numerous times now, raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Vito Imbasciani,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United
to the
States
Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to
the
enter.
duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. I know you've been seated all day and it's a very, very long day. I don't want to prolong it, but I'd be remiss without saying a few words to you all. Thank you very much. I am absolutely humbled by this, in many ways, in many definitions of humbled, because I know I'm in the presence of greatness. And I'm going to make a promise to you at the end. I think the most typical thing that people say at this point is that they recognize the greatness of what went before us. And I refer specifically to the predecessor, Chair Jonathan Thomas and Bob Klein. And people usually say that I'm here because I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. And that's true, except that metaphor perhaps unfairly makes everyone around the giant look Lilliputian. And that's not the case at all here, because all of you members of the board and many members of the staff, Maria Milan and all the people I've met on the leadership team, you are giants in your laboratories. You are giants in your professional life. You are giants in the community. I am not a cardiologist and I cannot measure your end diastolic pressure and volume, but I suspect that you are giants in your heart. This is an extraordinary group of people, and I'm I've got a lot of talents and a lot of abilities, but I'm very humbled to be among you and to be having been selected by you. I make you a promise that I am going to work assiduously to serve you and to serve all the people of the state of California to accomplish the mission of this group. I will work very, very hard to know you all individually and to work with you collaboratively in this group. I'll bring my own talents, some of which have nothing to do with CIRM, my love of language. Earlier today, we had a wonderful discussion about the meanings of the word hunting. At that point, I think I would have suggested to you the Italian equivalent, cacciatore, which would have brought an entirely different flavor to the discussion. So there were probably a lot of other things I wanted to say at this point, but I think it's been a long day. I know, Jonathan, thank you very much for your onboarding of me. I've met very, very many of you in your office or in your laboratories and had absolutely wonderful encounters, discoveries even, all the things that I had in common with Shlomo's family back in South Africa, and Pat's tour of his lab, Al's wonderful discussion in Rancho Cordova. I look forward to making those same contacts with all the rest of you. So with that, I wish us all well on our common endeavor. I will do my best so that when the time comes, and as I've listened to these wonderful rounds of compliments that you've all given to the outgoing chair and to the vice chair, that I could earn 1/10 of that regard when the time comes. And special thanks, Bob Klein back there, for the inspiration you had, the midwife, if you will, to bring this into existence. And one last thing, I guess I could say appropriately here as my final thing, my first official act, I heard our stenographer plead for more bathroom breaks in the future. So I can tell you, I've left my business card on all the porcelain surfaces of the first floor of this building, and we'll have more breaks in the future. Okay, thank you very much.
What a bunch of idiots. Somebody's got to adjourn the meeting.
JT, are we adjourned?